So you might not be aware, but I'm a huge fan of the former Finnish Prime Minister Sannamarin. And you might not be aware of this. I'm sure everybody is. I'm sure people are sick of it. But yeah, I went to her Brukafed in Helsinki, and I got to meet Sannamarin, and it was a true honour. And I think it would be a sin not to admit that I got to meet Sannamarin, etc. So I might be a bit biased in terms of this review. But I think we can overlook that, but we'll try and be as independent as possible. And of course, the signed copy too. But yeah, there's a lot to say. It's a huge book. I'm not going to go into every detail about it, but I'm going to give my view on what I think about different things in her book, and I want to point out different points of it, and I would add to points, etc., because I know a lot about Sannamarin, etc. She is a truly inspirational person, and I do encourage you. This is going to be a long video, just to say, but I do encourage you to buy the book if you can for Christmas or even afterwards. It's truly a book you should read. It's a truly inspirational book for me. I've read it twice. It's truly amazing. It was truly amazing to meet Sannamarin, and not even that, to get a signed copy. I'm a bit fanboy in here, so forgive me for that. But yeah, it's a truly amazing experience, and she's a truly amazing person too. And I'm so blessed to have met her, and I'm blessed to have a signed copy too. So I'm very thankful for that, and I'm very thankful to Sanna for that, and of course for the book too. It's a huge inspiration on a lot of fronts, and it shows you that there's always hope in action. So the introduction part of Sannamarin's book, not a typical politician, not the only one, talks about particularly her being the youngest Prime Minister, and I'm sure everybody agree that's such a big achievement. 34 being the youngest Prime Minister in the world, not just in Finland, but being the youngest Prime Minister anywhere in the world. It's really, it's an amazing thing. I'm sure everybody would agree. In Ireland, that it's not possible. No person could achieve that. But yeah, it's truly remarkable, and that's the first thing she writes in her introduction about being the youngest Prime Minister in the world. Just think about that for a second, being 34 and being put into that position as Prime Minister. And of course, all the major parties, the Social Democrats, obviously Sannamarin, the Left Alliance, Lai Anderson, the Centrist Party, and the Green League, all being led by women. All the 5 parties were basically led by women, a women coalition, which is very unique compared to every other country. If we look at coalition governments in Ireland, for example, you never have a case where there'd be 5 different parties. There'd usually be only 2 or 3. There wouldn't be 5 different parties and all being women. So it's truly remarkable. And I suppose Finland too, being the first country in the world to allow women to vote back even in the early 1900s. It's quite remarkable, and it can only really be done in Finland, to be totally honest with you. And she also goes on to talk about the Finnish welfare society, which is very, very important. And of course, Finland being the happiest country in the world, talking about her background in Finland and giving a bit of example to the international audience, particularly what Finland is about. Because a lot of people wouldn't know too much about Finland. They know about the happiest country, but they won't know a lot in the background. And this is just the introduction, basically, to say who Sannamarin is, etc. Then she goes on to talk about the COVID-19 pandemic, all the European structures, the European Union, particularly obviously Finland being a member of the European Union, all the meetings, etc., Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and joining NATO. I'm sure everybody remembers Sannamarin was pretty much there for everything that happened in Finland, with the COVID and then Ukraine. Insane amount of stuff for a person to go through it in 4 years as Prime Minister. And not many politicians could go through it, and in my opinion led it very successfully. We'll go into all that eventually in some point of this video when we get to that, but I do think she done very, very well. And then she goes on to briefly touch on a harsh media criticism, and of course a few scandals here and there with dancing, etc. But we'll get into that too at some point. But it really sums up the whole lot of the book in the first introduction. It sums up everything. But of course it doesn't tell the full story. So in the first chapter, Sanna talks about, do we really have to do this? And this is in relation to, not many people would know this, but Sannamarin was the deputy leader of the Social Democrats before she was the Prime Minister. And obviously the leader of the Social Democrats at the time, Anthony Whitman, took very bad, and didn't know was he going to live and die. So the first chapter really goes into talking about how she became Prime Minister leading up to the events, because everybody would be interested in how the youngest Prime Minister got to the position she was. And she goes on in the first page to talk about her first year in Parliament, etc. And obviously it wasn't her first political experience. She was a city councillor in Tampere and the chair of the Tampere City Council too. Very important roles, particularly for such a young person, and a particularly young woman, as I say. And she talks a lot, as I say, about the party leader, but just the fear, I suppose, she had of will he survive, etc., being the deputy leader, because it was quite serious stuff that he was going through at the time. And she says about the elections coming up, the general election in April 2019. She talks about just the sheer pressure she was on and the sheer pressure the party was on to get basically over the line, get to be the top party in the government, and get the office of the Prime Minister. Well, the Prime Minister to be Anthony Whitman, because live to see that. And she talks about her relief when he finally got out of hospital when he was in Spain, and to lead the party into the April 2019 general election, where they done very, very well in the election, of course, being the main party in the government. She talks about the formation of the cabinet, Anthony Whitman's cabinet, in June 2019. And she talks about how she became Minister for Transport. Now, it was only for a few months she was Minister for Transport and Communication. But she got the position because she was such a hard worker and worked tirelessly to get the party over the line, the Social Democrats in this case. And she says about how loyal she was to him, and it clearly shows that she was very loyal to him and stuck with him, no matter about how the challenges were, and especially such pressure she was under, along with the party too, to get there. So then we come to the fall of Anthony Whitman's cabinet, and particularly the registration of him as Prime Minister, leading the way for Sannamarin to become the Prime Minister of Finland. And this is to do with the postal strike, and people from outside of Finland probably wouldn't know what that was, but it was to do with basically a state company like on Post here in Ireland. They wanted to outsource pretty much the work to a non-unionised company, I suppose you would say, non-interstate scale, less pay, less rights, etc. And of course this was a big scandal for about 700 workers, and there was loads of strikes, because obviously Finland is a welfare society, and unions are very strong, etc. And of course everybody was not happy with it, and particularly the Social Democrats being the Workers' Party, and obviously along with other parties in the government, particularly being left-leaning parties. A lot of people were very upset about it, and it was a huge scandal. She talks about too, obviously being five parties in coalition, the centrist party too, being very critical of the Prime Minister, and obviously they needed the centrist party to keep the government going, to keep the majority in Parliament, etc. And it shows too, just to say, that she supported them no matter what, Anthony Whitman, and she was very loyal to him. But above all, it shows the sheer chaos and to do with the scandal in the background, that it was just utter chaos, and it did lead the way for Sannamarin to become the Prime Minister. She particularly talks about the point when they knew that the Prime Minister would resign, and that it would be pretty much a two-way contest, either Sannamarin and Antti Lindtman too. Obviously being the current leader of the Social Democrats too in Finland too, and at the moment. She talks about the moment that happens. There wasn't a shock, of course, but was she ready? Was she ready to put herself forward to get the leader of the Social Democrats, the leader as Prime Minister too? Would she get the votes? That was another thing. So she talks about how she gathered her supporters, how she gathered support, and how she was able to run a successful campaign to get the office of Prime Minister. She talks about how she remembers it, where she was at that time. She was in Brussels, and she says particularly here that she called her partner at the time, her later husband, and of course she had a 2-year-old daughter at the time, Emma, to ask should she run for the Social Democrats leadership position, and of course he said yes. But it just tells you, that anything is possible, really, that anything can happen, and you don't know, life is a mystery. She talks about the process too of the voting, because obviously the leadership of the Social Democrats voted for, and she talks about she was sure that she had the votes, etc., to get the top job pretty much as the Social Democrats leader. And she talks about particularly getting a place beside the Parliament building, a 1-bedroom apartment in the Parliament. And obviously her child was very small at the time too, and obviously she's from Tampere, up that direction of Finland, which was about 2 hour drive from Helsinki or so. And she talks about how her husband had to come all the way down from Tapbury literally at a moment's notice to come down to support her. She talks about the moment that she found out there was such that she was now the Prime Minister and the leader of the Social Democrats. And she talks about the selection of her government ministers and just the sheer gladness that was over. But little did she know, all the stuff that was coming before. And the last thing she says, do I really have this, to her friends when they gathered in her apartment. And I do think it's important just to say that on that point, that, we always question ourselves, even myself, we often question ourselves on our decisions. But I do think sannamarin made the right decision, and I do think she done right, because she was never going to get it handed. Nobody's ever going to get anything handed in life. So if an opportunity ever does come, and I think this is the main point Sanna makes too in this chat and in the introduction, if anything ever comes your way that you really, really want, and you think you can make a difference, don't let fear take over you. Go for it. Try it. See what happens. But don't be afraid to go for it. And I think that's what Sanna's pretty much saying here. So we move on to chapter 2, which I do think is really, really important, this chapter of her childhood, and briefly talking about all the media attention, particularly being the youngest Prime Minister. I'm sure the majority of people would remember that. I remember it very fondly too. That all the attention that Finland got and sannamarin got, obviously being the youngest Prime Minister in the world, the media went wild. Not even just in Finland, but across the world, even radio television sharing here, etc., in Ireland. And she talks about the sheer just amount of phone calls and the sheer amount of just interest in the story. And she does say that she felt bad she didn't delete the videos or photos of her young daughter at the time on her Instagram. But yeah, just reading it, and I suppose looking back on it personally myself, it was an insane thing. Like, it was literally everywhere for about a week that the youngest Prime Minister in the world was elected in Finland, a young woman, sannamarin, as we know. But yeah, it's just insane. Even looking back, and I remember it, and it's quite insane. Of course, I knew about sannamarin before she was the Prime Minister too, and before she was widely known across the world. Then she goes on to say she was born in Helsinki but moved to Tapbury when she was 7 years old. And I do think sannamarin's particularly personal life story, she doesn't talk about it much, but I do think it's very important, and it really shows that she comes pretty much from nothing. She doesn't come from silver spoons, etc. She had to work for her position. She had to work hard, and it shows that if you work hard and you try your best and you do as much as you can do anything. And it just shows, and I think sannamarin, I think above all else, whatever your opinion of the woman is, that she worked hard, she worked her way from the bottom up, and she got to the position as Prime Minister. And nobody could have, looking and reading the story, particularly what she says when she was younger, and being in the place that she grew up, I suppose, in Perkala, just outside Tapbury. It's a very, I suppose, working class neighbourhood, but you never would think that somebody that would later become the Prime Minister would have grown up there. She says about living in the modest 2-bedroom rented apartment. And she talks a bit about her mother's background, that she grew up in an orphanage, and she has a very humble background, and worked very low paid jobs, etc. Throughout her life. And I think this is the most devastating bit too. Obviously I knew about it beforehand, but I think it's a devastating thing too, particularly about sannamarin's father, that he was a raging alcoholic. And he spent a lot of money on drink, etc. It's a very sad thing, but unfortunately it's a thing now that's far too common. Even nowadays it's still common that a lot of fathers, even mothers in some cases, are alcoholics, and to the detriment of the children, not even to themselves but to the children. And she talks about her mother having to leave her father to find a better life. And I do think her mother was right, because sannamarin wouldn't be in the position she is today if she would have stayed with her father, because they wouldn't have had anything, literally nothing. They'd had nothing already. But particularly this, and it's really sad to see this, that when she was younger too, she remembers waiting at the railway station for her father to turn up for meetings and stuff, because she never really seen him much in her life when she was young. and he never turned up, and it's a sad thing to have to read, of course. But I do think it makes you strong when these things do happen. I do think there's another side to this, even just for only people, not just speaking Sandra personally, but I do think there's another side to it too. When these upsetting moments happen in life, it kind of gives you another view on life. It kind of gives you the courage to go on to, in a way, even though it's an upsetting part, and of course she was a child at this point too. But she talks about too, when she became an adult too, she wasn't inclined to build a relationship because they didn't have a relationship, pretty much. She talks about too that her mother didn't have a secondary level education, a secondary school education, and she worked all sorts of jobs to support us. She talks about the high, pretty much after. She talks about the 1980s economy in Finland, the social services, the school, the daycares, and then she goes on to talk about the Soviet Union collapse in the 1990s. Finland was hit particularly hard, of course, being a huge export, being beside Russia. That Finland had a bit of an economic collapse because of the collapse of the Soviet Union, the biggest trader partner. It was massive unemployment, massive bankruptcies, pretty much what's happening today in Finland too. She talks about too having to share her school books and other supplies because of the economic downturn in the late 90s, or the early 90s, may I say, into the late 90s. She remembers writing notebooks instead of workbooks to save money, public money at the time, because obviously being an economic downturn, the state couldn't provide much. She talked about her interest too, that she loved hobbies, that she loved dancing and art and walking in nature. Particularly Finnish people love their nature, and we see now in a second too more about nature. And she says, and I think this is the most important thing for any parent watching too, I think this is the most important thing if you have a child, that the most important thing to do is to encourage your child. You encourage them, they can do anything, encourage them, and I do think that's important. And even just when I was at the event with sannamarin, she said that her mother always encouraged her, that she could be anything and she could do anything. And I do think it's important, and I think the thing that sannamarin said before at one point, that if you have somebody that believes in you, that you can do anything. If you just knowing that you have somebody that believes that you can do it, I do think that helps you. It does help you, because you might believe in yourself, but it's important that other people believe in you too, and that you have that knowledge inside your heart and your soul, that people do believe in you, and of course your parents are your number one people that believe in you, no matter what you do. But it's important that you show that to your children, particularly when they're young, that you can do anything, you can be anything. She talks about when she was younger, seeing books and TV shows talking about different parts of the world, and thinking to herself that she never see. But obviously, of course, today she was able to go everywhere, which is great. But she just it's a thing to say, and I often thought about it too when I was younger too. Just speaking personally, for a second. When I was younger too, I often seen documentaries and stuff of different places, etc. And of course, as you know, it's only 2 years ago since I left Ireland for the first time to go abroad to Finland, would you believe? Maybe sannamarin had a bit of a touch in that, but let's put that way. But yeah, it's quite an amazing thing, and I do encourage people, if you do, the best thing to do is when you're young, and I know it's not easy because things are tough nowadays, but do always travel. Try and travel a bit, see the world a bit, see different things. It gives you a different view in the world. But not even that too, it's important just to kind of get away from stuff, relax, go and see something else. And it's important. I do think Sandra's right in that, but it is a credit to her that she is able to travel, take for example, from the United States to Finland to the United Kingdom, and do big open events for people to to watch her and to listen to sannamarin, to speak her mind on different topics. I'm thinking of even just the Pendulum Summit I was in Dublin back in January of this year. A lot of people went to see sannamarin, me included. I went to see her personally just because of that. But yeah, it was a huge honour, of course, to see her in Ireland, of course. But what I'm trying to say is you should always try and see places, do things. She goes on to talk about an elementary school, or primary school, basically in Ireland. And this is the thing, I have a personal story here to say. So I went to Portland, I seen her primary school where she grew up. There was beside a big forest, and I do remember the time. The person that was showing me around saying, oh yeah, there used to be a big forest here just beside the school, but now obviously it doesn't exist. And sannamarin talks about it in her book here, and we'll get into that now in a second. But I do think she touches on a very interesting point, and any person that's ever been to Finland would know what I'm talking about here too. The Finnish people they love their environment, they love their nature. They're very protected of their nature, particularly their trees, and of course nature in general too, but particularly their trees. It means a lot to them. It's something that does guide them, and it's something that does relax them. It's hard to describe, the true spirit of Finland. She talks about when she was 8 or 9, the person that privately owned the land wanted to knock down the trees to sell for timber. And she talks about this, I suppose, the main interesting bit of pretty much nearly the whole book for me too. Just how of a young girl, like as I say, 8 or 9, sannamarin, of course, being devastated. And I think she writes too that this was the first time she kind of felt that something needs to be done. This is wrong. And I think we all did. I can even just remember myself, my first, when I've seen things, when I was able to realise, what's happened in society, etc., that this is wrong and stuff. And she says about there was a wider debate in a small town and school to do with these trees being cut down. There was a lot of trees, I think about 100 or so, give or take, I think, what I was told at that time. But at the time I never put two and two together. It was just when I was talking to this woman from her hometown, the new sannamarin. It wasn't like said to me, oh yeah, sannamarin was very upset about these trees. They were like, oh yeah, there used to be loads of trees here. But I never questioned it. So now I know. What I'm trying to say, I was able to put that piece of the puzzle together from sannamarin's book here. But yeah, it said about how stressed she was and how upset she was. And, I don't blame her. But and that she basically could do nothing. That's and I think that's what she says there is something that is very hard to accept in life. That we see things in the media, we see things all the time, we see suffering in the world, and we feel helpless. We feel like we're stuck to the ground, that we can't move, that we can't change something, that we can't do something. And I do think, and I do admire sannamarin, even at 8 or 9. The next part of it, it's saying about the road leading up to the forest, they began hanging, waving Finnish flags and singing the national anthem. As a protest, I suppose. And I suppose you would say this is sannamarin's first political action when she was 8 or 9. But you can see, and as she said, the owner of the land, because obviously it was privately owned, wasn't owned by the government or the state or the school. He had the right to do whatever he wanted with the land because that's how private property works. But she says it was an important lesson of political life, and the first step, I suppose, in her political life too, because she took action, as the book says, hope and action. But because it's important to take action, and it's important to speak your mind, and it's important to express your feelings, regardless if it's about trees, regardless of what it's about. It's important to speak, and it's important to stand up and to be counted. She goes on to say too that she was the first person in her family to graduate from high school, which is a very remarkable achievement, just to say, being the first person in her family to graduate from high school. And she goes on to talk about when she was the Prime Minister, and when the Social Democrats were in government years later, that she brought in, because there was a lot of dropouts, and we see that in Ireland too here. There was a lot of dropouts, and they basically made it mandatory for people to keep going to secondary school and not to drop out, or go to vocational studies, because it is very critical, and I don't think we appreciate it, even just a young person myself. We don't appreciate even the secondary school, even national school education, because it's vital. It is really vital for your development. It's vital for you to get to know people, not even that, to learn something. I do think it's absolutely vital, and I do think sannamarin was 100% correct, and of course in our government too were absolutely correct to make it like mandatory up until 16 for those individuals, because it's something that will stand to you, and it's important that you have it. And I do encourage any young person that's listening, please do stick, even though it's hard, stick with it, because sticking with it shows. It really, really shows. She talks about how that changed the number of dropouts, how that improved the economy, how that improved employment, because obviously people that have completed the full education are more entitled, more capable of being employed, and of course the economy too, because you have more high educated workers. She talks about Finland too, no tuition fee for university, and particularly how government brought in that books and stuff beforehand. They had to pay for books and textbooks and stuff for high school, and for universities too. They made it totally free for everyone, which is really, really great. because as you know, now they're only doing it now, and this is a good while ago too. But yeah, and she does talk about the price, and I just want to tell my personal experience too, with books and stuff being at secondary school too, that the ordeal, price of books have gone up, and even when I was younger too, the ordeal, like books and stuff for maths and stuff, the ordeal, like with small books and stuff, they were nearly €30 and stuff, and you know, especially if you have 3 or 4 children, you know, it's an insane amount of money for people, particularly for people who don't have it. It's alright for the rich, but it should be in any sane country, or any country that has any kind of Western values. It should be free. Like, it should be the same and all. It should be free. Nobody should have to pay a penny for the books. And it probably should nearly be digital now, to be honest. Like, the days of books have pretty much gone out of order. But, you know, you could argue that. But we make an exception for Sannamarin's book. Once in a generation book, if you may use that. But she talks about, too, being a more equal society. We're bringing this proposal in. And of course it helped people. It really, really helped people grow their education and achieve more. And I do agree 100% it did, of course. She goes on to talk about the education reforms she done along with the social healthcare reforms. And of course they were very significant reforms, and obviously COVID was in the middle of it and stuff, so they done very, very well to get them through, particularly with everything else going on at the time. And she does mention briefly about the ageing population, which is a huge problem in the West, as you know. And particularly the last bit in chapter 2, she talks about Finland's based on trust. And being there, and of course being there a few times, you can see that in society. The people trust each other. That the whole system, the whole identity of Finland, the whole core of Finland is based on trust. Trust in the state, trust in each other. And of course it's important to keep public trust, particularly for governments and stuff. It's important to keep the people on your side and to keep the people working with you. But of course, and just saying in Ireland's case, and particularly with the current Finnish government, trust has gone out the window in a lot of the cases across the West, which is really, really important. But sadly, we do need more people like sannamarin. And particularly one thing she says here when she talks about how grateful she was to grow up in Finland, it should never, pretty much growing up wherever you grow up, should never determine the course of your life. And I do think that's important, regardless of where you grow up, regardless of what your family situation is. It should never determine, oh, because I'm too poor, I can't achieve this, I can't do this. I think the woman behind me, if anybody ever says that, just point to her, because, you know, anything can happen when you see a person, like a truly amazing person like sannamarin, get to the position of Prime Minister, particularly with such a harsh background she comes from, and such a deep, published background. You know, anything is possible. The sky's the limit, and it really, really is. And I do think anybody that ever says that, and of course that's what I'm going to point to as soon as anybody ever says that to me, yeah, look at sannamarin, because anything can be anything can be achieved. It doesn't matter how small, but you can always get somewhere. And particularly the last bit to close out chapter 2, she says, do your own part to make a small or big difference in the world. And I do think that's important. Do your bit, and even if it's the most smallest way imaginable, always try and do your bit to make your life, first of all, better. But of course, to make the people around you, your country, or even your community, your small village, wherever it may be, do something to try and help others, because that's the thing you should do, is the right thing. But of course, try and make a difference in the world, because unfortunately there's far too many people out there that have bad intentions to do evil in the world. So always try, and particularly if you're a good person. I know it's so difficult, and speaking that you want to do good, but you don't know how, and it's fear. A lot of it is fear that's keeping you back from doing good. Don't let fear conquer you, and that's as simple as that. And I think sannamarin is a great example of that. So in chapter 3, she talks about joining the Social Democrats, which is her party that she basically, nowadays we can call it Sannamarin's party, because that's basically what it is. She talks too about going to university, and I want to just briefly touch on this particularly. Talking about when she left high school and went to university college, what we would call here. She did not know what to study, and a lot of people are the same, and a lot of young people particularly are the same. They don't know what to do, and you know, it's difficult. And particularly I found this, she's often said this too, politics seemed very far away, people in grey suits, which is true. There's old men in grey suits, and in some cases, you know, old women too. But you look at the United States Congress, you even look at Ireland here, the Dáil and the Shannon here. There's people here, so it's, you know, they must have been 10 years old when they went into the Dáil. but they're nearly 80 or 90 now. They should be long retired. And these are people that are telling young people, how they should live their lives and how they should do this and how they should do that. So it is quite, I'm sure everybody would agree, it's quite refreshing to have such a young woman, a young person too, of course, being a Prime Minister of a country, of course. Stands out from the crowd, let's put it that way. But I do think it's a very fair point, particularly. She says about that she first started theologically, and that when she left high school, she started working as an office clerk in the youth service in Temporary. And this sounds crazy now, the next bit for Irish people, and even for people in the West nowadays, like in the late 90s, and I suppose in the early 2000s, it would have been insane now to say to young people now that they could afford, her and her partner at the time, or former husband, could afford to go and get in a rented apartment in a city in Europe. Like, anybody nowadays would have told you were mad if you said that to them, that you could get a rented apartment, that you could get a place, first of all. Anybody would have told you were mad, but it just shows you how times have changed in just less than probably 10, 15 years. And of course, sannamarin isn't that old, but you get what I'm saying. It's hard to believe it. But yeah, it just shows the change in the world too. She talks about applying to the University of Temporary too, and you're going to a political meeting of the Social Democrats youth group in Temporary. She talks about going to the meeting in the Temporary's Workers' Hall, and I've been there in that place in Temporary, so it's quite something when you're like, oh yeah, I know that place, I was there. But she goes into the room and she talks about the first meeting that she ever went to, and everybody's staring at her because her family, usually in a lot of cases, the same in Ireland, a lot of, if being a form to get, usually your family's related somehow to them, or your grandfather was in them, or your father was in them, or your mother was in them. sannamarin was not in any political party, or her mother wasn't in any political party, so it must have seemed very odd to them. And particularly, she says here, for a young person, and again, even a few years ago, even just looking back at my time, it was unusual too. It's unusual. You can see some similarities, let's put it that way, for and a lot of politicians here probably would say the same thing about me, that it's very odd to see a young person take interest at such a young age, particularly me too when I was younger. It's very odd, but we could say that, but they'd like to independently go to these meetings and stuff, and it's a shock, especially to old men and old women, that they don't get it. As simple as that, they don't get it. But yeah, I'm happy that sannamarin did go to their meetings, of course, because only for that sannamarin would never become the Prime Minister and would have never started a political journey. This is the thing I relate to so much now, this next bit, and this is to do with the debates, and particularly the political debates, political parties particularly. In Ireland it's the same. They were talking about who hosted them. She couldn't believe it. The main issues were not talking about the things that were facing young people, facing the whole peers at the time. They were on about who's paying for lunch, who's going to pay for the lunch, who's going to pay for this, the lunch and the food and stuff. And I can imagine that, and I know myself, I was at meetings and stuff. Instead of the thing that was supposed to be done, issues that were affecting Carpentry, was where I'm from. When I was interested in politics, I went through a few political things. And I remember just turned into another farce, excuse my language, but that's Irish people call it a joke. Because it was a farce, because the main thing was talked about who's paying for the food and who's paying for this, and all this and all and all that. It was just going around in circles, listening to people talking about who's paying for the food and who's paying for the tea and who's doing this. Like, this is what happens in these political meetings. They don't talk about the issues, and it's the issues that's important, not the excuse my language, not the fucking food, excuse my language, or the drink and stuff. But let's be fair, and I think Sandra's right in that, because I experienced it myself, to be totally honest. So I get 100% in that, because I couldn't believe when I first went into meetings and heard they were more worried about the food than the things that were happening. Like, it was insane, and these people are councillors, and and they're more worried about the food, the grub, than they are worried about what the people think of them, and so it's absolutely mad. It's absolutely farcical, but it is the truth, and and it is a similarity that I recognise too, because I had to live through it too. But particularly, there's another thing I wanted to point out about this chapter, particularly, that a lot of people used to tease her, including her ex-husband, that she spent more time in the student cafe debating people, and I think that's a great thing. It's a great sign in politicians and stuff. It's a great sign in a person too, when they're willing to talk and debate, not even just use the word debate, but we're able to talk to people, to discuss people's problems. Because see, the problem with modern day politicians, they don't want to talk to people. They don't care. As simple as that, they just don't care. As long as they get their money, at the end of the week, they don't care. And I think and it shows that Sannamarin, and the picture shows behind you that she is one of a kind. She is really, really one of a kind, and somebody that should be cherished in Finland. Because it's a very unique person, like really, really unique. There's not a politician that I could point to be told. And I've met hundreds of politicians in my life, councillors, TDs, what you would call in Finland MPs. Nobody compares to Sannamarin. Sannamarin's just a different level altogether. A bit biased, you could say, but yeah. Particularly the thing I find the most funniest, I suppose, about this, that her friends always joked that she'd become a politician. And of course, Sannamarin has said many, many times over the years she never wanted to be a politician. It just kind of happened. And it kind of did in a way. Even though Sannamarin put a huge amount of effort in, etc., to get to where she was. It just kind of happened. Everything just kind of lined it up. The stars aligned, as you may use that phrase. But they were right. And to be totally honest, if I was in their position too and seen Sannamarin, I would probably say the same thing. Because looking at it, you can see the ambition. You can see that she had something deep down, a deep set of forwardness. I suppose what I mean by that is nothing was going to stop her, and that's the thing. That's what we want in life. We want good leaders like that. And I wanted to briefly touch on this because I think this is very important too. I was always being busy. I always worked since I was 18. So just imagine that. A lot of young people nowadays are still in college, etc. They don't work. While at university, my studies, I always had a job. And that's quite an insane thing, especially because she was studying some high level stuff. It wasn't like just an only course. It was a high level thing. It was absolutely insane. She says she was eligible for student loan, but she didn't have to do that because she was working, and I think it's great. And unfortunately nowadays, a lot of young people can't make ends meet. Years ago, things were easier. I'm sure even Sannamarin would say to herself that a young person could do it nowadays. In Ireland, for example, went out to the place and go to college without working and stuff. It's a sad thing to say, but things nowadays have gotten more tougher than years ago. And I do think this next bit is something that I think we all should think about a bit now and again. She was saying about student loan. I couldn't trust to be able to pay back the loan if something happened to me, prevented me from working later in life. And that's entirely true. And I think that the sad thing about it, and I think Sannamarin said too, that life is a mystery. It is. We don't know what can happen to us tomorrow. We don't know what can happen to us today. We just kind of live it. We kind of live in the moment. We don't know. And she's right in saying we don't know. We can't. We're here on a holiday pretty much, and that's the thing. Some of us are here for longer than others, and that's the sad reality of life. But it's the gift of life too, because it's precious. And she's right about saying that, because you just never know, and she was right not to take it. And particularly what she says too at the end, particularly about I've learned a lot since in sales in groceries and clothes shops, talking to customers. Considering all work is valuable, conditions are fair. And I think that's all work is valuable. Any job you do is valuable. It's valuable. If you're stacking the shelves in the shop, you're valuable because you're giving people products. You're making sure people are fed and have food for their families when they go home at evening. If you're on the till of a shop, you're making sure they get the money, the shop gets the money, and that you get your goods and services. If, say for example, you're a man cleaning the streets, you're making sure that the public has nice clean streets and that people are proud of their town and village or wherever they're from. It's the same if you work in the HSE in the health service. You're looking after people. You're looking after people who are sick and who are dying, unfortunately. But you're doing a public service. You're doing a great service to the state and to people, not even just to the state, to people. And every work is invaluable. Regardless of what you do, it's always valuable to somebody. Regardless if you're just doing cleaning out the shed for somebody or you're mowing the grass for an elderly person, your work is valuable to them because that's saving them the work. And even though you get paid, and of course being fair conditions, not long hours, etc. So I 100% agree with Sanna there. And then she goes on to talk about the diversity, I suppose, of the Finnish Parliament compared to Ireland. In Ireland, just giving a bit of backstory, we pretty much only had two parties for the last maybe nearly 100 years, which was Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Fine Fáil. The Republican Party, then Fine Gael, the conservative, so-called conservative party, but never really been much other parties up until recently, up until the last 20 years. We had the Social Democrats of Sinn Féin took their seats back in Dáil a few independent Social Democrats, People Before Profit, Solidarity, etc. aim to. But Finland's quite unique. It had loads of political parties. The Green Party, as I say, the Social Democrats, the Left Alliance, uh, the, the the National Coalition Party, the basic Finns, the true Finns, may I say too. But yeah, she talks about too how much she cares about the environment, etc., and particularly for Nordic countries. And just going back to the point that she was making about the youth meetings, the first meeting that she went to, she was saying she was quite disappointed in it. And it was boring and dusty and out of touch. And I do think that's a line too that's important for nowadays, not even in the early 2000s, the mid 2000s. Still nowadays, a lot of politicians just out of touch, they don't understand. And I don't think even we, as ordinary people, citizens of Ireland, take this up in my case, we don't understand. The world is changing so rapidly. It's hard to understand because it's so rapid. Every day things have changed. Things have changed a huge amount in the last 10 years, 5 years even 3 years has changed a huge amount. But a lot of politicians don't care to change because they don't care, because as long as they get in, they don't care. But Sannamarin's obviously a lot more different, cares a lot more, wants to understand what people's concerns, people's emotions, people's feelings. And I think that's what separates leaders from the weak. You know, may use that phrase too, because that shows real leadership when you see them kind of people. And it is unfortunate that Sannamarin is no longer the Prime Minister. We will get to that eventually. That's big a long discussion for about an hour or two maybe. But it's something to think about. And then she talks about when she finally joined it, she joined it very quick. She talks about she didn't care much for socialising, going out with friends. But just an interesting point just to point out here. Obviously Sannamarin is more social nowadays. We're seeing with the party video, etc. She's a lot more social, she's a lot more friends, etc. You know, especially because she says back then she wasn't, but nowadays she is. But she became completely obsessed with politics, a bit like myself, I suppose. So we see some similarities there. I was spending all my time at party meetings with my fellow students. I learned a lot about politics and history. And I do think that's important because it's about learning from other people. And I do think it's important to hear other people's views, even though you might not agree with it. It's important just to even be there to hear their views. And to understand, and I think Sannamarin said it herself the other day in California, when she was out in California just recently enough, that she said we should understand people, regardless of what their view is. We should understand where they're coming from, understand how they got that view, and why they think like that, and why they came to that view, what their values are. And I think that's the most important thing in life, that we understand where people are coming from, because we shouldn't in society demonize people for their views, because it leads to resentment. And we could go on for hours, but I do think it's important that everybody's listened to, and I do think Sannamarin is one of them politicians that listens to anybody, regardless of who they are. And I think it's a good skill. Not many politicians can do that. Not many people can do it. But just taking at them as people and understanding their emotions and understanding the concerns maybe about different issues, etc. It's very important. There's not many politicians like her on that regard. She goes into a bit of the history of the Social Democrats. Obviously, Finland used to be ruled by the Russian Empire, and of course Sweden too. And she says with the Social Democrats, which is basically Sannamarin's party, let's just call it what it is, being the oldest party, and it is the oldest party in Finland. She talks about the Social Democrats being in power since 1995 to 2003, then obviously lost to the Conservative parties. She talks about Finland joining the European Union in the 1990s, just a bit after the Soviet Union collapsed, and how much that helped Finland, particularly Nokia, the phone company, that are strong, and that still are great phones, Nokia. Unfortunately, they're not doing as well as they are years ago because obviously the digital transition to things. But she says how it benefited a lot of people in Finland, particularly. She talks about in fall 2008, she campaigned for her first election. With no experience, no connections or money. I wanted to put something new for my home city. And I think that's just a great saying, and just straight up, that you have nothing to give, but you have all to give at the same time. Because you have no money, you have nothing, but you want to do good. Yeah, and I think that's a good thing to show. Because there's too many people with too much money, and they throw money at elections and stuff. And they're no good, let's put it that way. But when you have nothing to give, and you show the people, I have nothing to gain by doing this, I do think that's a great thing. And this sounds crazy now, but social media wasn't that widespread in 2008, and I didn't even have social media in 2008, but it wasn't as popular as it is today. She said, I didn't win a seat in the city council but got over 160 votes, about half what I needed to get in. So, which is pretty good for anybody's first time around to get such amount of votes, such amount of trust, if what Sannamarin would say. And of course, she was still young. But as she says here, and I think this is the thing about everybody, regardless if you're running as an independent or which party you want to vote, that still 160 people went out and voted for. Give to her the benefit of the doubt, I suppose we would say now. Give her the trust in her. And of course that motivated her, and I think that does motivate people. And as I said before about the topic a few chapters ago, when somebody believes in you, regardless if you know them or not, but if somebody believes in you, and particularly your parents, as I used the example, but even just only strangers, only members of the public in Tampa, if they believed, they could see that you could do something, that you could get somewhere, that alone motivates people, and it does. And I do think, and I encourage people to do motivate people, because there's far too many good people, particularly, and just speaking from my own experience here, far too many good people that want to do good, that care a lot, that care so much about their feelings and their values, are just left down because the system breaks them down. And unfortunately, people that are evil and people that want to benefit themselves get in. But this is the thing: we should always try and help good people, like as I say, Sannamarin. But we should always do our best to help people. Because we should always give people a chance. That's what I would do. She talks about her mother being a lesbian in the LGBT community. Now, obviously, back then that would have in Ireland that would have been blasphemy, but. She says it was quite normal too, like it wasn't as ostracised, for example, as it would be in Ireland or anything back then. And then she talks about too the global recession in 2008, and Irish people know that too well, unfortunately. In 2008, Ireland was hit very, very hard by the financial collapse in 2008. Mainly the bankers' fault, but she talks about just the sheer despair of a lot of people in the system, and how the system basically shut out of a lot of people in terms of home ownership, etc. She talks about too her first television interview in 2010, which is not that long ago when you really think about it too. She was the National Social Democrats Youth Organisation chair, and she's like, I love debating and enthusiastic and stuff about debating, which is a great thing to see, particularly for such a young person that age too. What I'm trying to say, you can see patterns here. When you really look at the story, you can kind of see how Sannamarin got to where she was. Let's put that way. You can definitely see 100%. Like just reading the first few pages, you can see that she was going far. Let's put that way. And the same with some people. I've seen people in my local area. I can see they're going far. Like, say for example, singers. There's some good singers I know, and you can see the ambition. They're going to make it someday. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but someday they're going to make it because they can see. You can see something in them, and that's the thing. When you can see something, and you know they're going to do it, and when you can see their actions and stuff, you know someday they will break through that barrier. I suppose, to put it. And I think this point is very, very true for this bit, and I suppose I might need to give a bit of backstory here to do with the television interview. So years ago, the True Finns used to be called the True Finns. Nowadays, they're called the Finns, but basically the True Finns, same thing. She talks about them gaining a huge amount of support after the financial crash in 2011, and as we know, the True Finns are in power now in Finland, Wikipolka, etc. Oh, it's just a mess. Let's put it that way. So we need Sannamarin back. Let's put that, because that's the only person that seemed to be able to keep Finland stable and in the right direction, because at the moment in time the current government, just speaking on behalf just for myself, not here, it's just a mess. It's just a mess. We could go into all the details, but she goes into some of it herself later on and we'll get there, I suppose. But she talks about how people lost faith in parties and lost faith in the system, particularly after the global crash in 2008, and still to this day too, it's truer more now than ever. The people have lost faith in parties, particularly in Ireland. Like every day of the week now, there's parties being formed to say, oh, we can solve all the problems of the Irish people, we can do this or we can do that. And people are just kind of sick of it, because regardless of who you vote, and this is the attitude of a lot of young people, and it's a sad thing to say, but a lot of young people would say to you, what's the point? And when you hear that, it's a sad thing to have to say in a democracy in Ireland, that a lot of young people are saying, what's the point? Because it's the same answer, you have to leave at some point, because you can't make a life for yourself. And when you hear that from a young person, it's devastating. It's truly devastating. And then she goes on to talk about the municipal elections in 2012, which she done up her own flyers, etc. which she got elected, along with going to university too. And it must be tough, just thinking, it must be tough like being in a city council and, you know, of a big city. Like a small county would be hard enough, but being a council of a big city and going to university at the same time would be tough for anybody. Like, let's be fair. Not many people could do it. And she talks about too when she became the chair of the Tapbury City Council. And particularly, and this is the thing I've seen in Tapbury too, to speaking personally too for a second, I've seen the benefit the trams take for example in Tapbury. This was talked about in 2016, but obviously been there recently, just a May gone by. I've seen the benefit that it had for the people of Tapbury, the tram system. It's a great tram system. It is. It's not as big as Helsinki or stuff like that, but still does the trick and it helps a lot of people. And of course, it's good for the environment and people get the bang for the buck. And she mentions about all the population in Tapbury, which is nearly 300,000 other people too. She says about how the project was due to a lot of cost because it's a tram system, it takes a lot of money. But she says how they could get it over the line, particularly when she was the chairperson of the council. She was able to get it across the line without much of an argument, I suppose. Even though there were some arguments and stuff, but they were able to get it across the line. And I do think Sannamarin has a lot of thanks for that, because only for her being the chair, I don't think it would have ever got over the line, to be totally honest with you. Because if you rely on the true Finns, etc., I don't know what to tell you. I think you'll be waiting for the next 30 years to come. But yeah, she done very, very well to get, and that's only one of the projects in Tapbury. There's more we could talk about. It's absolutely insane to the amount of projects that were undertaken during Sannamarin's term too, as a city councillor in such a short period of time too. She talks about too being elected the vice chair of the Social Democrats, which was the first person ever to be the vice chair of the Social Democrats. She talks about all the, pretty much one up and down from Tapbury to Helsinki for sitting down for media interviews, and just driving to different cities to meet other people, and to boost their confidence and stuff, and talking to local people and giving speeches, etc. And this draining, and even just nowadays, just speaking about her book, she had to go from New York and other parts to do a book promotion in America and then England, then going to Finland. Like when I met her, she had to go to 3 events that day after coming just back from the United States and then off again to another place. It must be draining. And even for a young person too, it must be draining when you have to run up and down the length and breadth of a country to campaign and stuff. And of course, Sannamarin has just nerves of steel and just incredible will. I don't think there's much politicians that has as much will as Sannamarin does. As Finnish people would say, sisu. To be totally honest, we will talk about that eventually in chapters to come. But I do think it's only for Sannamarin. I don't think the Social Democrats would have, even to this day, I don't think they would do as well. I think Sannamarin herself, and we'll talk about this eventually some other day too, when we get around to it on the topic. But only for Sannamarin, I don't think the Social Democrats would be as popular as they are today, because Sannamarin basically is the face of the Social Democrats, regardless of who is the leader now, Andy Lidman or whoever they put as the leader of the Social Democrats. Sannamarin is always going to be the face of the Social Democrats. And that's just a simple fact, because you can see all the work she put into it, and only for her, I don't know would the Social Democrats be what they are today, and it's a genuine question because I don't think they would. So the next chapter Sanna talks about is the learning curve, which basically when she was elected to Parliament, the parliamentary elections in 2015, which is the first time Sanna was elected to Parliament, the Finnish Parliament, which is not that long considering her rise too. She was Prime Minister in 2019, December 2019. It's quite a short period of time to be elected to Parliament and straight away pretty much nearly as Prime Minister. It's quite an achievement. Not many politicians, I can't think of many politicians here in Ireland that could achieve such a feat, I suppose, to put it, especially with a lot of support. She does talk about too the Social Democrats, her party, Sannamarin's party, because pretty much we can refer to the Social Democrats as her party, that they only received 16.5% of the vote in 2015, which is not great too. On a national level, it's not great. And she goes on, and I do have a personal story to tell here, particularly about the Parliament House, as they call it in Helsinki, on Mannerheimazum. It is really a unique building. I was in it. I actually had tea and stuff in the Parliament cafe there It's a really nice building. It was built in the 1920s, and Sanna says in the book too that she really liked. I think it was really, really cool. I do think nearly it's better than Leinster House here and all. I never was in Leinster. I imagine it was in the Finnish Parliament, but it was never in the Irish Parliament. But I do think it's really, really good, the inside of it. And particularly how open it is. Like, you can go up to the steps of Parliament without security and stuff. And not many parliaments around the world you can do that, to bring it literally to the steps of Parliament, any issues. In Ireland, there's gates in front of the Leinster House. You're not allowed to go to the steps of Leinster House to argue your case. You have to go outside the gate, which is pretty much, it impedes democracy, in my opinion. But I do agree with Sanna. It's a really, really beautiful place, the Parliament House. So I can agree with Sanna 100% in that one. It's a really unique place, and I was very fortunate to visit it. She talks about too, in her first year as a member of Parliament, the pressure of being an MP, I suppose, to step up from a city council level, even though it's a lot of pressure still at the same time, but to an MP level, it's really something else. And she talks about an underlying tone of sexism, I suppose, in a way too, for women. Because obviously the time, even in Ireland too, there's not that many women politicians in the Dáil type, for example, where I am. It's unique kind of thing, particularly for young women in their 30s, etc. She talks about two people with different beliefs and different goals, and just basically, cause in a parliament or even in a council executive, there's always different parties, always different people with different agendas, different goals, different views, I suppose too. And it's important that you do realise this too, and just to say to anybody too, even in the workplace, even in your school, your college, not everybody's going to have the same opinion as you do, and I think it's important to acknowledge that, and important to know that people do have different views on different things, and of course and of course she talks about two skills, because it's important to have different skills in life and how to learn how to understand people's emotions, their feelings, etc., and of course how to communicate with them, and of course how to understand, learn different things in life, because life is all about learning, pretty much. You can never learn everything, but day to day in life you learn different skills, and it's important to put them to test. And Sanna says, particularly when you're a member of Parliament, you learn as you go, pretty much, because nobody can ever be prepared for a job like that. And then she goes on to talk about, particularly, obviously being elected in Tampere. She sat in Helsinki, obviously in the Parliament, the same as people in Cavan, because that DD's Chocty dollars here in Cavan go up and down to Dublin. Obviously Finland is a lot bigger of a country compared to Ireland, but obviously it's still an hour or so away from Dublin here in Cavan, was that Paul. But from Tampere to Helsinki is about 2 hours, give or take. And she was saying how she got a studio apartment in Helsinki, instead of having to go back and forth from Tampere to Helsinki, which is a bit of a distance too. Just to give you a bit of perspective, this is just as an only member of Parliament. Mondays and Tampare's were meeting, and majority of the week was pretty much between there and Tampere, home constituency, and going back and forth 2 hours on the train, with very, very little sleep, and waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning, getting ready to go to work, etc. It's just constant, and it just shows you it is just constant work, and I don't think we appreciate it too, as ordinary people too. Obviously, I had to get up to work for work in the morning. The majority of ordinary people, the majority of working class people, majority of Irish people, majority of Finnish people too, have to get up early in the morning to go to work at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, whatever time. So a lot of people do understand, but particularly as a politician and stuff, and particularly when you have to go there and thereabouts, it's a lot of work and it's a lot of time, especially when you have children. It's very hard. And I don't think we realise that too, that is a bit of a sacrifice, and it is hard for people to get up very early and to get to work, and especially if you're a parliamentarian, because you'll be working all night. She talks too, and I think this is an interesting thing, in 2017 she had the choice to run for mayor of Tampere, which currently, just an FYI I suppose, not related to the book at the moment, but currently her friend is the mayor of Tampere in the Social Democrats. I can't think of his name at the top of my head. But currently the Social Democrats do have the mayor's office in Tampere. She talks about too how the mayor is a highly respected role, and a very powerful role in the city of Tampere too. You have control over the budgets, etc. of the city. Compared to, just comparing it to here, the mayor's office, the Lord Mayor we would call it here in Cavan Gaeltacht to an Irish. The mayor of Tampere, the mayors in Tampere of different cities across Europe, the Irish version of Gaeltacht, which is mayor, it's pretty much only a ceremonial role. It's pretty much you don't do much. You get paid a lot of money, but you don't do much. But it's a huge role, and she said pretty much. She says she didn't want to give up her parliamentary job in Parliament, which I can respect that, because when you jump from a lonely council level then to go into the Parliament, I don't think many people would be willing to go back to the home constituency to be the mayor, even though mayor is a very respected job, don't get me wrong. But she decided against it, and I do think it was the best option, because she would have been mayor at Tapbury, but she would never probably got to be Prime Minister. Who knows? We can never probably say that for certain, but definitely would have took a few more years extra if that was the case. Then Sandra goes on to talk about in 2017 the party congresses. Obviously, parties have congresses now and again to make sure everybody's happy with their leader, etc. In this case, they still voted for Anthony Whitman. And she talks too about the rights of the Sami, the native Finns, up in Lapland particularly. She talks about their self-determination, etc. And about the economy, and about Finland. The Social Democrats when sannamarin was Prime Minister too, was to get Finland climate neutral by 2035. Obviously that's not going to happen now, unfortunately. But that was her goal back then, and still is probably to this day, but it's not possible to the current government is not interested in that, let's put it that way. And she talks about a lot of stuff here that was in the agenda, and we could see that she brought it forward when she became Prime Minister. So we can see kind of where it all came from. Why, particularly, as I said, you probably remember the last chapter, I did say about free books, etc. Sannamarin's government made that, and then obviously making it mandatory for people to stay on to 18 or so in secondary school for higher education, because of a lot of dropouts. And I think the next point, particularly Sanna talks about, politics is often a game of power, and that's pretty much what it is. It's a game of power. Who has the most power? Who has the most influence? Even though, as she says, a lot of people do want to change the world, make an influence, make an impact in the world in a small way or a big way. But a lot of it's to do with power, and that's the thing. It's all about money and power nowadays, more than helping people. It's all about getting yourself rich in a lot of cases with a lot of politicians. Of course, Sannamarin is the exception to that. There's not many people like Sannamarin, of course. But she is right in that. That's the way it's gone, unfortunately. And there's different types. Of course, some people in it just for the money and for the power. But there is people out there that want to do good, like Sannamarin, etc. But as she says, it's find solutions and compromises. Because that's really the most important thing, to find solutions. Not everybody's going to agree in every term and every bit of an issue. Take example, if you find a solution to the issue, not everybody's going to agree in it, but it's about trying to meet people in the middle and trying to work out something, trying to work some kind of compromise. Not saying, but will suit everybody, somewhere in the middle. She talks about too finishing her master's degree, and of course that's a huge master's degree. She spent, I think it was nearly 5 years or something studying the master's. It's insane the way they think about it too. But she talks about too, and I think this is really important, and it's not talked about enough in society, because obviously we know the birth rates across the world are very bad, particularly in Finland. It's not great, but of course the Finnish state for the last few years have helped people a lot in terms of having children, etc. But Sannamarin talks about here fertility issues, etc. And now obviously Sannamarin has one child, but she said you can never be ready pretty much to have a child, and I think that's true. And particularly now, and she says it too, that you never can be ready nowadays. Compared to years ago, people are so busy with work and with life, things get in the way. And of course fertility issues happen a lot now. People are less fertile than they were years ago, in a lot of cases too, and it's the truth. And I know so many people too who are more senior to me, I suppose, about 10 years elderly to me, in their 30s, so in the beginning of their 30s, they're trying to have children, etc. And it's just not happening for them in a lot of cases. It takes a long time for them to conceive of a child, etc. It's something in society, but it is something that's not talked about a lot. But and she does say it here, and she did say when I was at the event too, we were always waiting for the right opportunity, but the opportunity is never right, because there's always something going on, and that's the same in life nowadays. Life is not easy nowadays. There's always things getting in the way. And I do think a lot of people could, like particularly people who are married or people who are in a relationship, can understand that. I can't relate to that, but I've heard so many people over the years saying about, even known people and stuff. It's something that's very prevalent. It's not talked about enough in society about that. And she talks about it was the best choice she ever made. And, there's nothing better than the mother's love for their child, either be a daughter or a son. It's priceless. There's no money in the world can show the joy of having a child. And there's nothing in the world compares to it. And that's the thing. I've spoken to many people across my life, and there's nothing, and particularly some of them have many children and stuff, and there's nothing that they say there's nothing that, and some of these people would be, you're well off enough, and they said no money can buy it, and simple as that. Like the sheer love and the sheer pride they have in their children, there's no money that can buy it. There's nothing in the world compares to it, and it's great. It's really great to see it in sannamarin's book too, because it's something that money can't buy. It's something that's just, it's humanizing, I suppose, too, in a way to see it. But yeah, she talks about the parental leave, which obviously in Finland, as you know, it's the longest in the world. Sanna Marin's government done that. We get to that eventually too, but this is before she got to the office of Prime Minister, and she was saying about her and her husband, her ex-husband now, split the parental leave. She spent 6 months at home with Emma, and that her husband spent 6 months at home too. And I think Sanna Marin said it too, just not talking about the book for a second, but she said nobody ever regrets it. And I often, when I was in Finland too, I've asked people that have children, and they said they never regretted it, spending time with their children when they were young, taking that parental leave of both fathers and mothers. They never regret it, something that you never regret. But it does build a better bond, and I do think Sanna Marin's government did a good job in terms of extending the parental leave, etc., to people. I do think it was really, really good, and it's something that, and I think Sanna Marin said it better herself at the end of the book, and we get to that eventually. But that they're only small for so long, your children. As simple as that. And this you can always return to politics some other day. And I think it's the same for work or anything. Like your children and your children's early life, particularly, is so important. It's something that you never can get back. The time, and time is precious. It really, really is. And I suppose my advice, and I suppose what Sanna's saying to people too, not to, because the moment will never be right. So you always try and, do it. Have a family, because you never know what can happen. It's important just to live the moment, I think too. And she talks about after the parental leave, after those 6 months, she came back to Parliament in early 2019, which is just before she became Prime Minister at the end of December. And she was saying about the Social Democrats leading in the polls, etc. And obviously their leader, the poster scandal coming off that. She talks about during her first term as a parliamentary too, going home, rushing home to breastfeed her daughter too. And of course, when she was in Parliament, it must have been tough because trying to do everything, and of course looking after your child too. It must be very, very tough compared to just having an own 9 to 5. Because obviously being a minister, etc., Minister for Transport, of course, many things got in the way, of course. She does talk about the strong security, safety net that people do have in Finland, from, I suppose, the welfare state, going back to that it was very critical in a lot of cases too, because obviously members of Parliament, compared to Ireland, for example, they don't get as much in terms of money, etc., and allowances, etc., which is pretty much, it should be the same as Finland and Ireland, because I think they get too much here to be told to the politicians. And she says it's a credit really to Finland that to have such a system, because in Ireland it's more impossible than it would be in Finland to have a children and do a parliamentary war, and particularly being the minister at the time. It would be insane to try and do. And then she goes on to talk about too, she was only Minister for Transport and Communications for 6 months, which is insane to say, and then getting straight into the Prime Minister. It's unheard of in Ireland, for example, that somebody be Minister for 6 months and then straight away into the Prime Ministership of the Taoiseach's position here. And I think the main thing to talk about here, and particularly this next bit, is about, like many people, I was intimidated by new things when I was younger, and I suppose I can relate to this myself. Public speaking scared the hell out of me. I always blushed, thought, because I became very self-confident and afraid of it, and I think it's a queer thing to see Sanna Marin now go back to that, because Sanna Marin fears nothing, and I think that's the great thing about Sanna Marin. She fears nothing, and I think we should walk fear. She said about that when I was at my at our book launch in Helsinki, that you should walk with fear. You shouldn't fear. You shouldn't do things because you're afraid. You should just walk with it. You should walk with fear. You shouldn't let it get to you. You shouldn't let it conquer you. And I do think it's right. And Sanna Marin, thankfully, it didn't, because it does scare people. For even the best, I'm sure even Sanna Marin too, going in front of thousands of people, etc., in speaking places, even Prime Minister on the telly, etc., and stuff. It's something that's still, regardless how much you've done it, it's still at the back of your mind, that nervousness, because I think anybody would be nervous. Like, let's be fair, even speaking as a YouTuber, it is nervous, and sometimes when you talk about things and different things, because so many people are watching. In my case, not too many, but still it can. affect your nerves, etc. It can still affect the way you communicate stuff, and particularly obviously being dyslexic and stuff, it can communicate. And I do feel even when I was younger, I was very afraid to speak out against things, and afraid to state my opinion on different things. But nowadays, I don't feel it, and I think sannamarin, and I think even after meeting sannamarin, as you see behind me too, I'm a lot more determined in terms of my speaking. Beforehand, maybe I was a bit more muted, but nowadays I'm very determined to speak whatever I feel and say whatever I feel, because that's, you have your democratic right. And maybe sometimes I hold back, but nowadays I won't hold back. And I think that's the main thing, not to be afraid, because it was fear that conquered me, and I don't think I should let fear conquer me, and I don't think anybody should let fear conquer you. So my advice to people is always conquer your fear. Walk with fear. Don't let it control you. Don't let it stop you from doing stuff. Don't let it stop you from speaking. Don't let it stop you from doing anything in life. And she talks about too how she conquered it, how she conquered her blush, etc. And was able to manage it. And I suppose that's because we can never really conquer it, but we can manage it. We can normalise it, I suppose, in a way. And it's a good thing that sannamarin was able to do it, because it was a good skill. Because it's important to keep a level head when you're talking to the media, when you're talking into big politicians, take for example, in the European Council or anything like that. And she talks about too when she was Minister for Transport and Communication. Of course, AI at the time, when she was about 2019, which I did hear about first of all, that it was starting to be talked about around that time, but it wasn't as prevalent, of course, as it is today, and in a few years' time it will be more prevalent. But she talks about too the Chinese telecommunication company, Hawana, and other public networks that were there, that these have, and she says about the security risks, and she's right in a lot of cases that these Chinese companies, these Russian companies in a lot of cases too, have access to, even in Ireland, for example, there's Chinese companies who have access to our telecommunication networks. And it's a national security risk to Europe, of course, too, and of course Finland was no exception to that too. And as she says here, we should go towards European countries, not Chinese companies, etc. Because as she says here, the Chinese embassy could have had a role to play in it. She talks about too that she was nearly the Minister for Transport and Communication when she was there. That she was the one in the most spotlighted ministers, I suppose, in the government, and that just kind of tells you her popularity too. And I think the next bit is really, really important. In October 2019, I travelled with the President of the Republic Summit in ESCO and a delegation to the White House to see President Trump. You probably remember this. And this is to do with the icebreakers, and you probably thought about it recently enough with President Stubbs, the current President, and Prime Minister Petri Orban. They've signed the deal. Back when Donald Trump's first term, they were talking about it was being discussed then. So pretty much sannamarin is the person that you should be thanking for that deal, because there's a huge amount of money going to Finland for the icebreakers, and Finland produces the most icebreakers in the world and they're very good at it. So there's a lot to discuss, particularly about this, because it's so prevalent in the news, and we heard a lot about it, that the United States was buying icebreakers off Finland. So there's a lot to be discussed there. And I think the most like surprising thing for me in sannamarin's book here is I remember feeling anxious because Donald Trump was unpredictable, and I was worried about how he would react to a 33-year-old woman working in the government. And it must have been, I would love to know probably what Donald Trump did see, because sannamarin was a very young woman. But obviously sannamarin too has nerves of steel, and is not afraid of anybody, and that's something that it's a credit to her. And of course sannamarin in general is very impressive. But she talks about that, and and it must have been something too, because even just imagine going to the White House, going to the United States, the most powerful country in the world, into the White House. It would put anybody's, even regardless of who's the president, it would put anybody's nerves astray. But yeah, it was a critical partnership, as she says here. But I do think she's done very well, and we'll get into all the details now in a second too. She says too, and she remembers this detail, I think he drank a Coke with his meal. The issues were discussed about the new ships, particularly during the frozen waters, because obviously there's a huge battle for the Arctic at the moment, with the seas, with the ice melting, etc. So icebreakers are becoming more prevalent now for the global superpowers, the United States, China, etc. And of course Finland has the most knowledge of it. As sannamarin says herself here, Finland has 80% of the world's icebreakers, which is a huge amount when you really, really think about it. For military and for civilian use, and of course with tensions with Russia and China, the United States is very interested in buying it, She talks about the issues too. Finland wanted to build icebreakers and sell them to the United States, but there was an act in Congress, I suppose. Um, she says the Jones Act. I'm not too sure, but the Jones Act of the United States that prevented the United States buying, but of course they walked around it. But that was the thing that stopped Donald Trump during his first administration getting these icebreakers. But my point is that sannamarin was the woman that got it, and I think even former President Sami Ionesco said that he was very proud of sannamarin and very surprised by her because she was the lead pretty much negotiator on it. Obviously been Minister for Transport, and of course the icebreakers pretty much fallen under the Ministry of Transport too. That she done very well, and I do think she done very well, and she was essential, and I think majority of people, even the current Finnish government, I think acknowledge that she was very essential to this role, to getting Finland hundreds of billions of euro into the economy and to supporting jobs, and of course getting icebreakers for the United States. But it's important, particularly at the moment with such an economic downturn in Finland, that people have hope and people have jobs, and I think Petri Orban, the current Prime Minister, have said that too, even though they've kind of done it themselves. The current government have kind of made a bigger mess of everything than, they didn't have to cause as much havoc as they did. We discussed the restrictions, etc. And because again, sannamarin was pretty much the lead negotiator, apart from Sami Ionesco, the president, of course. She says even here that they didn't lead in the purchase of the icebreakers, but it started pretty much was the foundations, I suppose, of the deal that later we seen, literally before this bill came out, that the United States signed with Finland, the Republic of Finland, a deal to purchase icebreakers, which is something. But sannamarin was the person behind that deal, pretty much. And it's just what the topic, because I even remember the time watching this in the White House, that President Sami Ionesco, the former president of Finland, was at a White House, like in the gallery, I suppose, there was a press briefing, I suppose, or press questions, etc. And Donald Trump went on about his political opponents, and now I think he was on about them being crooks and stuff like that. And sannamarin talks about it here because all of a sudden, we're all talking about icebreakers, and we're talking about Finland, and we're talking about the relationship between Finland and the United States of America. Then all of a sudden, Donald Trump goes in to talk about his political opponents and stuff, which would be very confusing. All of a sudden, we're talking about Finland and stuff, and then all of a sudden he's like these crooks and all that. So it must have been quite something. It would have been nice to probably been there to see what sannamarin thought of it. Because it's not something that you will see in Holland or even in Finland too, that all of a sudden you'll be talking about Finland, then all of a sudden you go into a big tangent about your political opponents. So it must have been quite something. I wish, to be totally honest, and this is a small bit of a criticism, but I will wish sannamarin gives us a bit more detail, because in this bit I do feel that she hold back a bit, and after reading it twice, I do feel like she hold back a bit by some information. Now I don't know because the president is Donald Trump now and she's afraid of being criticised by Donald Trump, but I'm sure sannamarin is not afraid to be criticised by Donald Trump, and it's not afraid of Donald Trump. Sannamarin is not afraid of anybody, and rightly so. And of course, sannamarin is a lot better leader than Donald Trump by 100 times over, and that's not even a debate you could have. Like, you look at sannamarin's achievements. But yeah, she says about Sami Ionesco being left quite puzzled, and I think I remember that too. Like, he was very, very puzzled, and he was very confused, and I think everybody, the Finnish delegation at the time, was very, very confused, because he just went on a tangent about his political opponent at the podium, like not even when the thing was over and said and done. Like, at the podium he went on a rampage about his political opponents, which I'm sure confused sannamarin and stuff, because it's not a thing that you would see common politicians going on about it. And just put in perspective, say for example the Irish Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, Michael Martin may say too, met sannamarin in Helsinki, and he didn't just go on saying, "Oh, this Simon Harris fella, etc." over there. It would be quite weird to go when you have guests to go on about your political opponent. But anyway, that's Donald Trump's way of doing things. But I do think sannamarin and the whole buying of the icebreakers particularly done very, very well, and not only for sannamarin, I don't think the deal will ever go through, because she set the foundations for the current government to get the icebreakers and to get the deal across the line. So going on to the next chapter, becoming a female leader, she talks about how she suddenly became Prime Minister, and how grateful she was too that the father of the child, her ex-husband, had such a great rhythm with the child too. She talks about Parliament, particularly just after she got elected as Prime Minister, meeting with the President, Sami Ionesco, choosing her cabinet, and basically straight away pretty much, and this is probably for any leader of a European country particularly, straight away off to European Council, which was obviously insane. Just 2 days after being elected Prime Minister, you're in Brussels with other European Prime Ministers, etc. It must have been something insane, like just to literally be the Prime Minister only for 2 minutes and then straight away you're off to a big summit in Brussels. My nerves would be gone if you were doing that, like to meet other leaders of the European Union, other leaders. So Sannamarin did very, very well, and particularly done very well, particularly just literally 2 minutes in the job, and obviously representing Europe with the European Finland in the European Council. She talks about the major problems Finland had at the time to deal with, and she says about how small too. And I think just briefly, I just touched on this too, that how small population Finland does have. Like Ireland has about roughly the same population, but Ireland is a lot smaller, of course, in land mass. Finland is a massive country, like a huge country. Lapland fits into Ireland 6 or 7 times. It's absolutely huge, even though there's not that many people there. And the majority of people live in southern Finland more than northern Finland because of the winters up in the harsh climate. And of course, the majority of services, the majority of public service, the majority of stuff, the same in Ireland, the majority of services are in Dublin, in the capital city, but particularly in Tampere, Helsinki, and Turku, particularly that's where the majority of the population centres are, in them 3 cities alone. Half Finland's population's in them 3 cities or that area. It's kind of like a triangle on the map. She talks about too, one of the major issues, the taxi legislation, the taxi service legislation that had been passed in 2017, and she talks about all the issues with that. He talks about pretty much what the issues are today, that people are paying huge amounts in taxi fares, and particularly in rural areas, etc., because of an app and because of pretty much price gouging, I suppose, in the way you could call it. And she says about how it pretty much repaired it, and pretty much it was able to be done, the reform. She talks about too, in the first few days in the office, having to deal with the neglect, and obviously Irish people do know about this straight away, as we have experienced their own neglect, particularly in elderly care settings, nursing homes we call them in Ireland, in terms of facilities, in terms of the abuse of some staff and the lack of qualified staff too in a lot of cases, and the improper handling of elderly people. I'm sure everybody in Ireland would remember a few weeks ago, not even a few months ago, the abuse of a French company in Ireland that were employing people, and they were basically treating elderly people like bags of coal, like not even as human beings. They were treating them as, and these people were paying $7,000 a month to have their grandfather or father in a nursing home, and these people were treated like pretty much like prisoners of war. She talks about particularly a scandal after Weston died at one of the nursing homes. The place closed down, and the CEO of 2 large operating facilities resigned. She says about how important this issue was to her, and it should be for every citizen, just as even as an Irish citizen too. The abuse that's happening in care homes here in Ireland is a problem for every citizen, because these people have built this country, and just even in Finland's case, elderly people that worked all their lives to build the Finnish welfare state. They deserve respect. Above all else, they deserve a bit of respect, a bit of care, and that's really all they deserve. And especially because in a lot of cases, particularly in Ireland, maybe not so much in Finland, but a lot of people have to pay for it here, and they get treated like animals pretty much for paying for it. And she says how they made it tougher for people to work in the care home, that they were fully qualified, fully registered, fully trustworthy to be look after elderly people. And I do think that was very important reforms that Sannamarin did. A lot more training, etc., for these workers, so they understand they can't just throw elderly people around like bags of coal, etc. And I do think that was really important. I think the reforms too that they did in the elderly care sector, particularly Sannamarin's government, I think they've done very, very well in that. And I do think we need the same here nearly in Ireland to deal with such big problems that we have here too, of course. And she talks about the most prevalent thing at the moment, the international situation at the moment. I don't know what many people remember this. I vaguely remember this, to be told personally. Was to do with ISIS in Iraq, etc., and the camps there, and particularly the women and children. And she talks about the amount of people that were displaced from that situation, the amount of people who were killed too, of course, in that situation, and a very dangerous situation it was, with this sheer lack of food and the lack of clear water, etc., the lack of drinking water, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of everything. It was pretty much a war zone, what happened with ISIS. She talks about wanting to bring some children and some women from these terrible camps that were pretty much run by ISIS and stuff, from this war zone to Finland. And she talks about too, obviously, of course, the parents as a potential terrorist risk, obviously coming to Finland. But as she says here, we didn't really have a legal grounds to bring in the families of the families, but only for the children, not the families, like the mother and father. She talks about too that a lot of these people, a lot of these children were being abused, and that Finland, including the West, who had a moral obligation to help out these people in need. And she says about the conversation that was had in Finland and across the West too. Particularly, a lot of these unfortunately young girls, particularly, were forced to marry old men. And it's a terrible thing. Well, it still happens, unfortunately, to this day. But a lot of people, as she says, were very concerned about this, and I suppose rightly so, because unfortunately, you can't trust people nowadays that just turn up to countries, and that's an unfortunate thing. But it's just the sad reality of life, unfortunately too. But we managed to bring a handful of women and their children to Finland. Because it was a terrible situation. I'm sure people would agree, but I think she did the right thing in only bringing a handful, because no country can basically take on the needs of the world. It's an unfortunate thing to say, but it is the truth that we simply cannot look after everybody in the world. No country on earth can do that. And simple as that. But we can always try and make the world a better place in a small way. She talks about too the cabinet at the time. They were very in the middle, I suppose. People had different opinions, of course, on the situation, and of course the people that were brought to Finland to be monitored and stuff for extremism, of course, they could have been radicalized, etc. in a way too. And it's a terrible situation, because you do want to help, and I understand, Anna. And when I was younger too, I wanted to help people, and I think everybody does. Every person wants to help people. We want the world to be a better place. But there's also the other side of the coin too, and I think everybody realises this. You can't trust people. People, unfortunately, would use your kindness against you. And that's the sad thing to say, but it's the truth, and it's the sad thing. And it's only when you get older in life you realise that, because when you're younger, the world is kind of like black and white. But nowadays, it's hard to describe the whole world. The world is just a crazy place in a way, and there's just a lot of insane stuff happening. Just moving on from that, she talks about in the book too. I became less shocked and overwhelmed by my new responsibilities, because first of all, it's like shock and all, but when you get into the thing, and particularly it's the same for anything, if you're in a new school, etc., you get used to it after a few days. You get used to it. Of course, being Prime Minister is a lot different than being in an only job, or being in school and being in college, but still at the same time it must have been something, particularly because you never know what could pop on your desk. You never know what could happen in 10 minutes. It's the same in life, but as Prime Minister particularly, you never know what could happen. A national tragedy, it's anybody's guess, and of course that's what you face when you're a leader. She talks about Finland's climate goals, and particularly a question from a journalist. How does it feel to be the youngest Prime Minister and a young woman? Another journalist asked me, how does it work with five women pretty much in the government as leaders of parties? As she says here, the question baffles us, because pretty much, and just personally, it works. It just works, as Todd Howard would say. But yeah, it works. It pretty much is. It's not like it's anything insane, like, in a way too. It's not like we're looking for gold or something like that. If that makes any sense. It's a government. It functions. It does its job. It's quite insane. And she talks about too, and this is very ominous, particularly for the next bit that we're going to go into. About the problems, and then obviously what's coming from China, and it's very ominous, particularly when about the next chapter. Of course, it's about the pandemic from China. But it was something that I think we all remember too, hearing about it first of all, and then it coming, and all that. And we get into all that. It's going to be a long chapter, the next one, particularly talking about the pandemic, because there's a lot to be talked about. This is a bit of shorter chapter. But I just wanted to know, it's a bit of a shorter just talking about, particularly because we already went through a lot of it in the beginning, particularly this, and I didn't want to dwell on some of it because we already kind of went through it. So particularly well known, I think everybody has heard about it, sannamarin, particularly during the COVID pandemic, the pandemic, or the lockdowns too, during COVID. And of course, sannamarin handled it very, very well, straight up at the bat. Before we go into any other details in our chapter here on the pandemic, it's quite a long chapter just to say, so there's a lot to be said about it too. But I do think, just to briefly sum it up, first of all, that I do think she done very, very well, and the majority of people in Finland do think she done very, very well in terms of support of businesses, the support of people's livelihoods. I do think she done very well, and only for sannamarin during that period, if the current government, the current Finnish government that was there at the moment, was in power, then there would pretty much be no Finland now. But only for sannamarin, she guided Finland through that difficult time. As she says in her book here, it was literally the most difficult challenge of her prime ministership, and of course there's many challenges that came her way. Pretty much sannamarin was there for every challenge. We'll see in later chapters too about that too, of course the war in Ukraine and we'll go into, and then a few other things, NATO accession, etc. She talks about the first few weeks of COVID was like in a nightmare every morning. Is this really happening? I asked myself over and over again, getting out of bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. Imagine that literally every day at 6 o'clock to deal with just a mountain of stuff on her desk. And just the sheer amount of information, the sheer amount of stuff that you have to deal with. And I don't think anybody appreciates just the sheer amount of stuff that would be on your desk at 6 o'clock in the morning for every day to deal with. Quite literally, she says here, walking around the clock, quite literally getting legislation and stuff ready. It was quite literally just rapid, like literally non-stop. And, I do feel sorry for Sanna having to do that, any person too, because it was a difficult time for everybody, for only people too. It was a very, very difficult time. And she talks particularly about this, and I do think it's a very valid point, particularly in Finland, particularly more than in Ireland or in the West, the Western world, that there is this deep set, and I suppose as she calls it, one of our greatest strengths, which is true in Finland. Of course, they refer to it as these two too, but this deep trust in society, and it's hard to boil it down to get a word for it specifically, but there's huge trust in society, and I suppose it's important for a government too to keep trust in the people, and for the people to have trust in the government, of course. And as she said, a lot of people did listen to her, particularly as the Prime Minister, and trusted her to do the best for the country. Now, in the Western world, that would be an insane thing to say, that you trust your government, etc. But a lot of people did trust sannamarin and appreciated sannamarin, of course, and our government too, for the action they did take. And of course, we see that in our book too, that a lot of people did trust them and did follow what they said, etc. Now, we could argue, we could just argue about, was it necessary, the lockdowns? Was this necessary? I suppose we've seen the damages is done to children's mental health and stuff, but of course when these things first happen, you have no time to think, you basically react. And I do think sannamarin has said that too in her book pretty much here, that you only go by the information you have at the time. And I do think the majority of people, looking back on it, you probably would do things differently, and sannamarin probably would, and she says it here during her book, that she would have done things a lot differently in different aspects. But of course, when you only have limited information, you can make very limited decisions on what you can do. She talks about when she declared a health emergency pretty much on February the 13th. And of course, we remember in Ireland, particularly St. Patrick's Day, Leo Varadkar going out on the steps in Washington DC to say about the COVID lockdown here in Ireland. I think everybody remembers that. And she talks about too going to the United Nations building in New York for Women's Day to give a speech, and how the building was crowded, etc. And of course, then she mentions too about President Erdogan of Turkey was no longer detaining migrants and letting them go into Europe. Just a week later, the world would shut down. I returned to Finland the 7th of March. And it's crazy to take too, just even looking back at it, because it was around St. Patrick's Day too in Ireland, as I just mentioned, that Leo Varadkar went on the steps. And then she goes on to talking about the Emergency Powers Act, which haven't been put in place in Finland since the Second World War. And of course, it was a very historic thing, because not any government wants to put emergency powers in. Particularly, I guess I said, they weren't active for nearly 70 years. They weren't necessary, thankfully, for activation in Finland. And she says about the meeting with the president of the parliamentary group, etc., to do with COVID. She goes on to talk about a lot of detail, and I don't want to get into every detail, because you would probably go mad if I went into every inch of the detail. But yeah, all the legislation and all the stuff that needed to be drafted, and all the plans that needed to be done up, which pretty much, like reading this too, just looking at it all, it's absolutely so much. And in such a short period of time too, because this was all within a few weeks, just to draft up legislation, draft this, draft that. It generally is just non-stop, and particularly in such a short period of time, not over a few years, over a few weeks, over a few days, may even say in some cases. And she talks about here, and I do figure we remember this too, on the 11th of March, the WHO organisation, the World Health Organisation, declared COVID a pandemic. And she goes on to talk about that, even she appeared on telly, etc., in Finland, and the restrictions that needed to be put in place. And it was about the same time in Ireland, the 17th of March. to introduce the emergency powers, etc. in Finland. She goes on to talk about how nobody knew what to do because it was such a new thing, and of course no civil servant ever trained for it, or no politician ever trained for this kind of thing to happen. So it was pretty much a new thing, and of course a huge change in society. And many questions were asked: how to protect vulnerable citizens, how to protect people, how to protect people's livelihoods, etc. She goes into all that detail, particularly people in healthcare settings, and of course elderly people in health facilities, etc. And she talks about the information that was given by one of her advisors too, that literally hold a press conference every day, even though you have nothing new to discuss and no new decisions were made, just to be visible. And I do think that's important. Just I'll give my personal preference here for a second. Like, it's important for a leader to be visible, not to be hiding behind the door or hiding underneath the bed sheets, if we would say in Ireland too, or hiding underneath the bed. It's important to a leader to be out there, be seen, to be seen, I suppose, that's the way. But to be acknowledged by the people, to see that there is leadership. And of course, sannamarin was the right leader at the right time for Finland. I think the majority of people can see that and understand that. But yeah, and I do think that advisor was right, because even if you don't have anything new to say, I do think it was important at that time to see real leadership. Because what we've seen here in Ireland was a joke, with Golfgate, etc. And of course, as she said, and I said a few times before, no such legislation had to be brought forward since the Second World War, with the war, the continuation war, you may say. Then she goes on to talk about Sweden. Obviously, Sweden and Finland is right beside each other. How Sweden had a different policy altogether compared to the rest of Europe, and I think everybody remembers that too. And how it was different compared to you. And obviously Finland, the one exception, as she says here, and obviously knowing a good few Finnish people, they're very reserved, they're very quiet in terms, and they obviously keep their distance. And, and it would have been, looking back on it too, it was probably not necessary, because a lot of Finnish people literally keep about 30 feet away from each other. Anyway, on only given day, because they like their personal space, etc., and they don't really talk to people unless they have to. But, and she's just saying about Sweden's different role, but again, other countries had, and of course Finland didn't have the toughest. Ireland had the toughest nearly lockdown rules in the world, along with a few other countries, but Ireland pretty much was the worst in terms of lockdown rules, and Finland wasn't that bad because they could trust people to do the right thing. And of course, we could argue about the effects. Of course, we could argue for days and days to come about what happened, and this happened and the other thing happened, but I suppose the main thing to take out of this, I do think she done well in the moment. I do think she done a lot for people, and it saved a lot of jobs and saved a lot of livelihoods. And of course, just saying that under restrictions, basically were more shorter period and more moderate, pretty much. That's the word I would describe. But then other countries, Ireland would be a perfect example, that it was just absolutely insane, just a sheer thing. And then she talks about the panic buying, not so much in Finland, but across the world too, of toilet paper. I think everybody remembers that, just the sheer panic of buying toilet paper. And she goes on to talk about her whole personal life. Now, obviously, when COVID happened, she wasn't travelling, as she said. She only travelled basically from the Prime Minister's residence house of the estate, and then the government, the Parliament house. She talks about her husband at the time, moving from Tapbury down to Helsinki to be with her, of course, with her daughter too. And of course he was remote working too, and obviously Emma was at home because the daycare was closed. It was very, very radical, radical stuff that was done. It just shows really for everybody's life too, was a radical thing, even just for the Prime Minister, etc. And just speaking about, for a long time, my life considered a routine, waking up very early and getting ready for the day, packed with leading negotiations, situations, press briefings, going to Parliament, coming home. It must have been a hell of a thing, why did she be doing all this? It was just endless work, pretty much. That's pretty much what's been said here. She talks about March the 22nd, she went for a walk with her family, and by the time she got home, there was a mountain of work on her desk, which would have been insane. Imagine going out for a leisurely walk with your family, and then as soon as you got home, there's just a pile of papers and stuff for you to go through and sign. It must be devastating, particularly when you have such a young daughter and stuff that you can't really spend time. And I do think we forget too, as people, we forget that politicians are human, even though some of them, not like sannamarin, but some Irish politicians and stuff, you would often question, did they have a soul? But sannamarin, of course, you can see that she is a human, and she does have emotions, and I do think it's important too to show emotions But I do think it's important too. She's just saying about emotions. I was able to turn off my personal emotions and work effectively, because if you let and it's good to show emotion, of course, and it's good to show empathy, but you can't let it control your actions in a way too. And she says, I woke up every morning early, every day, get out of bed, a completely different task. It was basically autopilot. Um, you can't let your emotions control. You have to try and tame down emotions, especially in these times of crises. You need to be focused on the mission, I suppose you say. And I talked about this a lot during my live streams, etc. But we'll go into this bit, and we'll probably take a minute or two to explain it. But of course, obviously, this extreme amount of strain on the person for anybody will be telling. And she talks about it here of symptoms of stress and anxiety, of course. Force the trick in the eye. Later, as your warfariness in our throat, my stomach was constantly upset. And just speaking personally too, when I get upset, particularly, it's more I have like stomach aches and stuff, because it's just too much. Particularly when you're stressed, it's too much in the system, and particularly when working such long hours like this, it would definitely take an effect on you. And she talks about too that she lost a lot of weight, and of course the scariest one, and for me too, because I didn't know anything about this until the book came out, that she nearly lost her vision. She lost her vision for an entire day. She couldn't recognize people's faces. She couldn't recognize their features, etc. And I suppose the most horrifying thing to hear, I suppose, for me as a supporter, as a big fan of sannamarin, I think every day still carries a lot of mental from those years. But my mind has built barriers to protect it. But I still do think it probably did affect sannamarin mentally, still to this day. It definitely has affected every citizen, just saying, but even as Prime Minister and stuff. Because I do think sannamarin probably deep down probably does, like, say, I should have done this, I should have done this better, I could have done that. Because, to be totally honest, if that was me in that situation years later, I'd still be saying I could have done this better. I could have, it's always questioning, I suppose, in the back of your mind, did I do the right thing? And I do think sannamarin, to a certain extent, is in the back of her mind, probably still saying, did I do the right thing in this circumstance, or did I do the right thing here? But I do think she done the best that she could with the information that she had at hand at the moment. Because, when you're in the situation, it's different than years later. You can look back and then you have all the information. But in that moment, you have very limited information. You have to kind of make a decision. But it was very difficult, and I feel so bad for Sana that she went through all this. But it just shows you that it really separates the true leaders from the boys, or what I might say girls. Because it shows that Finland did have a really true leader, a true person that cared a lot for Finland. And you can see that she literally put herself through hell and back to make sure the people of Finland were looked after. And not many Irish politicians here would do that. Let's put it that way. Just speaking on Ireland's behalf here, there's not a politician, there's not a Hope Leo Varadkar or Simon House would ever have an upset stomach and so, because they barely do anything. So you can just see how much it took an effect too on people suffering, etc. That it affected sannamarin too, of course, the highest office of Prime Minister. But I do think she's done very, very well, and I think, and I do feel sorry, and I'm thankful that her eyesight was able to come back. But it is a worrying thing, because it can happen. But thanks be to God it did, and I'm very thankful that it did, because I did meet her, so it was great. Honoured to meet her, of course, but I still do think she probably still carries, personally, I do think that she would carry mental burdens. I know probably some of us still have never recovered from COVID and stuff, because of just the mental trauma, etc. But it's I think it's important to discuss about this, and I do admire. It's not an easy thing to outright say and stuff, but I do admire her for saying it, and I do think we should give her credit for saying it, because not many people would want to say, I went on, like, a lot of people would like to say, oh, it's very tough, it didn't affect me at all. But it's good that sannamarin was able to say, yeah, it did affect me, it upset me, it caused me personal suffering, and because it's important to admit it, it's important to acknowledge it, because deny it and stuff is no good. And I do think it relates, of course, I can relate a lot more to sannamarin, because I had stress, but not the stress for sannamarin, of course, but I had difficult times and stuff, and I can relate to a certain degree, particularly with the upset stomach. And just the sheer stress and different things. It's like, as she puts in, you an eye of a hurricane. It pretty much is. And I think one of the most important things to acknowledge too is how to update, particularly even on only subjects, not even just COVID, just for a second, just speaking personally too. when you get new information, if it's something to do with, take for example, new projects and stuff, but you get information that, if we do this way, if we change our plans and do it this way, we could do this better. And I think it's always about you're trying to rework your plans too if you get information. Because even, say for example, we're starting to do something here now. Say if I'm writing a book, even though something might get in your way, something might not go your way when you're writing a book or writing a script, say for example for a movie or film, whatever. But it's important always to try and implement them new features and what the new information you'll get or the new ideas. And I think sannamarin did a great job in that too, just reading through this. That they changed the strategy. It wasn't just one strategy, there was many different strategies. And I do think that was a good decision. And she talks about her personal here, about marrying her husband. I think people remember that too. They got engaged in summer 2026, but never got around to, of course, with the career, etc. And she says about getting married on the 4th of August at the Prime Minister's residence in Helsinki. She says too that neither of them belonged to a church. And of course they had very limited people because obviously COVID restrictions at the time. But it must have been a very surreal moment, like during a pandemic to get married, etc. It must have been surreal, and especially because you couldn't have all your family and all your friends. It must have been, you could just even imagine that it would have been something very insane thing. And I think the one interesting thing, the note here too, is that Finland is one of the most prepared countries in the world for any kind of conflict, for any war or anything. But as sannamarin says here, that they I don't think any government, or even when this was strategized, etc., years ago, like for wars and stuff like that, and attacks on Finland from Russia, etc. Finland didn't have really a big emergency supply of masks and stuff, which is surprising too for me, that they didn't, because Ireland obviously never been prepared for anything. We probably don't even know what a bunker is. There's probably only one bunker in the whole country that is capable of any kind of conflict. In Finland, nearly every apartment has a bunker for war situations or an emergency situation. So it's quite insane too to hear that sannamarin, that they didn't have, well not her personally, but the current governments even before her, didn't really have a stockpile of masks. Take for example, if there was an infection or if there was a disease or there was, God forbid, radiation, etc., from atomic weapons, etc., that they didn't have a stockpile. And usually Finland is a very prepared country, but as she says here, country preparedness, which is pretty much what Finland's known for, which is surprising because I wouldn't have thought that. I didn't know about this until I read the book, that they didn't have a stockpile and stuff, which is surprising for me. She talks too about getting her first COVID vaccine on June the 11th, 2021, excuse me. And she kind of jokes too, because Finnish people and sannamarin, of course, is very modest. After speaking with her personally, she's very, very modest. You wouldn't put your mind of a Prime Minister. Of course, I know who sannamarin is, of course. But if you met her on the street, you wouldn't think she was the Prime Minister. If you knew she was, of course. But if you were she was just like an ordinary Finnish person. But Finnish people in general are very modest and don't like skipping the queue. They're very rules based in Finland in terms of traffic lights. Just FYI, I suppose, just off topic a bit. But in terms of traffic lights and stuff, they literally wait, even though there's literally not a car to be seen for 7 miles. But still would wait to the green, and I do the same for the green man. And as she says, there's deep sense of trust among people in society, she's totally right. Anybody that ever went to Finland can see that. Like, you can see that only for being an hour or two in Finland. You can see this deep sense of trust in society. Unfortunately, just to say now, with the current government, that's kind of all gone out the window. But when sannamarin was there, everybody trusted the government because they knew that sannamarin was the real deal. And I think it's proven now, whatever about the people that doubted sannamarin. I think looking at the current government and stuff, people miss sannamarin's leadership. And I do think they made a mistake by voting the Social Democrats out in 2023. And of course, I'm just speaking as an Irish person, but Finnish people are entitled to do whatever they want to do in their own country. But I do think personally it was a mistake. I don't think the current government would have done as much leadership during these tough times compared to sannamarin. And she does talk about, and we just briefly talked about it earlier on, about the legislation and stuff. It had a huge impact, particularly on children and young people. And she acknowledges that. And of course on cultural sectors, and of course in industries, different industries, and freedom of movement and freedom of things. A huge effect on them, and I do think, and as she says, I wish things could really be done differently back then. Look, like some things could have been changed, if that makes any sense. But I do think, as I said, she's done the best she could in that situation, what she had in hand, if that makes any sense. She talks about one situation too in the Prime Minister's residence, inviting people from the music industry that was facing obviously trouble in Finland because of the COVID pandemic, and particularly in terms of revenue, etc. And she was talk to them, and of course the centrist party, of course, and we'll get into the centrist party probably the next chapter too, of course, in the coalition government, and one of their ministers basically went ahead, but basically this was confidential information, and basically went ahead and told it to the public. I so basically just quoting here. I was furious. I invited the leaders of the government to my office. I was particularly in bad mood when they arrived. I told everybody they wouldn't leave them to my office to propose cuts, and this was to do with cuts too. Just as I think I forgot to say that bit, to do with cuts to the music budget or the funding, the cultural funding to the music industry. And I just talked about this for a second, but as she says, what she was the most upset about by this becoming public knowledge, that this was a breach of trust, and then people that went to the Prime Minister's residence trusted sannamarin in good faith that this would be a private discussion, etc. And obviously, one of our cabinet members basically went out and told the public. And of course, personally, and just speaking outright, I would hate to get the wrong side of sannamarin. Of course, she's the nicest person, the greatest person in my mind, and one of the greatest leaders of our time. But particularly if you got him in a bad form or bad mood, I wouldn't want to get the wrong side of sannamarin, whatever, but anybody else. To be a fly on the wall, I suppose, let's put it that way. But yeah, I wouldn't blame her. I would be upset too. I would be frustrated because these people trusted you, that you would work with them, engage with them, and then one of your cabinet ministers went off and told the public, even though it wasn't agreed upon. It wasn't agreed upon by everybody. And of course, she said they quarrelled for a few hours. And I think this is the most incredible thing to say too. If you lose trust once, it's incredibly hard to build it back. And I do think that just sums up democracy and everything in general. That when people lose trust in society, people lose trust in a person, it's incredibly hard. It takes years in some cases to build that back. We see it many times in Ireland when people lose trust, and a lot of people have lost trust in the system, particularly young people have lost a lot of trust in the system. And I do think that's it's a true fact. It really, really is. That it is incredibly hard when you lose trust in people. That it's hard to build it back up, and it takes a lot of time. But I do think sannamarin handled this very well. Now, personally, if this was the person, if I was the Prime Minister at the time, I would have been sacking the post. But of course, with COVID going on in the coalition government, with 5 parties, you can't just go around sacking people. You have to be a bit conservative in terms of that. So I understand why sannamarin didn't do that. She talks about her own health here, and again, just going back to her own health. She says about sitting at her desk for hours, like literally hours, and her back hurt it very badly a couple of times, and sometimes she couldn't stand because of how bad it was, because obviously was sitting for hours. And she started paying attention to her own health, which is a great thing. She says she started running in the morning after work, and went for jogs, etc., and played basketball with the security, etc., the Prime Minister's residence, which was an insane thing probably too, because our leaders, Irish leaders, wouldn't play anything. They'd be lucky to pay for their dinner and the doorbell. Let's put it that way. But let's put it this way: very fit person, and I think sannamarin said it before, that it's important to have a hobby, and it's important to, of course, be active in sports, healthy activity. It helps the mind. It really, really does, and I do agree with her. That it does. It helps you to sleep. It helps you to get through things, to take your mind off things. And she talks about gradually how things got back to normal now in Finland after COVID. But little did you know, and again, this is very honest as opposed to the statement, because we all know what came next. Like literally straight away, nearly. Like barely, she had probably 3 months, 4 months at most to recover. And then obviously Russia did what they did with Ukraine, and of course that just literally caused all sorts of problems for Finland. Not even for Finland, for sannamarin. Of course, with the NATO accession, and of course with the war in Ukraine, the war, first time in 80 years, war was brought to Europe again. But just to sum up, and I'll talk for a few seconds about it, just to sum up the chapter, because it's one of the most important moments, and of course as sannamarin said herself, one of the most challenging moments of her career as Prime Minister, and probably the most challenging moment probably ever in her life, even with the war in Ukraine, because of all the stuff that was going on, the new information, etc. But I do think personally, this is just my personal opinion, now you can disagree with me if you want, and of course that's democracy, but this is the thing I would say, I do think she done well, and she did the best she could. And I truly believe that, like, the Irish government here didn't do well. They made a mess of it during COVID. The amount of people that suffered, etc., were left to just watch. Stuff was insane. But I do think she did very, very well, and I do think people in Finland, even now, still look back very fondly that they did well. And I do think she did well in helping businesses, particularly. In Ireland, a lot of small businesses closed down. They never opened again after COVID because they just didn't get the support. Sannamarin's government, particularly small businesses, nearly 97-98% of the small businesses reopened after COVID, one of the largest in Europe. So she saved a lot of jobs, but unfortunately the current government came along and all that went to waste, unfortunately. But I do think she done the right thing, and I know you could argue about different points, and she said it herself in her book about particularly people's mental health, particularly young people, the development, etc. after COVID and after the lockdowns, and that's a reasonable point to make. But I suppose when you're in that situation, again, it's all about when you're in that moment and you have very limited information. There's not really much else you could do, and I don't blame the woman. I think she done as best she could. So I have no fault. And of course, we could all say she could have done this and she could have done that. But I do think she done her best, and that's really all you could do when you were in that position. And I do think she done very well, because there was even politicians that have been in power for donkey's years, for 20 years in some cases, and they didn't do as well as sannamarin. Of course, a lot of people too, I think it's nearly in the 70-80% range of Finnish people, said that sannamarin's government did very, very well during COVID, and people were very happy with her government and her personally. Her personal approval rate was very high too, because people knew she could be trusted and that she was doing the good thing for the Finnish nation, the Finnish people. Now we could all argue, as I say, about different details, but I do think the whole of it is that she wanted to do good, and she wanted to help people, and she wanted to save people's livelihoods, and she wanted to protect people. And I think she done it. And I think now we could argue about maybe one or two facts, but personally I do think she did very well, and it's unfortunate we didn't have her here in Ireland during COVID and stuff instead of Leo Varadkar. But let me know. As I say, that's democracy if you disagree with me. But even just speaking personally, just the last thing I say. Personally, I know 3 or 4 people from Finland, and I asked them, when I know them well enough, and they were happy enough with sannamarin at the time. Particularly one of them has a small business too, so they were very happy, because the current government, there's no support. Sannamarin's government give them a lot of support, and only for sannamarin, and for her government they would not probably have a business today. But as I say, it's all up to interpretation. So along with the pandemic, one thing that sannamarin is remembered for is bringing Finland into NATO, and of course being the Prime Minister when Russia invaded Ukraine. And it was a very, very turbulent time, sannamarin's Prime Ministership. Everything pretty much happened. And particularly now, she talks about in her chapter about the whole process of joining NATO and of course the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now she starts off this chapter, Waking Up to War, in talking about, I suppose, the Finnish system, of neutrality since the Second World War, so the continuation war. And she talks about particularly the parliamentary system in Finland. The majority of the parties were very against NATO, for example, before Russia invaded Ukraine. And of course, sannamarin herself was very much against NATO and joining NATO in her younger days. We will get to that at the end of the chapter. But I think it's something that needs to be said before I go further on, that the majority, up until Russia invaded Ukraine, there was no support to join NATO. And now, first of all, just to say straight up, I think she was right in what she did. She had no other choice, to be totally honest with you, sannamarin, because it's different from an Irish perspective. If we're talking about Ireland, for example, we're far away from the conflict in Ukraine. Finland and Russia have a long history, which we will see in this chapter too. But I do think she done the right thing, and I think it was the only option she had. And I do think she done the right thing. And speaking as somebody that's pro-Irish neutrality, I do think she done the right thing. And if I was in her situation, I probably would have done the exact same what she done. And I don't blame sannamarin for it. I don't think anybody can blame sannamarin, because ultimate blame, and I think this is the main thing, ultimate blame is with Putin and with the Russian government. They're the ones who decided to wage a war of aggression against Ukraine. We could argue about different bits and bobs to the heart's content, but at the end of the day, Russia fired the first shot and invaded one of their neighbours. And I do think sannamarin was the right leader at the right time, because as we see, the current Finnish government, it's a disaster. There's no leadership. And of course, along with Finland, she says about Sweden, because Sweden joined NATO at the same time as Finland, pretty much a bit later on, but roughly at the same time they applied for NATO membership. And of course, Finland had the most fastest succession into NATO of any country in history of NATO. And she talks about Alexei Navalny, that was the Russian opposition leader that was poisoned in the UK. She was the prime minister when that happened, of course, of Finland. And she talks about Belarus, particularly the human rights offences and the elections and stuff there being rigged. She talks about the emerging threats too, of China, etc., and cyber security, particularly such a big thing, particularly in hybrid warfare now, more so now than ever. It was talked about, and of course, sannamarin was the prime minister when everything was going on, and I couldn't imagine. Just speaking personally for a second before we go any further, I couldn't imagine being in that situation as the prime minister and stuff, having to deal with all this, because along with COVID and stuff, it must have been a nightmare to deal with. And then she goes on to talk about Finland's neutrality and, of course, the history of Finland too. Of course, it's a long, complicated history. The same, just to put in perspective, of Ireland and England. And of course, it used to be under the Swedish too, Finland itself, and of course, then the Grand Duchy of Finland, which was under the Tsars in Russia. And to talk about Sanna goes on to talk about the First World War, how Finland gained independence in 1917, and of course the Second World War and the Soviet Union, etc., and the Civil War too in Finland, of course, after the First World War. And she goes on to talk about that, and particularly Russia has never really been honest, and I've said this many times. Russia's never really been honest with Finland. They've always kind of deemed Finland, and again we can go back. The long history lesson we could go into, but long story short, of Russification, I suppose, of Finland too. They tried to do that in the early, before the First World War. They tried to Russify Finland, I suppose is the right word to use, and of course Finnish people wanted their independence, etc. So there's a lot. That's only summing it up briefly, because there's a huge story behind it. If we went on talking for hours on it. She goes on to talk about the Winter War, particularly. Obviously, the Soviet Union aggressively invaded Finland in just after the invasion of Poland, without any. Basically, they invaded a hostile nation, invaded a neutral country that basically done nothing on the Soviet Union, but just because, what we see in Ukraine now, they just wanted the land near Leningrad, etc. And of course, created the false flag to invade Finland and stuff. She goes on to talk about the continuation war, etc., and basically the whole, I suppose the idea, to finish what the Finnish see in Ukraine at the moment, the whole understanding of the Ukraine conflict, because Finnish people, knowing a good few Finnish people, they feel very personally about it, because obviously they went through it. They did go through it in the Winter War, particularly. They were on their own, the same as Ukraine is on their own today. We're not on their own, but of course, that NATO's back, and the European Union, the United States, etc. But Finland was on their own during the Winter War, and of course the continuation. Well, we could talk about the collaboration with the Nazis, etc. But we could be here all day talking about that. But I do think Finland, because of Russia, I think Russia was always trying to go and conquer Finland anyway. The Soviet Union, particularly back then, and of course, Finland had a right to defend itself and to try and achieve its freedom and keep its freedom, of course. She goes on to say the relationship between Russia and Finland's always been warm or good. Of course, they have a huge border, Finland and Russia, like massive. It's massive. It's more than it's more than Ukraine, definitely 100%. So it is a long, complicated history, and I understand, and I think as an Irish person, you understand it a bit better, because we have a very long, complicated history with the British here. For example, the same in Finland, pretty much. With the Russians, but in different circumstances, I suppose. But Irish people understand it, because it's a long, complicated history with the British here, and of course the same with the Russians for Finland too. But as I said in the beginning, as I said just a few minutes ago, that they never were honest, and still to this day the Russians are not honest with Finland. And I do think in some way deep down in Putin and in the Russian government, that they think that they have the authority to tell Finland what to do. Like they still own Finland pretty much. That's the whole mindset I take in a way. But of course, as we know, Finland is very well prepared, one of the most prepared countries in the world. So it would be insane for them to try anything. But I just wanted to mention that. She talked about after the Soviet Union fell, how Finland voted to join the European Union just after the Soviet Union fell in 1994. how the majority of Finnish people wanted to join the European Union, wanted to be a part of the West. And of course, she goes on to talk about military conscription. A lot of people didn't notice, but Finland's always had military conscription, never was abolished. In other countries, it was abolished, the military conscription, after the Soviet Union fell, or thereabouts. But in Finland, it's always been the case they had military conscription. And of course, for a country like Finland, it's important that you have military. Not so much Ireland, because Ireland never had it, and Ireland's not capable, I don't think, of happening, to be totally honest, because it's such a small country. Obviously, Finland is a huge country, but roughly the same population as Ireland. But it's all about the Toans, and that's the thing. It's all about the Toans. It's not about showing off. It's all about the Toans, showing that we're willing to fight if you come looking for a fight. And I do think that's important. I think that the Soviet Union would have went back into Finland if not for that. And then she goes on to this, and a lot of people have criticised me. This is the one thing that's literally criticised me the most. I suppose my career, and I suppose my support for Sannamarin, everybody else, not Tom Post, because I understand why she did it, as I said. But a lot of people would criticise me for it, I suppose. That's what But I talk about that, but I just want to briefly quote this. She's talking about the Helsinki Times, pretty much. Back in 2019, a survey conducted. Only 20% of respondents were in favour of joining NATO. That's before, obviously, Russia went in Ukraine in 2022. And 56% were against. So imagine that, think about that. That's pretty much the same as we see in Ireland. If not more, it's 80% in Ireland. So a huge majority of people were against it in March 2022, just after the war in Ukraine, 48% were in favour and only 27% were against. So you can see the massive change. And even just talking personally for a second, even Sannamarin herself, I don't think she ever wanted to join NATO. It never was in the programme for government, if that makes sense, the formation of the government. It was extra hassle. I'm sure Sannamarin never predicted that Russia would do what they did in Ukraine. But she probably would never have done it. As she says in the book, there was a conversation about it, of course, but it was never like physical plans and stuff until Russia did what they did. And particularly when you look back, young, like when she was, obviously she's still young, but of course when she was younger, etc. We look back in that, and you can see what her views were on NATO membership, and particularly she wasn't that fond of it. But you can see the change, and I've often said this, and people often say she should have had a referendum for the people of Finland. But I do think if it was even a referendum, I do think it would have voted, because we don't see, take what's happened, if it was Ireland was to join NATO, just saying for Ireland's sake, there would be huge, there'd be literally uproar on the streets, there'd be mass protests en masse, like quite literally en masse. Irish people are very fond of their neutrality and they're not willing to give it up. But this is the thing, there would be absolutely, every day of the week in Helsinki they wouldn't be able to go through the streets because there'd be just protests every 5 seconds. What I'm trying to say is there was not, I even remember the news of Sannamarin coming out, along with President Sami Ionescu, and announcing it. There wasn't even a protest. I don't even remember hearing of a protest outside the Parliament around it with people reject, because the majority of Finnish people, even the majority of people I know, they said it was necessary. They do think it was necessary because the history, again, this is the thing with the war in Ukraine and Finland, etc. particularly, Finnish people understand it, and that's the thing compared to an Irish perspective, because they went through it not so long ago, only less than 80 years ago, that Russia wanted to come to their country and take their country by force. And they understand, a lot of Finnish people understand, they understand the history, that wound is still there. And a lot of Finnish people understand that. And a lot of Finnish people don't trust the Russians. It's the same as the Irish people, I suppose, and the British. You don't, just deep down there's some kind of distrust. And and I don't blame Finnish people, because Russia has never really been honest with people. We could argue about different facts and stuff, but to be totally honest with you, that's just the straight up truth, to be totally honest, and we can't deny that. But she was, and I do think she was right, because as she says, there was a huge change, and you could see that in Finnish people too, because even the polls and stuff by that time, I even remember very fondly. A lot of people have changed their mind. I've often seen people that were pro-neutrality before Russia went and done what they did, and in Finland they were saying, and then afterwards, after what happened in Ukraine, they were like, there's no sitting on the fence, there's no choosing there, because again, this is the thing, Finland chose to be neutral. They could have been a part of the West, they could have joined NATO years and years ago. They chose. It wasn't that people could argue the Soviet Union really forced them. They were kind of blocked at every turn from doing anything because of the Soviet Union. But I do think they could have done it at any stage, but they chose for a long time to stay neutral. And this is the thing, they could do it no longer. They chose for so long, and they were basically forced into it by what Putin did. And again, this is the thing. It wasn't sannamarin that decided to join NATO. It was Putin that made them join NATO. And that's just the simple truth. Somebody in UNESCO said it. This was the quote of him for a second. He said, "You caused this." That's the Putin. You caused this. And he did. Like, whatever anybody else says. And I truly believe this, because if sannamarin was the Prime Minister now, maybe they would have been talking about if Russia didn't go in Ukraine. But this is the thing. It was not in the programme for government. I keep saying this, but it wasn't in the programme for government. And it was more hassle for sannamarin, because it was a lot of processing to go to join NATO, and a lot of stuff, and of course with the war in Ukraine and all that, and the refugees, and of course the military spending, the increase in military spending. It was a lot of hassle, and I don't think sannamarin wanted that to happen, or wanted the war to happen or anything. So, and a lot of people say she should have went to the people, and I talked about this briefly earlier on. But I don't think in these emergency situations, particularly as we see with Russia, they probably would interfere somehow in the election, if there was, say, election or referendum or something like that. And particularly it would have took time to organise it. First of all, it would have been just, you couldn't have it within a week. Basically, it would take a month or two to organise it and to get it all ready and etc. And of course, it was an urgent thing. It wasn't like it could wait 5 years or 5-10 years. But I'm saying, as a person that supports Irish neutrality, that she was right in what she did. If I was in her position, I would have done the exact same thing. It's about that. I might as well be honest with you, because it's okay as an Irish person sitting over here, over the other side of the Atlantic, pretty much, on the other side of Europe, away from pretty much a lot of countries apart from the United Kingdom. But it's when you put into perspective the size of the border they have with Russia and the history they have, and what Putin did to one of his other neighbours, when you put all that together, you couldn't blame her. You couldn't blame the Finnish people, the Finnish government at the time, sannamarin. You couldn't blame her. You couldn't blame her, because taking everything into account, I would have done the same. And I might as well be honest with you. It's the same if it happened here in the morning to Ireland. I would have done the same as sannamarin did. Because you're forced into these things. Even though you don't want to do it, sometimes you have to. So in Finland too, just to briefly touch on this, that the president of Ireland, just tip us up, has a very limited role in anything. The president of the Republic of Finland has a role in foreign policy, has basically the last say, pretty much, in terms of if Finland joined NATO or something in UNESCO. Basically, he has a veto, basically, even in Parliament and the Prime Minister and the people want it. Pretty much the President has a final say in foreign policy. Take, for example, when the peace talks were in the White House, people would often remember that the European Union, the heads of the big countries of Europe, and Alexander Stubbs, the current President of Finland, was there. And people are saying about them being a superpower, etc. But what I'm trying to say is not usually the Prime Minister. People wonder why it wasn't the Prime Minister. But yeah, it's the President. And we've seen with even the icebreaker deal that it was Alexander Stubbs decided, because it's foreign policy pretty much. And the President represents Finland, the Republic of Finland. The President of the Republic of Finland represents Finland and in foreign policy abroad. And I suppose the other thing to talk about the Russian, and she goes on to talk about here, is to do with the fuel stockpiles. Now, obviously, before Russia invaded Ukraine, the Russians cut a lot of gas supply, cut it down a good bit, to make Europe vulnerable, pretty much, in a way, so they couldn't respond. And sannamarin talks about this here, and particularly the degradation of Russian-European relations. As she says here, many countries in Europe relied in good faith on Russia for resources. And this is the whole thing, just my personal opinion here for a second. The whole idea of the West, particularly Europe and even the United States, with China and with Russia and with other countries, authoritarian countries, that if we trade enough with them, we can be the best of friends and stuff. But at the same time, we've kind of empowered them. We're giving them the money to build up the military. For example, China, we have outsourced a lot of stuff to China, and we're giving them money for it. And that's what's building the army, and that's what's building the navy, that's what's building the economy. So the Europe is really just for the cheap on the cheap to outsource to other countries. She goes on to talk about, and I do feel very strongly, I do think sannamarin is the only politician that has ever talked sense about this, because I never heard an Irish politician talk sense. And I remember vividly when Russia went into Crimea. I remember being in my father's house. I remember that, and I remember seeing it on the telly. I remember seeing about it, and I remember thinking it could be war. But Europe, basically, a whisper. That's all came from Europe and the West. That a whisper. Oh, what can you do? That was basically the answer. And as Sannamarin says, we should have been a lot more tougher, and we should have been in sanctions and stuff, because they did invade some other country. They did take a bit of somebody else's country, which they had no right to do so. And no nation has the right to take over somebody else's land. It's simple as that. There has to be rules in life. There has to be rules for smaller countries particularly, because bigger countries can body other smaller countries, and there has to be rules, the international based order. So she is 100% right in Crimea, and particularly, and again, this is the thing that's been shown time and time again, we were too reliant on Russia for energy and for other stuff, and for gas particularly. She says that Finland too wasn't the most reliant compared to countries like Hungary, etc., and she's right in that. But we were too reliant, and we were doing it on the cheap too, for cheap Russian gas and stuff. We shouldn't have never done it, to be told, and that's to be told how true. And she goes on to talk about too, I was never personally in touch with Putin. And she says that too, but she says about Angela Merkel, etc., being with Putin, and all that negotiations with the European Union. I do vividly remember that too at the time. And I suppose the next bit, I vividly remember the morning Europe woke up to war, and I remember it too. I remember when Russia did. I remember watching the United Nations Security Council. It was the Security Council. I remember hearing about it. Like literally when the United Nations Security Council in New York was in session, talking about trying to avoid war. Russia went in, and I do think that just showed everybody that Russia too doesn't care for anybody's opinion, or doesn't care for anything, because they literally went in when people were discussing how to avoid a conflict, and it was pure evil what that was. When the moment that was decided, of course, it should never have happened. She talks about when she first told it was early in the morning, and she was woken up by a security at 6 o'clock in the morning, and told about the Russian strikes on Ukraine. And she talks about the moment, particularly for Finland, when non-alignment, neutrality pretty much, could not be kept much longer. And she talks about it very vividly, that even just in terms of the European standards, that like national security now became a major priority for many European countries. And as she says too, I suppose in a lot of ways for a lot of countries in Europe, not so much Ireland, but whatever countries were on the sideline, take for example Sweden too, that the age of military non-alignment was over with in a lot of cases, unfortunately. She talks about the Nordic countries, and particularly the majority of the Nordic countries were already in NATO before Finland and Sweden joined it, particularly Norway and Denmark and Iceland were in NATO. So pretty much, as she says too, would have been security, looking at the Swedish point of view, would have been security risk for every other country around them to be in NATO, and they weren't in NATO. And of course Sweden was a lot neutral compared to Finland for a longer time. Obviously Sweden is an older country than Finland. And she talks about her own cabinet too, and particularly the Left Alliance, obviously Lie Andersson, the Minister for Education at the time, now an MEP for the European Parliament. She talks about the Swedish People's Party, the Centrist Party, the Green Party, were all pretty much in favour of it, but the Left Alliance was more opposed and very aggressive opposed it. But of course the Finns Party, the other parties, every other party pretty much apart from the Left Alliance, were pretty much for it, because I think everybody understood, even the current government, the Finns Party, the National Coalition, even though they're not making a great state of the country at the moment in Finland, but I think they understood that that something they had to do something. They couldn't just sit on the fence. And she talks about her argument with Lie Andersson of the Left Alliance, that pretty much she got up and shouted at Sannamarin, and that's the no NATO talks, etc. And obviously the Left Alliance being weirdly left party, I suppose, and a lot of people would accuse the Left Alliance of being a pro-Russian party too, in a way. I've seen that being said many times by Finnish people in regard to that. But it is understandable, just looking at it, it is understandable for people like David Lie Andersson to be upset, etc. about obviously Finland being neutral for years, etc. But I do think emotions were high, of course, in that moment, of course, with everything going on around. I don't really blame Lie Andersson too for it, and probably she is in favour of it now. But in the present, probably with everything that was going on at the time, was a lot of emotions, and of course a lot of shock and a lot of fear, I suppose, in a way too. But I probably looking back, and if we did ask Lie Andersson today, she probably would say, yeah, I do support it after all. But of course, people have different opinions, even in the cabinet and stuff. But I do think Sannamarin made the right decision, and I do think she did. And to be totally straight with you, and I do think she handled it well too, because obviously could have brought down the government too, the talks. particularly because they obviously lie on the leader of the Left Alliance. Of course, the Left Alliance is not a huge party, but still, it would have been a blow to the government if the Left Alliance left the government, and it would have been a four instead of a five party government. It would have been only a four party, and obviously would weaken the majority of the government too to get things passed, etc. So I do think Sannamarin done very great and was showed the whole leadership too that she was able to keep the government together, to keep the government going. Particularly in times like that when Finland needed a strong government, not like today where it's just anything goes. To be totally honest, that's the way the current government work. She talks about Sweden's process too, and the Swedish Prime Minister at the time too, and of course President Sami Esko, the discussions that were had there in terms of NATO, and then of course the forced arms shipments to Ukraine from Finland in terms of weapons, in terms of ammunition and other materials. And obviously Finland has a huge stockpile of ammunition, etc., just lying about for its preparedness, for its own security. She talks about how close the Swedish government and the Finnish government at the time worked, and how they worked together pretty much for their own common security. And I do think Sannamarin done the right thing in working with Sweden, of course, to advance that. And as we know, just a few months ago, she got Sweden's highest award from the King of Sweden. Very high prevalent award for Finnish person to get, particularly from Sweden. But she of course deserves it, because the Swedish government at the time was a mess. It collapsed, I think, twice, to be totally honest. The government, it just collapsed. But Sannamarin pretty much got Sweden into NATO too, along with Finland. But I just want to talk about it briefly, because there's a lot more I could have talked about in this chapter, but I just want to briefly touch. Now, as I said 100 times in this video, I do agree with that she done the right thing. I'm not going to sit here and say she didn't, because she did. I would have done the same. Looking at all the information you have now, in terms of the long board of what Russia did in the past to Finland, the history of Russia and Finland, and of course what they did by invading another neighbour, another country that wasn't in the military alliance, etc. I don't blame Sannamarin. I really, really don't blame her. I don't think anybody could blame her. When you take all that into account, you simply couldn't blame her for that. And of course, many people question why she didn't have a referendum. We talked about this. But I do think she was right, and I do think in a lot of cases, and I know a lot of people said it online, and some reviews on we go to the controversies about the video eventually at some point in this video. But particularly when it came to NATO, a lot of people say, oh, it wasn't just her that got Finland into NATO as President Sami Esko, it was a few other people, etc. But at the end of the day, it was the Prime Minister. I know they'll say the President has the last say, and of course the President does have the last say in Finland, what happens in terms of foreign policy, etc. But Sannamarin was the woman to get the ball moving, if that pretty much was there until the ball went into the goal, if that makes any sense. Because she was the first person to speak about and say, yeah, we have to do this now, things have changed. And I do think only for Sannamarin's leadership, because let's be fair, if it was the current government, the current Finnish government of the True Finns National Coalition Party, etc., they couldn't have done it. So it was that they just couldn't have done it. I don't think they would have the leadership or the will or the determination to do it. I think Sannamarin was the best person in Finland's position, because if it was the position of now, if Russia would have went into Ukraine now, the current Finnish government would have collapsed long ago, and it would have left Finland destabilised. But I do think they had a very strong government. They were very lucky too, Finland, to have such a strong Prime Minister when Russia did what they did. And of course it was an illegal action, it still is an illegal action that Russia did, to go in and invade their neighbour country, and it's evil, and to bring war to Europe and to bring suffering to millions, and to kill innocent people in a lot of cases. And we hope, and I just want to end this chapter by saying this, and it's my hope, it's my honest hope, that there will be peace, please God. And we're recording this near enough 2026, please God, there'll be some kind of peace, and please God, there'll be a just peace and an understanding peace, please God. So the next chapter, Sanna talks about when she went to Ukraine as a young person, 22. I attended the YES program, which she is still part of the YES program, which is pretty much load politicians and other business people, etc. It's kind of like an organisation for democracy, for the European Union, etc. It's kind of like, it's hard to describe, but it is kind of like just international cooperation, I suppose, of a board, YES, the YES group. And of course, it's still a thing nowadays. She talks about going there, when she was younger, and then she talks about going there May 2022, just a few months after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. She goes into a lot of detail, particularly about the security precautions, etc. And you had to wear a bulletproof vest and have a travel phone, etc. with her. Um, and she talks about when the war started, how it was supposed to be a special military operation, be over in 3 days, 4 days in Kiev. As we all know, that didn't happen. The Ukrainian people fought back, and of course inflicted heavy casualties on the Russians. And of course, still to this day, it's pretty much a stalemate. Russia's advancing slowly, but it would take them 30 years to get anywhere. But it just goes to show you too, to just personally speaking, that like wars of aggression never work. It's been proven many times in history. And she goes on to talk about, particularly when she went, in February 2022, take example, they have to get overnight trains from Poland, etc., to go to Ukraine. Even still, when she goes there now, she was recently enough there a few months ago, that they get a train from Poland or even other parts of the country to go into Kiev. So it's a long journey. It is a long journey. It's from Lapland, pretty much, as she says, the Finnish perspective. The Irish perspective, probably from Cork to Belfast, so even more probably to be to Lapland to Helsinki. It's a long journey. Really is a long journey. And of course, in the wartime situation, I couldn't imagine, because at any moment you could be shot at or anything could happen. You just don't know in a wartime situation, particularly as we know, in war, the lines get blurred. What I mean by that is, people basically lose their mind in terms of what's the morality, the honour. That all goes out the window, unfortunately. And it's a sad thing. And she talks about the atrocities that she's seen, the civilian damage, the infrastructure damage, the housing damage. And it's appalling to see that war has been brought back to Europe. It's appalling to see that we've learned nothing. Just speaking personally, it's appalling that we haven't learned from our history that wars solve nothing. What does it achieve? What does it achieve? Like, generally, what for a few people at the top, it achieves money and power. But for the only Russian, the only Ukrainian, the only person, regardless of who you are, Irish or American, whoever, it achieves nothing. It causes pain and suffering. More people die, more people have to flee war and famine. It's evil stuff, and I think we should have learned a lot from our past. Particularly the two world wars have happened. Wars have happened. People have died in hundreds of thousands. You would think in 2020, in 2022, or even 2025 now, we would have understood that no more senseless wars, no more senseless violence. But unfortunately nowadays, you can't tell that to people that think they're pretty much God in terms of Putin, and in terms that they think they can determine the value, and they think they can be judged during execution in a lot of cases and what they do. And it's appalling, and I hope, please God, someday there'll be a just world and a just peace for the world. I wanted just to show you this photo too. This is an infamous photo taken in Ukraine when we're talking about the infrastructure damage too. It's something that's very, very striking. You can see the upset, and you can see the emotion. You can really feel the emotion too by looking at the photo of Sannamarin here. That it was something, and even just for me, for example, if I was going through it too, you would feel very upset, very annoyed that it was not called for what Russia did. And of course, the innocent people that suffer, people are suffering, and it's pure evil. And I do feel so sorry for Sannamarin, what she's seen, of course, being there. But it took a lot of guts, and it took a lot of determination. Michal Martin here, the Taoiseach here, our government ministers wouldn't have went around and talked to people and seen the damage. They would hide away somewhat. But Sannamarin has guts, and you can see that she has. And even as somebody that met her, you can see that she is a person, she is a human. She does have feelings, she has emotions, and I think that's a good thing about it. Even though you're a strong politician, etc., and you're a courageous politician, has courage, backbone, etc., it's important to be human too. It's important to show your emotions, because it's humanizing too, and it relates to people that and nobody's a robot, nobody's a machine. You have emotions, you have feelings, and it's a good. And just say in general about Sannamarin, she's a good person in terms of that. She can be able to express emotions and her feelings, of course, which is a great thing, because it is humanizing. Let's put that way. It is humanizing. Like, I don't think nearly anybody could go around and look at the damage and the suffering of people without having a tear in their eye. She talks about, going and walking around the streets of Ukraine without a bulletproof vest too. She took off a bulletproof vest, and she talks about how only people, and I do think this is important because we get caught up in, Russia, Ukraine, we get caught up in the politicians, etc. But it's only people at the end of the day that suffer the most. And she talks about, how in some parts of Ukraine, even Kiev, tough, people are able to live their only lives, go about their daily business in a lot of cases. And of course, there's always the threat of a bomb, etc., or fighting. But she talks about that, and I suppose it's very brave because none of our politicians here in Ireland, I'm sure the majority of Irish people would agree, that would take off the bulletproof vest and just walk around without the bulletproof vest in a war zone. But it takes a lot of courage. As I say, sannamarin is pretty much the only leader in Europe that has some backbone, has some kind of strength, inner strength, I suppose that's that way. It's hard to describe it what it is. And she goes on to say about meeting President Zelensky of Ukraine, many times since the conflict in Ukraine started. And I suppose one of the things that I suppose is the most humanising, even just for any person, is to do with her young daughter when he visited in May 2023 the presidential palace in Helsinki, with an audience with her, of course, and Prime President Namasco. That she secretly picked. Of course, she couldn't get a babysitter, and I think that's just the thing too, and it shows too that you're human too, because if you have a child, etc., sometimes you can't get somebody to look after your child for a few hours, and particularly if the Prime Minister happens to them too, and that's a humanising thing too. But of course, she went with her to the presidential palace, and she picked a flower for Zelensky and gave it to Zelensky. But I do think that's a humanising thing. It really is a humanising thing, and it shows. It's a really hard. It's a good moment for everybody. It's a good moment in difficult times. It's something to kind of smile about in a difficult situation, in a terrible situation. She talks about the sheer amount of travel in 2022, particularly with Finland joining NATO, by going to America, going to the European Council, going here and going there. Like literally, and still to this day, Sannamarin still must just have like a machine, like just able to keep going. I don't know how she's able to keep going, but she is some woman for one woman. Let's put it that way. But it's quite insane. Like Micheál Martin wouldn't have done it. Let's put it that way. But I give her great credit for that, of course. And she talks about too, and I vaguely remember this too, of her trip to Japan. Now, Japan from Finland has a long special relationship too. Japanese people and Finnish people have a good relationship, particularly when it comes to movements. They have a great relationship with a lot of people in Japan, watch movements and stuff. They're very fond of the movements. And she says about just the sheer time she was waiting, the jet lag. And of course, she stayed up for, I think she says here in the book, for 55 hours, which, good God, 55 hours, like, it's not healthy for anybody. But she just says, I remember lying in bed thinking about how horrible I felt. Tried to get sleep, couldn't get to sleep. And of course, as the Prime Minister, you can't just say, oh, I'm going to lie on for 4 or 5 hours. It's just constant, just keep going. And I do feel very bad for Sannamarin, because it does take a toll on your health. If you were going through that, say, for example, once, nearly every week, right, take for example, that you couldn't get to sleep for a day or two, right, because 55 hours is nearly 3 days, just to say. 48 hours is 2 days pretty much, so 55 hours is nearly 3 days. So imagine that. It's very critical, particularly it's important, as she says in the book too, to get good sleep. And of course it can lead to exhaustion, of course, and it can affect your abilities, and of course the abilities to negotiate in terms of the abilities to take and process the information and make the right decisions and stuff. But I do have to admire the woman, because if that was me, I would just kind of say, what, have me go to bed for a while. But she still got up and done her duty for Finland in Japan. And then she talks about, pretty much straight after that, she flew back to Helsinki to make a joint statement. I think we all remember that too, with President Sami and Esko. I talked about it just at probably the beginning of the last chapter, that I vaguely remember. I vaguely remember it too. And that she could finally sleep then after all that. Like, Jesus, like, if you take your life as bad and stuff, going to work, etc., like, it must be insane. Like, just having to do all that, the sheer amount of stuff. Just on a side note, I suppose, in terms of Japan, this is a signed copy of Sannamarin, from Sannamarin, of her trip when she was in Japan during that time. Just thought I mentioned it because it's an interesting thing, and of course, signed copy. Very honoured to have it, of course. She goes on to say about the Finnish Parliament, particularly the historic NATO vote. It was 188 like there's 200 members of the Finnish Parliament, just to give them perspective. There was 188 in favour and only 8 against, which is absolutely historic, like absolutely just insane that nearly 200 people pretty much voted to join it. And it just goes to show you the right conception, I suppose, of joining NATO, which we talked in the last chapter. It was huge. It was sounding victory pretty much with that amount that so many people voted for, of different parties, different ideologies, that she was able to communicate and negotiate with them within the party, different sub-national coalition, even though they're on different sides of the political aisle, maybe use that, but they all understood the situation. I do think Sannamarin done very well and explained the situation to them, and of course getting their support, which was very necessary. She goes on to talk about, particularly, obviously it was Turkey and Hungary that holded up pretty much the NATO membership, and particularly for Sweden, it was a huge issue for Sweden. Particularly, Turkey accused them of having terrorists basically in their country, or not doing enough in anti-terrorist legislation. And that was mainly Sweden, but as Sannamarin says, she went over to President Erdogan of Turkey and basically told him, give me my NATO membership, or I'm going to deal with you, basically. But of course, you don't want to get the wrong side of Sannamarin. Above anybody else, Sannamarin, you don't want to upset her or annoy her. Sannamarin's a dangerous one, you get the wrong side of, but let's put it that way. But no, she did well. She got it done. He had no issues with Finland. He had no issues with Sannamarin. Of course, nobody should have issues with Sannamarin. Let's be fair, it's Sannamarin. But of course, as she says about that, and I do remember the Munich Security Conference in 2023. She met Vice President Kamala Harris at the time and stuff. I remember that vividly too. And just to say too, of course in Hungary too, but Hungary was no issue. Again, Sannamarin asked the Hungarian government and stuff, and straight away it was pretty much done. It was just Sweden, particularly with Turkey, had issues with Sweden, and that's why it really took a bit longer too, because Turkey didn't agree to Sweden's accession to NATO until they pretty much dealt with the issues that they had. Because again, you have to remember the majority of the NATO countries pretty much have to agree to the other countries joining, like Finland and Sweden, but every other country pretty much in NATO had no issue with them joining, and they shouldn't really had any issue with them joining, because not really anything to complain about, let's be honest. And I think the one prevalent thing, and I think this is the main point too, at the end the two countries joined NATO was a massive victory for the alliance and a huge loss for Russia, because the whole thing that Russia said about Ukraine is that we're going to attack Ukraine because they were going to join NATO, or they were going to do this, or they were going to do that. But they really kind of shot themselves in the foot, because by them doing that, they've got a bigger border with NATO in terms of Finland and then of course Sweden. So by doing what they did, pretty much made it worse for themselves. And I think they deserved, of course, Russia, because they did it. They caused this. Regardless about the agreements with NATO, about the Baltics and about the expansion and stuff, we could argue till the cows come home. But at the end of the day, Russia did what they did. They went in with military force and killed people and innocent people and brought war to Europe. And I think that's what we'll forget. We'll forget very often about that. Regardless of what the issues were with Ukraine, regardless of what the issues were, no country has the right to start a military invasion of any other country. No country has the right anyway to do it. She talks too about going back in March 2023 to Ukraine. And of course she talks about the atrocities that were committed there. And again, it's just horrifying to read the atrocities and stuff. He talks about too, and I think we remember this too, because it was a kind of a scandal at the time, that Sannamarin promised that he would get fighter jets, Zelensky, and that Ukraine would get fighter jets. But of course, Finland pretty much didn't have any fighter jets to spare, so the United States gave them to it. But at the time, I do remember that a lot of people were very upset about that Sannamarin just didn't discuss it with anybody. But again, they didn't have the fighters to give, first of all. But of course, they said she would discuss the matter with the United States, with the European Union and stuff, but it wasn't like she was promising that they would give it. As she says here, couldn't promise him anything, but they would discuss it. I think a lot of people got a misconception about that she promised that we would give him fighters, etc. But it was not really, it wasn't promised. It was said that we discussed about, but it wasn't a promise that Sannamarin made. And I think a lot of people misconcepted that they thought that she was given Finnish fighters that were in the Finnish Air Force to Ukraine, which wasn't the case. I think a lot of people just got a misconception by that, which was just fake, taken away. She talks about going to a hospital too in Kiev and seeing wounded people, etc. And it's very, very tough to see them situations, people losing arms and legs. It's not for the faintest of heart, let's put that way. She goes on to talk about too, one question that's been had since the end of the Cold War is how the West, particularly the Western countries, have become so complacent in the world in terms of the military spending. Because you see, after the Soviet Union fell, a lot of countries just absolutely decimated the military budget. Ireland included, of course, but Ireland didn't nearly have a big military budget in the start anyway. But it used to be a lot bigger than what it was today. But it still had a big budget because obviously the conflict in Northern Ireland at the time. But she says about the complacency, and particularly how long, and she raises this point too, how long Putin was in power, been in power in Russia for such a long period of time. And of course the violations, obviously Russia is made up of hundreds of different ethnic minorities. And of course, a lot of them are not fairly treated, and and a lot of people's rights are not respected in terms of freedom of speech, in terms of freedom of religion, etc. It's incredibly worrisome, particularly in the last few years in Russia. And not even just in Russia, in the Western world too, how people's rights have been infringed upon. And she talks about this particularly in, as I say, in Russia. And I briefly touched on this earlier on, but the whole idea pretty much of the West, we maintain trade relations with Russia, we can basically access cheap energy, etc. and pretty much ignore everything else. That's what I'm trying to say. But we should never have done it. We should never have traded with Russia, and particularly China too, because they don't think the same as us, and I think that's to be important. They don't have the same values, and I think the main thing is that we work with people who understand our values. As people say, for example, the Western countries of Ireland, that we believe in democracy and freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom of being just pretty much freedom of everything, pretty much in a way, because that's the whole idea of democracy, the West, that freedom reigns, freedom of supremacy. Nothing else is more important than your freedom. In a lot of these countries like Russia, it's power, it's influence, it's money, it's not anything else. And unfortunately, sad thing to say about Europe is nearly getting like that, and it's an unfortunate thing to say, but it's the truth. I think one of the main points here, just because there's a lot of things I could say about this particular page, but I think she's right that we pretty much for the cheap buck, we pretty much sold away our companies and stuff, and we lost sight in the bigger picture. And I think that was the thing. It's all because the only thing we thought about, how can we do it on the cheap, how can we get stuff on the cheap, we didn't see the bigger picture, and that we were pretty much selling ourselves to Russia, to China, to other countries for resources. And she's not wrong. We didn't see the bigger picture. We should have kind of looked at the bigger picture instead of having this narrow mindset, just kind of looking at one angle and not looking at the other angles and ignoring what we didn't like and stuff. I do think that was, and I do, in years to come in the West, years to come in 20 years, 30 years time, people will look back and say it was the biggest mistake ever. But that we can't ignore what other countries do, particularly when it comes to suppressing people's rights, etc. And of course the European Union is doing to a certain extent too, but not to the extent probably as Russia's doing. And she talks about defending our values, and that's important. I think that's really important, because the one thing I've learned from sannamarin, you let your values guide you. If you're ever in fear, or if you're afraid to do anything, let your values go back to your inner core. Is your values. Is your values what you value in life? What is your values? And of course other people have different values, but particularly, I'm speaking as just a Western person, an Irish citizen, my values are that people who fought for my freedom, people who died in the 1960s in the War of Independence, they had belief that Ireland could become something, that Ireland could gain its independence, its freedom. They died for that belief. They gave up their lives so we could be free. And they clearly stated in the proclamation of the Irish Republic that they wanted people to live freely, to have elect their own people, elect their own representatives. And of course that is my inner thing, that the Irish people are the first people that should be always consulted about anything, and the main priority. And she goes on to say about the international rule-based order. So what she means by that, and you often hear from sannamarin, is to do with trade and stuff. That, and of course to do with the rules-based order, because for smaller countries, particularly like Finland and Ireland, and she said this in Dublin, I remember vaguely saying it, that we have to understand how to defend ourselves, and it's important that countries can defend themselves. But with shared rules and shared values, etc., only through strength and power is frightening, because that's the world we live in now. All that rules-based order of not attacking your neighbour, not killing innocent people, that's all gone out the window, unfortunately. And nowadays it's all about strength and power, and that's all it is, money. That's really all it is, and she's 100% right. We've kind of sold our soul, let's put it that way, in the West in a lot of cases. It's hard to know will we ever get that soul back. That's to be totally honest with you. She goes on to say, particularly about identifying our weaknesses, and I suppose we do have weaknesses. And of course, standing up to aggression, countries that are aggressively attacking their neighbours or doing things. And of course, totalitarian regimes that don't have elections, have freedom, democracy, etc. And I do think this is the most important thing, particularly for Irish people, and people know what our Taoiseach has said about sovereignty. We want nothing to do with a backwards looking idea of sovereignty. I just want to quote this. It's united in shared respect for peace and stability and international law, well beyond our belief that in the rights of sovereign nations to charter their own futures and to defend their values. We must accept the difficult times are coming and prepare for them. But I do think that is the most important thing, that people have sovereignty and that the people are sovereign. And particularly as it's mentioned about the Irish proclamation of the Irish Republic that was read out loud outside the GPO by Patrick Pearse in 1916. He mentioned the word sovereignty. The Irish people own the island of Ireland. The Irish people are sovereign and independent and indivisible, the word he used. And it's important that people have their sovereignty, and it's so important. I think we forget, and it's mentioned, as I say, nearly 3 times, and it meant so much to them, the people who gave their lives to this country, Ireland particularly. It meant so much to them that the Irish people had their sovereignty, and that the Irish state was sovereign and indivisible. And I think we've lost our values, particularly in terms of that we've basically sold ourselves out in a way that we don't think about our sovereignty. But I do respect sannamarin, because she's the only woman politician in Europe that said countries deserve their sovereignty, their freedom, because there's this narrative nowadays that countries are not sovereign. And every country, if you're a sovereign country, you have your freedom, you have your will of the people, you have the democratic will of the people. She goes on to say, and I agree 100%, we need to strengthen our trade with countries that share our values, technology, development, etc., and focus on our military capabilities to defend ourselves, etc. It can happen again, and I think that's the sad thing about this chapter. As she says, it can happen again if we don't learn from our mistakes. It can happen again, and unfortunately, we see with Taiwan, we see with the Pacific at the moment. China is making moves in the Philippines, Philippine Islands, banging into Coast Guard vessels. It's a scary world, it really, really is. But I do think if we had more leaders like sannamarin, things would make more sense. The world would be a lot more just, to be totally honest with you. But I do agree 100% with them. I genuinely do. We should always strengthen our values by working with countries that understand our values, where we're coming from in life. Because I do think it's important, like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea even. Because it's only by working together that we can keep democracy alive. And I think that's the main thing. Because democracy is such a fragile thing. And we're truly blessed, and of course I'm truly blessed, just speaking on my own behalf here, we're truly blessed not to live in North Korea, in China and other countries that we might criticise the European Union. I often do it many times myself, and I might criticise the Irish government all the time, every day of the week. But at the end of the day, you have that right. Still, of course, but in other countries they don't have that right, and I think it's important to appreciate that, because it's not until it's gone that you don't appreciate it. And I think that's something that we should value, because it's our inner values, and I think values are the things that guide us. And I do think sannamarin was 100% right in the event I went to. If times get tough, if you feel the pressure, if you feel that things are too much, let your values guide you. Let your values, what you believe in your soul, not what is beneficial to you or to anybody else. What you believe in your soul, what you believe in your heart and your mind and your soul is right. Your inner core values, what you truly, your last means of defense, I suppose, in a way too. What you believe, what you truly believe in the bottom of your soul is the right thing. And I do think that's the most important. Let your values guide you. Thank you. So I want to move on now to tough negotiations, which is this chapter. And there's many things to be talked about here, but I probably will keep this brief. Because pretty much it's the same as we know with the European Union. There's loads of negotiations about different budgets, the different schemes, as we would call them in Ireland, different things in terms of money and in terms of loans, etc., the IMF, etc. But I just want to briefly touch on this particularly, that as Prime Minister, of course, sannamarin, had to deal with so much and would learn so many skills and knowledge during them times. And I do think it's important to learn skills and stuff, especially when you're negotiating. It's very important to have skills, to have negotiation skills, how to work with people, because it's so vital to understand people's behaviour. And as she says, to understand your own behaviour, not even that, but other people's behaviour too. You have to understand people too, who you're going to negotiate and what the values are, what they're about. And particularly what I want to talk about is the 500 million, and I didn't know about this before, but 500 million that Finland wanted from the European Union, from the IMF pretty much, for rural infrastructure in rural parts of Finland. A lot of Finland is very rural compared to, same as rural Ireland, but obviously a lot bigger. And of course, as she says, many people are spread out over very different areas, and they needed the money for rural development, for infrastructure, etc. But of course, the European Union only wanted to give Finland 150 million, which was, and as sannamarin, again, fairness though, she has some backbone, because Ireland is afraid to say anything to the European Union. It's just terrified. Our leaders are afraid of the backsides of the German government, the French government. They're terrified to say boo to them. And sannamarin said she would not accept this deal unless Finland received 500 million. Now, straight away, can we get sannamarin here, please, to Ireland? We need her as the Taoiseach. Because that's the kind of politician we need here, that is able to say to the European Union, well, I'm not accepting this. And she talks about Michel Barnier, Michel Barnier, pretty much, the Belgian Prime Minister, may I say. Basically was very upset and hung up the phone. This is during a conversation. And she goes on to say small countries like European can just, they can't simply just make demands of Finland and stuff. And she's totally right in that. No, the European Union is pretty much made up of Brussels and Strasbourg. It doesn't represent pretty much the whole European Union. It's just two cities pretty much it represents. But she was 100% right to stand. And of course, she was looking after the people of Finland, making sure they're being looked after. Because obviously every citizen of the European Union contributes to the European Union in some way. Ireland is nearly the most expensive of all the European Union in terms of money that's taken from Ireland and not given back. But yeah. And then she says a few hours later she got her 500 million euro for Finland. And she says it was a major victory because the greater powers, the powers that be, I suppose, the bigger powers, Germany, France, and the bigger countries, didn't want to give Finland the money that they were entitled to. Of course, they're entitled to as a member of the European Union. But of course, a lot of the heads of the European Union prior its own countries, their big countries, etc. But it is very important. It's really, really important that Finland did, and I admire sannamarin. I really, really do. And I think every Irish person would, because our politicians are too afraid of the European Union, and they have to stop being afraid of the European. They have to stop being afraid in general to speak their mind and speak freely. Because again, they represent the people of Ireland. They don't represent themselves. They want to represent themselves. They can represent themselves. But the people of Ireland expect our politicians to represent the people of Ireland, to fight for the people of Ireland, and to fight for every cent that can be given to Ireland. Because that's what they're there for, not to just surrender at the first opportunity. And she goes on to talk about negotiations, of course, in Finland too, because obviously, as I said before, there's 5 parties in our government. So a lot of negotiation to get a consensus pretty much on different topics. And not even just, as I say, about the European Union we just talked about too. A lot of conversations dragged on for hours and hours and hours and weeks on end. She talks about the Green Party, particularly in Finland. Of course, probably the same as ours. Like, we're pushing, as she says, the devil was in the detail. The government, the Greens and the government wanted to push a tougher and tougher climate objectives. Of course, it was very, what would you call it? Very, very ambitious that whole government, sannamarin's government, wanted to be climate neutral by 2035. Obviously, unfortunately, that won't happen with the current government. But as she says, there was a lot of conflict between the different parties in government, the centrist party, etc. Didn't really know what they stood for, to be told, after the election defeats in many elections. She goes on to talk about, and I think in Ireland, it's a very prevalent topic, particularly in rural Ireland, to do with peat, what we would call here tough. And as she says here, it only makes up about 5% of the energy in Finland, peat and turf, what we would call in Ireland. And of course, the Green Party nearly lost the plot over it. About 5% burned of turf and stuff, pretty much. And she says about arguments and stuff that happened between that because of only 5%, that they nearly lost the plot over it. And again, simple things like that, particularly you see in Ireland, smaller parties, they try and get big concessions from the parties, bigger parties. And in a way, you don't blame them, because if you're a smaller party, you want concessions. You need concessions to survive, to show the people who voted for, we can actually do something and stuff. That's the whole idea of a smaller party and stuff, that you can give an alternative to the bigger parties. And of course, how you do that when you get into government and stuff, you kind of hold them by ransom pretty much. And she goes on to say, and I've said this in a few times in the video, that the one person I wouldn't want to get alongside is Anna Mountain. She is the best person, of course. She's the greatest politician of all time in my mind, and I think in a lot of people's mind. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to get the wrong side of her. And of course, she goes into some of the moments where she was very, very frustrated with negotiations. To be totally honest, I wouldn't blame her. Being in committees and stuff, and speaking personally just for a second too, being in committees and stuff, it's it did drive anybody mad in some aspects, because it's just the same thing over and over again, and sometimes it's just endless consent, like talks about the same thing for weeks and weeks on end, and it's just kind of like going around and around, and you feel like there's no progress and stuff, and it drive anybody mad. To be told, drive the patience of Joe, as we would say in Ireland. But it admire the person that sticks through it. Even though it's like nails on a chalkboard. As long as you stick through it, you will get your result. And a result, and of course it's important, particularly when you have five parties in the coalition. It's absolutely, it must be atrocious to try and work out. It's bad enough with two trying to get a consensus, but for five parties it must be so insane to try and keep a consensus. She talks about how, the plan, I suppose, for every government term, how much money they were going to spend over the government term, and particularly the centrist party. And this is a common thing in Sannamarin's book. The centrist party always seems to be like the Kamchatka, if anybody knows that reference, is a Russian warship during the First World War. It basically was in pretty much the Japanese invasion of Vladivostok, etc., over there in that point, when the Japanese Imperial Army blew up basically the Russian fleet, the Imperial Russian fleet, the Baltic fleet, may I use that too, to send them halfway around the world. It's a long story, it's hard to explain it all, but pretty much that's a reference to that, because it's like just an omen of bad luck when you see the centrist party pretty much in Sannamarin's book. It's always something like it's always a bad omen, I may say. But she's done very well, just to say. She's done very well in negotiating with them and getting them on side and working with them, even though some parts they were completely unreasonable with her. She goes on to say too, in terms of the budgets and stuff, that the biggest thing was one of the reasons negotiations had been keep failing because other people interfere and pretty much meddling in talks. And it is a thing particularly when you have loads of people, and then other people get involved. Things get conflated, things get confused. Not to mention then too, you don't know what's going on, and then obviously information gets out, and then people hear about, particularly when you're a government or in local government and stuff. Even though things are discussed and stuff, we could do this, we could do that, we could do the other. It might never come to reality, and again, it could go out to the media, and the media be like, oh yeah, the government are going to do this, but they never thought about doing it. It's just one of those things. But it's important, to have only a limited number of people, that the people that matter that's there, instead of having a huge amount of people that information could get out, etc. She talks about too, the political circus, I suppose she calls it, of the centrist party, because obviously what they were aiming to do is trying to start a scandal pretty much with Sannamarin here, to say, oh look, Sannamarin's doing this or Sannamarin's doing that with the budget, etc. But really they were just pretty much making up lies in a lot of cases, or making up stuff as they were going along. And of course they didn't get it. Sannamarin was too far too clever for them, and they have to get up more earlier in the morning to call Sannamarin, etc. But I do think she handled it very well. It took a lot of patience, and that's just only going through the finer detail. We could read for an hour about it, but it's just basically going over it. But of course they lost a lot of influence and stuff, the centrist party, by pulling the stunt. And of course it hit the public image too, because it pretty much turned into a charade, the centrist party, what they were trying to do. And again, it was all about their own political power and political money and power. That's pretty much it. Wasn't about the people that voted for them. They were more worried about pulling political circus stunts than worrying about the people that they were supposed to serve. And I think Sannamarin didn't lose focus on the people why she was there as Prime Minister. She's there to serve the Finnish people, and not to be there for political stunts. And I think it's stood for in this case. So the next chapter we go on to is, I suppose, everybody wants to know about, and I think the majority of people have probably heard of some of these scandals, if you could call them scandals. In the grand scheme of things, from an Irish point of view, if our politicians are Taoiseachs, what we would call Prime Ministers, only had these scandals, along with, apart from what they usually would have in this country, then we would have a great country. And Sannamarin, obviously, any politician nowadays, especially with social media, anything at all nowadays, can cause such a scandal. And we'll talk about some of them here, but the few of them I'm about to mention, about five, is all of them are pretty much nothing at the end of the day. It's not like to do with corruption, there's not to do with money. It's just a woman trying to live her life as Prime Minister, of course, and as a young Prime Minister particularly too, and of course a different way of seeing things too, But a lot of these scandals straight up, in my honest opinion, before I go on into any detail, I do believe it's a lot of jealousy first. There's a lot of sexism too from a lot of people too. It's jealousy and of course a few other things too. And a lot of people too have the old-fashioned way of looking at it too, that politicians shouldn't enjoy themselves, I suppose, have a life outside of politics, etc. Even though it's to the Prime Minister and stuff. But of course, things have changed, times have changed, and of course, sannamarin is the youngest Prime Minister in the world, and, back then. But yeah, I do think there was a lot of sexism, a lot of just pure, I suppose, jealousy is a word too. But some people would say it's. We'll get into all the discussion about it, but yeah, it's a good bit to be discussed about this chapter. Just when I was saying about all that, so obviously nowadays, and she says in the book too about the media particularly, like nowadays everything's on social media, and of course journalism nowadays is not really about the truth anymore. Journalism, just speaking of journalism, not even just in Irish but across the world, it's all about getting clicks online, getting money for your newspaper, because people don't buy artificial, like newspapers nowadays hold in your hand. It's all about getting clicks online, ad revenue, etc. And journalists make up a sensational headlines about people, particularly sannamarin. You see in the Finnish media, etc., all the time. Obviously, sannamarin being the most famous Finn of all time, pretty much at Carl Gustav Mannerheim. I don't think that's even debatable. But long story short, anything at all, they write about sannamarin, which is obviously, everybody's entitled to their privacy regardless of who you are. But the media takes it overboard a bit. Even the smallest detail, they sensationalise it to unimaginable levels. And of course, the sannamarin says, the media sensationalise and of course put their own spin to it, not, misleading the truth in some cases, saying the truth, etc. But as she says here, and I think it's very important for politicians, particularly nowadays, to be able to go in front of the media, and of course she always did. She never was afraid to speak to the media. Our Taoiseach here was afraid of them, afraid of real journalists and stuff. But sannamarin always spoke to every journalist and never was afraid to say what she thought and say what she was doing, etc., and answer questions and stuff. And I think that's really, really important for a leader to not to be afraid to talk and to say and speak to the media, and of course speak to the public at the same time, because the media basically report back to the public on it. So the first scandal we're going to talk about here is the Blair scandal, pretty much. I'll show you now in a second what I'm talking about. But it was basically a photo, kind of, a magazine photo that was taken along with an interview, a short interview for a Finnish magazine company when she was the Prime Minister. Now, when I show you the photo and stuff like that, you'd be like to yourself, what's the deal? Why did everybody go up in arms over this? Because I do remember, I just give you my personal view on it. It was all overblown. It was really, really all overblown. It was a woman literally taking, doing an interview and a photo shoot, even though she was the Prime Minister and stuff like that. But I think the majority of people who've seen the photo would be like, yeah, that she's pretty cool. Nobody's really, like, there's only a few people you see that basically went absolutely ballistic over it. But it's literally not, like, it's literally nothing. Like, they shouldn't even been a scandal. Like, what I'm trying to say, it's totally irrelevant. It's not like she robbed money off somebody or something like that. It's like not. I don't know why people even went up in arms over it, if that makes any sense. Like, because it's just a woman doing the photo shoot. Now, you could argue as Prime Minister, when I show you the photos, you could argue that the Prime Minister shouldn't be addressed that way appropriately. But at the end of the day, it's up to whoever, as I say, sannamarin, of whoever. You dress whatever way you want to dress, and that's my view on it. I won't stop you from dressing. I don't think anybody should stop, even if you're the Prime Minister or an MP or whoever you are. You wear what you want to wear, and that's as simple as that. And I think sannamarin did the right thing. I don't even think this is even a scandal. And again, a lot of it was just jealousy, but a lot of it too was a lot of people, particularly middle-aged people, old people, not understanding things have changed in a lot of regards in terms of different things, and of course a young Prime Minister and stuff. Some people, and I see it even online, just personally, I've seen older people literally in their 70s and their 80s talk about sannamarin, and they don't get it. They don't get, they're used to the old-fashioned politics of suits and stuff, people in suits and stuff. They're not used to the new way, and I suppose sannamarin represents the new way in a lot of ways. But you get what I'm saying. A lot of elderly people see it that way, but at the end of the day, it was pretty much nothing. And I don't even know how this became a scandal, because I didn't even think twice about it. It was pretty cool. Like, the photo was pretty cool, and I'll show you now. But yeah, it shouldn't have been a scandal. It's basically, if this was an Irish scandal, like what they're doing here and all, and take for example, in my county here in Cavan, the former Lord Mayor was off to prison for two years for basically paying the South American men to smuggle cocaine and stuff into the country, and along with other stuff. And compared to that, you're like, what? How did this even become a scandal? And then obviously we have Govgate and we have all that, and that's only the fourth scandal, but it's pretty much nothing. So this was the photo that I was talking about. As you can see, like, with note on the shot, I suppose you could call it, and of course the signed photo of that I got. But this was the photo, and a lot of people deemed that it was inappropriate for a Prime Minister to be dressed in this way without an undershirt, I suppose. But at the end of the day, it's Sannamarin's own business. And I don't know. And again, majority of people think this was pretty cool, me included. But yeah, at the end of the day, she dresses the way she wants, and I support Sanna, and whatever the way she wants to dress, she can dress. The same as anybody. Nobody should tell you what to do, or what you should wear and what you shouldn't wear, unless you're going to school or something like that. Fair enough. But in your own personal life, you're entitled to do what you're free, independent person. You have your own mind. You're able to choose for yourself. Simple as that. That's my view, and that's my view of everything. I don't think Sannamarin should even give anybody the attention, anybody that says, oh, you shouldn't dress like this or shouldn't dress like that, because I support Sanna that she dresses the way she wants to, and I think everybody should support, regardless of who they are, in whatever they want to dress in. And moving on to the other scandal, now, a few people might have an issue with this one particularly, and this is to do with the breakfast scandal. Now, as we know here in Ireland, our Taoiseach and our President, Catherine Connolly, they definitely don't pay for the only dinner in the morning, or the breakfast in the morning, or the dinner, or any food they get now snooped on. We don't know what the President's office in Ireland, they're not entitled under the Freedom of Information request to tell them how much they're spending on their breakfast and stuff. But it's fair to say, it's the same as our Chocty dollars in the Dáil. Irish people had to pay their bills in the Dáil Bar. We have a Dáil Bar in Dáil Éireann. It's subsidised, heavily subsidised. They only have to pay a few euros for food and stuff like that. And then the only people left to starve. But this is the thing. Half of them don't pay it, they have it on tabs, and the Irish taxpayer pay 3.4 million or something like that on their back tabs, because none of them paid it, and it was all left, and pretty much the Irish taxpayer to flip the bill. But long story short, obviously being in the Prime Minister, because obviously every country has a Prime Minister's residence, that just is, in Ireland it's Farm Lee, in Finland it's a place beside the water. And of course this is to do with her breakfast, and I suppose you have to remember too, it wasn't just Sannamarin, it was a young daughter and her husband at the time too. So this was to do about 15,000 euro or so, in terms of breakfast, which was about €850 a month or so. But you have to remember there was 3 people too, and Finland is an expensive country at the best of times. And of course, Sannamarin did pay the money back, etc. Which, imagine saying to the Taoiseach or the President here that you have to flip the bill for your own breakfast and stuff and all that. You think they would do it here? Not a hope. As I say about our TDs, they wouldn't have paid it, the Dáil Bar tabs. So, in fairness to Sannamarin, she did pay it back and stuff when was talked about, I suppose. And a lot of people say she only done it when it was talked about. But I do think she was right, because at the end of the day, I think Larry Anderson said it in a documentary, in a French documentary on YouTube, that it was in the Prime Minister's residence, and I think right, it was in the Prime Minister's residence, and of course the people who were making her breakfast were paid by the Finnish taxpayer, like the people, the cook and stuff, that's assigned to the Prime Minister's residence, and the staff there that were giving her the food, getting things ready. They were assigned to the Prime Minister's residence. Sannamarin wasn't just in the kitchen, cooking. Of course, being the Prime Minister and stuff, and especially with all the stuff going on at the time, COVID and stuff like that, she obviously didn't get the time to do that. But this is the thing, it's absolutely insane to suggest, and I understand at the time that a lot of people were very upset about it, especially the cost, I suppose. But at the end of the day, she did make amends, and I do think that's the most important thing, that she did make amends when she knew even though she did nothing wrong. Like, at the end of the day, she did nothing wrong. It's the same in every country. No Prime Minister pays for their breakfast, let's be fair. But she did the right thing and we're paying her back. But at the end of the day, she did nothing wrong, in my opinion. I think the majority of people's opinion too. She did nothing wrong within the Prime Minister's residence, you know. And then she goes on to talk about her wedding. We talked about it just in the last chapter. The journalists were saying that the wedding was paid for by the Finnish taxpayer, which is totally wrong. And again, a lot of these accusations were thrown around. I remember even myself hearing about them, that the wedding was paid for by the Finnish taxpayer, which wasn't true at all. It was all out of their own pocket. But I just want to briefly touch on one thing that Sannamarin says here, in reference to what the public opinion was at the time. Is Sannamarin is so greedy and stingy that she can't buy her own milk. She already get paid so much. And, you know, straight away as a Cavan person, you'll hear the one stingy. If you know Cavan people, where I'm from, are known to be tight. But no, Sannamarin isn't tight and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what was said at the time. But as I say, she did nothing wrong. And I'd stand over that. And she did pay it back, as I say. But at the end of the day, she did nothing wrong, because it doesn't say really in the government, in any government, even in Ireland here, it doesn't say that the Taoiseach should pay for his breakfast. It's not there, and of course they wouldn't do it here. Let's put it that way. No politician, if we went up to Micheál Martin now, or Michael Martin, or whoever, Simon Harris was the Taoiseach in the morning, right, and we went up to him and said, you have to pay for your breakfast and your dinner in the Taoiseach's residence or in Dáil Éireann. You mean to tell me he's going to do that and pay for the last few years? You think he's going to do that? Not a hope. So Sannamarin is a really unique character, because nobody, the state didn't force, and nobody forced her to pay the money back. She done it herself. And then of course paid it after that for her own breakfast all the time. But I do think it's, again, the whole concept behind this is in the Prime Minister's residence. It was prepared for by the cook that was employed by the Finnish state and the people who laid out the breakfast and stuff. Now a lot of people say it was an outrageous sum of money too. But you have to remember there was three families. Like, it wasn't just her, it was her family too. But it probably would, because again, you have to remember Finland is an expensive country. It's not a cheap country at the best of times. But I do think Sannamarin was very transparent, and when this was raised and stuff, and compared to in Ireland, you would have to go through hell and back to get the information out of them, to tell them how much it's been spent. But Sannamarin, and of course I think this is indicative of Sannamarin too, she was honest with people. And she was upfront with people, and especially to the media, etc. She was upfront, and she didn't hide back and said, I did this, and even though she did nothing wrong, as I say, but she was upfront and said about it, which is a great thing, because in Ireland here, you know yourself, they wouldn't say it. They would make up every lie possible. They would delay it as much as possible. We know what the present day was about. It was said that Rodney Helan, the former president of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, spent something like 7,000 or something like that a year on dog food. It was 10,000, I think. Sorry. The Irish taxpayer flipped the bill for the dog food. It wasn't him. But again, as I said, the Irish Office of the Presidency is not under the Freedom of Information Act, so we don't have the entitlement, even though we're paying for it, we don't have the entitlement to know how much is being spent by the presidency on their dinner, lunch and dinner, etc. But as I say, a lot of people did support her. A lot of people, as I say, rely on the Sun. And of course, at the time, I do even remember talking about it on social media, saying that it was not right. It really wasn't right, and a lot of stuff was being said. There was a lot of just lies being said, not even just about the breakfast, but other stuff, that Sannamarin was getting this and getting that and getting the other, which was obviously wrong. But of course, as I say, she did nothing. At the end of the day, she didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't like in scripture that the Prime Minister must pay for their own breakfast. But she paid for it herself, and I think that's people that should give her credit for that. But I suppose, let me know what you think. What do you think about it? But it's not like a huge thing, because the money was paid back to the Finnish taxpayer. In Holland, that never happened. So the next thing is the phone scandal. I briefly remember this. It wasn't that much about it, but basically, to sum it up, pretty much, she went out for dinner with her husband one evening, and only took basically 2 phones with her. Which is pretty much a work phone and the parliamentary phone. She didn't bring her other phone. The Prime Minister, Sannamarin, at the time, had 3 phones pretty much. What I mean by that is, she had one for work phone, and like a parliamentary phone to get in touch with MPs, etc. But she had another phone which was kind of a state phone, which was for encrypted conversations, etc. with European colleagues and stuff like that. For example, if something happened when she was out at the dinner, to ring for argument's sake, me whole mountain and all, and for some reason say something happened in Europe or something like that, some emergency happened. And of course more encrypted and stuff, more secure lines than compared to the other phones. But this is the thing, she didn't bring her with her because, as she says in the book here, she didn't really need it. There wasn't like, and especially because this was evening time in Helsinki and stuff like that, 11 o'clock or so. It wasn't like she was going to ring at 11 o'clock from a restaurant, up Mihal Mountain or, Eslov on the line and ring them up at 11 o'clock at night and stuff to have a chat, let's be honest. And of course, I don't know how this is a big scandal. Like, nothing happened. I wouldn't mind if something did happen and she wasn't there, but they would have been able to get in touch with her through a work phone and a parliamentary phone, if that makes any sense, if something did happen. And of course, she wasn't probably too far away from the Prime Minister's office or the Parliament, etc., to get a secure line to talk to whoever if anything happened. But it was just insane. That this was even a thing, that this was even a big scandal compared to in Ireland, where literally Noel O'Sullivan, if you don't know, this is just now an Irish perspective, but Noel O'Sullivan was the Garda Commissioner. And as we remember, there was a lot of justice ministers because there was huge Garda corruption in terms of penalty points, in terms of Gardaí were letting politicians and letting high up people in society off for a few bob underneath the table. And of course, Noel O'Sullivan, as the Garda Commissioner, the head chief, the head honcho of the Gardaí, the police force in Ireland, she had two phones. She had a work phone and she had a personal phone. And all of them, mysteriously, when all this came out about, it was Maurice McCabe, who was a sergeant in Garda Síochána. He was standing up against the corruption in the Gardaí, and obviously they tried to defame him and tried to make out that he was an evil man and that he had huge convictions for this and that. And obviously that was all fake just to shut him up. But what I'm trying to say is, when all that came out, the Gardaí and the state were trying to blacken his name. Mysteriously, Noel O'Sullivan's phones disappeared, and of course, the Minister for Justice at the time, Frances Fitzgerald, her phone disappeared too, mysteriously, her work phone. And nobody was ever. Noel O'Sullivan's not in prison for it, because we all know why that disappeared, because there was things said from Noel O'Sullivan's phone and from Frances Fitzgerald's phone that would not be great if it got out to the public, because there's no other reason how all their phones just disappeared. Like, there's no way it could all just disappear. We all know, when you put two and two together, you get your answer. But yeah, it's not like sannamarin just hid her phone and stuff like that and threw it into the lake or something like that. She literally just went out for a few hours with her husband for something to eat. It's not like imagine in Ireland that the Taoiseach goes away for an hour or two to have dinner down the road with his wife for 2 hours, and then they lose the plot. As I say, I wouldn't mind if something did happen, God forbid, at that time. Something did happen big in Europe, or there was an attack, or there was a terrorist attack in, say, Germany or something like that, and there was an emergency meeting of the European Council or something like that. But as she says, and she rightly says, she did have security and stuff with them. Of course, they would have been in touch and stuff. And of course, she would have probably went straight away. If something did happen, she would have went straight away to deal with that. But I do think it was... and again, a lot of this too, a lot of people are just looking for straws. What I mean by that is trying to find straws. Because this is literally nothing. Let's be fair, nothing happened. I wouldn't mind if something did happen, but literally nothing happened. And of course, they do say about her dancing and stuff. It appeared in the papers and stuff the next day. But at the end of the day, this is not even from an Irish perspective. Imagine we went through politics here in Ireland. Some of the scandals here, it's generally evil. Some of the scandals that comes across here, like Golfgate and stuff like that, with Supreme Court judges and bankers and landlords and stuff, all winning the Oireachtas Gov Society on the taxpayers' expense during a lockdown and stuff, and the Supreme Court judge and all that. And COVID loves the party and all that, if anybody gets that Irish reference. But yeah, this is basically nothing. Imagine that people literally, and again, as I say, be clutching straws, because they're just, I think there's some people in this, in reality here in Ireland or in Europe, that are so jealous about sannamarin for whatever reason, because that's what it boils down to. Just find something to give out about sannamarin. Because she is just too cool and stuff like that. They have to try and find something, and this is what they clutch to, just these few straws. Again, it's literally nothing. I wouldn't mind if something did happen. Fair enough, you could argue about that then, but literally nothing happened. And she, as she said, she didn't need it because she didn't think she would be winging, say, other European leaders at 11 o'clock at night from a restaurant with her husband there. I don't think the majority of us would do that too. And then we move on to the dancing scandal. Now, everybody probably would know about this, and of course, this went viral at the time. I'm sure you remember. I even remember making a video about it. And this is to do with her at a friend's apartment. And I'm sure people have seen the video. But pretty much before I get started on this, that first of all, I think it was extremely cool that your Prime Minister can, basically, have a personal life outside of it. And of course, sannamarin is a pretty cool person, and I think it made her look more cool. Now, the only people that... It wasn't a scandal like in Finland, people didn't even mind it too much. It was mainly just the true Finns, which we will see in a second. But, she was just living her life. There was she did nothing wrong. It was not during the lockdown or anything. People misunderstood sometimes, that thinking that there was a lockdown or there was COVID procedures, but there was nothing in place at the time. So she did nothing wrong. She quite literally only went and partied at a friend's apartment in her off time, which is not a crime. I know a lot of people still to this day talk about it, but we'll get into all the facts now in a second. She talks about, and I think this is, and I've heard this story before, when she heard about it, and I suppose when the video started circulating, it was a few days later, that she was at a dinner in a city with city councillors and stuff in an eastern part of Finland. And she talks about how the video came out and how she got to know about it, etc. And of course, just the sheer reaction of her staff and stuff, the pure panic and stuff. But at the end of the day, it was basically over nothing. Like, at the end of the day, some people made accusations that there was cocaine and stuff involved, but that was, of course, not true. It's totally false. It's pretty much trying to blacken sannamarin's name in a way. That's what the whole idea was about that particular narrative. That wasn't true. 100% it wasn't true. Of course, it was spread by the true Finns mainly. But we see the Cohen scandals in Finland. The dancing scandal is nothing compared to what's happening now. But in Finland, she talks about going into a van to discuss what the reaction's going to be. And of course, this was at a gathering, at a conference too, for the Social Democrats. And she just talks about going into a van and stuff, discussing it, what they were going to do, etc. And of course, the journalists outside, it must have been a pretty scary moment, because obviously they knew that the scandal was going to break, and of course the journalists didn't know at the time. And she talks about the next morning after it all, after the video leaked, just the sheer amount of questions and stuff. And I particularly remember this about people saying, was she blackmailed and stuff. But I think it made her look more cool as Anna. My whole opinion of it is that it made her look a lot more cooler, like a lot more ordinary, if that makes sense, like an ordinary person. And a lot of people could relate to that. A lot of people can relate to that. And I relate to it in a way. I wouldn't be partying now all night and stuff, but I can relate to it. I can respect sannamarin in a private life, just want to live her only life. And of course, these videos weren't supposed to be public. They were private moments with her friends. So I don't know what the whole... I know people often say they were trying to blackmail and stuff. I don't think so. Because why would they release the videos without saying to sannamarin, give us money before we, and stuff like that, if that makes any sense. But the amount of questions and stuff from the media at that time was insane. Particularly, and again, a lot of people hear this word in the videos if you watch the videos, particularly to do with the Flower Gang. That's what people used. Now, she didn't say it. It was somebody else that said in the background of the video. But of course, as I said, a lot of the true Finns, particularly the current government now, in the opposition at the time, went up in arms over this. They literally knocked the place down because of it. And literally the current government now at the moment, with this scandal at the moment with their own politicians, it literally is 10 times less than this. What I mean by to say is, this had nothing on what's happening at the moment in Finland. So but they were making the assumption that sannamarin was on drugs and stuff, and of course that was just totally false. It's just definitely just trying to mislead, trying to sow doubt in a lot of people's minds of sannamarin, and trying to blacken her name, I suppose, and trying to get rid of her out of office. But of course that wasn't true, and simple as that, it wasn't true. And I think sannamarin would have admitted it if she did. But she definitely 100%. I truly believed that she didn't. There was no drugs around it. There was alcohol, of course. She was drinking and stuff, which is perfectly entitled to do. There's no law against drinking and stuff. But she's perfectly entitled to do. There's no law against it, as I say. And she talks about too, and I think this is important, to make like the Finnish people to make up her own mind. And she didn't apologise for it. And she shouldn't have. She should never apologise for it. But because she did nothing wrong. Like in my opinion, she didn't do anything wrong, and I stand by it to this day that she did nothing wrong, and I still stand by it that she didn't do anything wrong. You could argue the Prime Minister shouldn't do, but it's her own personal and it's her own time off. I wouldn't mind if she was doing it when she was supposed to be doing something, say, as Prime Minister. Say if Parliament was in session and she went off and just went partying. She didn't do that. It was obviously during the night and stuff, like when she had her time off, when she had time off, spare time. And of course, I don't think it's appropriate for me to say, you should do this or you should do that. It's Sannamarin's own life, and she's perfectly entitled to do it as much as well. And same as I'm entitled to do what I want. That's freedom, that's democracy, that's the world you live in. Well, in the West particularly. But a lot of people did say, is she going to change her behaviour because of this and stuff? And as Sannamarin said, I hope the public will accept it. Soon the elections will happen, the Finnish people will decide what kind of Prime Minister they want. They can decide for themselves, and you could argue it didn't have much of an effect. Now, I just briefly go into the 2023 election when Sannamarin was voted out of office by just slim margins, very slim margins. But it didn't have, when you look at public opinion, the public polls at the time, it wasn't, nobody even mentioned in the Finnish public saying, Sannamarin without party, I'm going to vote against. So not one person mentioned it. Literally not one person. It wasn't that big of a deal in Finland, apart from the true Finns. That was really the only people that were really cared about in Finland. On the international stage, it was obviously a huge thing. But the only Finnish person didn't really pass much marks on it. It's simple as that. And she talks about the support she got from a lot of people online, etc., and particularly Hillary Clinton, Alexander Cortes in the United States Senator. And of course there's another bit to this, but again, I don't think it's Sannamarin's fault for this. That two women were kissing and took a photo, with their tops up, pretty much, nearly tops up all together. Kissing and in front of the Finnish government, Finland sign. Now, obviously, it's not Sannamarin can't just be at literally everybody's basically controlling everybody of her friends, saying you can't do this, and you basically can't watch everybody. So I don't think it's her fault. Now I know it didn't look good, I suppose, the picture, but at the end of the day, it wasn't Sannamarin's fault for that. It was the two women. They decided to do that, and at the end of the day, it's not Sannamarin that's to blame for that. It's them two women. But at the end of the day, the main thing I want to get across, I still believe this. I don't think Sannamarin did anything wrong whatsoever, and she still she never apologised, and should never apologise, because she didn't do anything wrong, and only apologising will satisfy a lot of people who are particularly, again, a lot of this was misogyny too, and Sannamarin has made this point many times. There's many male politicians that will go out and party and stuff, and not a word is said about that. I do think in a way there was a lot of double standards in a lot of cases too. It was a lot of because many, particularly even some women too, but some men in a lot of cases, didn't want to see a young Prime Minister do well, and I do think that's a agenda of a lot of people too, still to this day, about Sannamarin, which is totally wrong, because Sannamarin is literally the nicest person you could ever meet, in my opinion. I could be a bit biased, but being a supporter of her for a long time, I could say that genuine. Now, she is one of the most genuine people. I don't think there could be actually another genuine Prime Minister in Europe. I think we have Sannamarin is the best, the peak of the best of the best. There's no other way to phrase it. There's literally no other Prime Minister comes anyway in a country mile, in a city mile, may I say. Then she goes on to talk about the drug test. Now, you probably remember this, but she voluntarily took a drug test. It wasn't that she was made do it. She voluntarily went off and took a drug test. Now, as she says here, the Finns party were just literally up and down like weak poker, even though there was drugs found in the Parliament just recently enough last year, when the True Finns and the National Coalition last Christmas were having their Christmas gathering. Conveniently, that was never talked about again. But yeah, it's funny how the people who shouted the loudest, are in a lot of scandals nowadays themselves, and if 100 times worse than what Sannamarin was. Sannamarin scandals are not even close to the scandals of the current Finnish government, in terms of going around with sitters, and in terms of the latest stuff they've been doing with the Miss Finland, etc., etc. We're recording this video if anybody knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, She'd done a voluntary drug test, and obviously all that came back negative. Like, not at all. There wasn't one hit of drugs found. And I want to just briefly touch on, and people probably have seen this online, I do recommend to have a look at it if you do. This is to do with the public just a few days later. She was speaking in a place near Helsinki, and and she basically broke down into tears, sannamarin. And I still remember seeing that for the first time too. Of course, she was under so much pressure, and I feel very bad for her that she was under so much pressure, particularly with the scandal that erupted, which wasn't even a scandal, it was just her dancing and stuff, and a lot of people just went wild. A lot of people, not even just in Finland, went wild, just absolutely wild about it. And the media particularly had just a field day. But, I do feel so sad for it, because it was an awful lot, and it's unnecessary. A lot of it was just so unnecessary. That, people could argue that, of course, should have been in a democracy to be, say, oh, is this appropriate for a Prime Minister? That's fair enough asking that question. But some of the other stuff was just outrageous, what was said. And as she talks about, just the sheer support, and as she did talk about even at the thing I was at in Helsinki, that the sheer support was very warming for, because the crowd were very, very positive, and of course felt bad for sannamarin, the way she was treated. And of course she did burst into tears and stuff, but she was holding her back, I think, for everything, that because of COVID, and then obviously Ukraine, and of course this then too, and it was probably too much for now. I think I probably would have been the same. And she talks about children skipping school just to go to it and stuff. Of course, as I say, sannamarin, a very popular person. But one thing she did talk about too when I was in Helsinki too, one of the journalists asked, did she pretend to cry and stuff? And I think this is the thing, sannamarin is a very genuine person. She doesn't pretend to do anything, she says what she thinks. She's too straight when it comes to talking to people. She's going to say her opinion out loud, regardless of you like it or not. Which I think that's a good trait in politicians, that you speak openly, you speak freely, and you're not afraid to say your opinion. And I think we need more of that in the West. We need more of it, not less. And of course, I admire sannamarin. It takes a lot. It takes guts and it takes courage to go up and to speak and to say, I was in, I wanted some joy in my life. I'm human and stuff like that. And I think it's something that it really does give you, shows a good politician from a bad politician. Because sannamarin, of course, is one of the best politicians. But to sum up about particularly the dancing scandal, like, I do think, and particularly these scandals, I do think straight up she was very unfairly treated by everyone pretty much in this case. People have too much high standards in terms of this. Like, it wasn't like in Ireland. If this was in Ireland, like an Irish teacher, Charlie Haughey, for example, he's long dead, but even only Irish teachers, Micheál Martin, Leo Varadkar would Leo the Nink. The scandals would be absolutely insane. Nobody would believe them in Finland. For example, if I brought Leo Varadkar's book over to Finland and give it to a Finnish person, they wouldn't believe that the Irish people have to put up with such abuse from our politicians. Nobody would believe it. But these scandals that sannamarin talks about is literally like nothing. Like, maybe to some people they are. Like, you could argue the breakfast scandal maybe was a bit, and then of course the dancing scandal. People can argue the point, and you can argue if you want about it, but that the dancing scandal, the Prime Minister shouldn't be at a friend's apartment dancing, etc. But in my view, in my mind, the whole four scandals I talked about there weren't even scandals. Like, they weren't even anything. Like, let's be fair. And I don't think sannamarin should ever apologise, particularly for the dancing scandal. Like, there was no need to apologise, and I do think the woman was unfairly treated. But I'm happy to see that it never stopped sannamarin. It might have affected, of course. I do think it had an effect on her leaving politics too, of course. But I do think it was we talk about it at the end, but I do think it was a whole just of the dancing scandal along with the war in Ukraine and COVID. I think it was just sheer wear and tear, and just sheer scrutiny 24/7 that just kind of weared her down over time. And that's pretty much what happened to sannamarin. We'll talk about it later on in the next chapter, probably a bit. But I don't think she done anything wrong, and I think these scandals are not like there's no corruption. There's no like evil intent. I don't think sannamarin had the intent when she went to the friend's apartment of starting a big evil controversy or causing Finland alarm and distress and stuff. And the same with the phone scandal. Like, it was just not bringing her phone, like, stuff. She wasn't out to kind of cause harm and stuff. Our politicians here are out to cause harm to people. It's the same with the breakfast scandal. Like, at the end of the day, she had no ill intent. That's what I'm trying to say. In this country, you can see when the politicians have ill intent, but Sannamarin didn't have any ill intent. I do think all these scandals were just blown out of proportion and unfairly to her. So the next chapter, Sannamarin talks about a variety of different things, particularly about women's rights, and as we know, across the world, particularly in Afghanistan and other countries too, women, and particularly young women that want to get education, go to secondary school, even just live their lives, go outside and stuff, is under threat, and particularly in Afghanistan and Yemen and other parts of Sudan, Palestine and other places too, Ukraine too, under threat in Myanmar too, of course. And she goes on to talk about, particularly now, even in the Western world, even in Ireland, even in England and stuff, the amount of violence against women is sickening. That it's tolerated in the West, that this happens in the West, that so many women are physically abused by their partners, in some cases by only men on the street too, and sometimes sexually threatened, violence, etc. It's unacceptable in a modern society. It really, really is unacceptable, and we should aim as a society, just speaking on Ireland's behalf for a second, we should aim as a society to crack down as hard as possible on these crimes, because it's simply not acceptable in a modern society in 2025 that these things go on in the West, and that goes on at all in the world too, regardless of countries of the West or wherever. And then she goes on to say, before that, may I say too, about, and I want to briefly just touch on this in an Irish perspective for a second, in terms of the free school law, just introduced in Finland in 1948. 1948. Ireland's only doing it now in 2025, and I think that's a bit of a light-hearted thing to say to Irish people, because nowadays they're only doing it in 2025 in Ireland. Like, they had it in 1948. In Ireland, they didn't even have it. Free school law, just like, it's absolutely mad to even think about that, because in Ireland they're only doing it in 2025, and they're only kind of getting around to it now about 80 years later in Ireland, which is a joke, and I think everybody can find that a bit light-hearted. Like in Finland and stuff, they were able to do it, but in Ireland we can't do it into 2025. It's a bit of a joke, but as she says too, it's good for that the mothers and stuff didn't have to get up early in the morning. That's her point about it, and it's true too. And she goes on to just briefly talk about the baby box, which is a great incentive in Finland for young parents and stuff. It gives them all the needs for the firstborn baby, or for any baby that's born in Finland. And as I say, in Ireland, they're talking about introduction. Hopefully they do, because it's a good thing. And of course, then just the last thing I say about this, in Finland too, of course, they're the first country in the world to give women the right to vote and to run in elections, which is, of course, and again, as I said in the beginning, at some point in the beginning of this video, only for that, I don't know, Sannamarin would never ever become Prime Minister, because it would be a long stretch to say that she could have done it and on. But of course, Sannamarin is a very determined woman, and it's very, very brave woman. I do think, regardless of what country she was in, she would have risen to the top anyway. I think this is very important for me, and for even just for older people too. And this is the question I've been asked many times: how to encourage women, and particularly younger generations, to participate in politics. My simple answer is, there is hostile debates and stuff. Try and summarise this a bit. Social media, etc. People with fake accounts, fake online personas, etc. It's difficult and stuff, but as she says here, not to lose hope and to stand by your values. And I think that's really important, just to stand by your values, because it is a difficult world, social media now, and particularly if you're one for political office, it's a difficult world. It's not like it used to be. People are a lot more harsher, and they don't have to. In a lot of cases, it's too unnecessarily harsh. Like, it's okay criticising people for the actions and what they want to bring in and stuff, but going into personal, a lot of it's personal, going into about the family and stuff, like, it's inexcusable that somebody would do that, to attack somebody in that way. But if you have an issue with the person, like the person, what they're bringing in, or that's democracy, you're entitled to do that. But when it comes to this, it's not fair. And the other thing I say about it, just speaking on behalf of myself for a second, obviously being very young myself, well, not young, but a bit getting old, let's put that way. But it's worrying. It is worrying. Like, I hope someday I would run for the local authority, or even for Dáil. I know big contentions, but because I do want something to change in this country, because there's so many young people in this country, particularly in Ireland, just hopeless, and they're leaving in their droves to go to Australia. And I hope, not just for myself, I couldn't give a damn about myself, to be totally honest. I'm far past the point in caring about myself. But I hope that maybe I could make some difference, and I think that's the main thing about the book in general too. You can make a small difference, even if it's only a 5% difference. In making a small difference, even just in your locality, in your local municipal authority or your municipal area, you're making a bit of a difference. You're making the world a small bit better, and you're bringing some kind of hope to people. And I think that's the main thing. And I think Sanna Mount has done that 50 times over. Or I may say billion times over, I would say. She goes on to talk about the sexism experienced by her government. Obviously, as we said before, 5 of the members of her government were female, all the female leaders were basically female leaders. All the leaders of the parties, may I say. And of course, she goes into this, and I think this is the most appalling thing in any society. That she couldn't even keep track in the amount of times she was threatened with sexual violence, with rape, etc. And it's pure evil that a politician, as I said, Sanna Mount, but even only women politicians, even though whatever your opinion on the politics, etc., with the left or right, centre or whatever, regardless of anything, what this is when it comes to threatening with sexual violence, etc. It's all about silencing people. It's all about keeping people quiet, and I don't think that it's not appropriate. No, I don't. There's no don't take at all. It's not It's not acceptable. It shouldn't be acceptable. It shouldn't be tolerated to try and shut people up, to try and make them be afraid. And the thing about it is, don't be afraid. And I say this to women too, and to any young person out there, don't be afraid of people threatening you, because the only thing they want to do is silence you, and don't let them silence you. If you have a thing you're passionate about, and you want to speak up, speak up. Don't mind what anybody says. Use your voice, and we'll to hell into connacht with them, if I may say that. But yeah, it's a sad thing to have to see and to read, and of course it still happens to this day, unfortunately, to Sanna Mount. And this is a sad thing, and of course if we asked any women politician in Ireland to, it still happens, unfortunately. But as I say, we shouldn't tolerate it as a society, and even as only citizens, we shouldn't tolerate people with saying that to people. It's simply not acceptable, particularly to women, young women particularly. It's not acceptable. It shouldn't be acceptable in any society, and never will be acceptable. But the sad thing about it is, and just the last point I raised about this personally, we see people like Andrew Tate and stuff like that, and saying that women basically can control them and stuff like that. It should never become a narrative. It should never become fact, what I'm trying to say, because we see this now, and a lot of young men particularly listening to these people. It's dangerous. This video we've seen the adolescents in the UK to a program on Netflix. It's a dangerous thing when you see this happening, and we have to make sure that women are valued in society, of course, and in politics, in every part of society. And I think it's always important to remember that, and of course, even as a man too, you have to stand up for it. You have to stand up, because it's only right. It's the right thing to do. I want to just read on from that. Having done many things while fighting for my own profession and purposes, I can relate to Mahatma Gandhi, famous words. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. The harder the situation is, the more important not to give up. My motto is, if you have one, is to cope through anything and fight for the first things that really matter, a better world for our children and the next generation. Hope is in our actions. And I think that should be the main thing, and it's the motto, it's the reference to the book, just to say too, hope and action. But yeah, she is right in that. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they try and fight you, and then you win. I think that's a good quote. There's a good quote by Mahatma Gandhi, and of course Sanna Mount, it's a good example of that too, I think, because she is truly an icon, the same as Mahatma Gandhi. And history will show that. History in years to come, when I'm 100 or 200, it will show. But yeah, as she says, I often have an unexpected life, just given my background. It's never supposed to become a politician based on my career, and it is a price that changed my life. And left active politics for 40, before 40, so excuse me, in 2023. And she goes on to talk about a bit like that, and we will get into that now. She talks about too, she goes back to the fights in Ukraine, that the government, and I think this was something that's always forgotten about pretty much, that 98% of the governmental programme, I talked about this before too, was achieved. Pretty much they done it, even though COVID, Ukraine, all the scandals, the so-called scandals, they done it. Sanna Mount got it over the line, and the Irish government never can achieve barely 10% of the government objective. So I think it's impressive for any government, and particularly for Sanna Mount as the head of the government, that they were able to do it with everything going on, with literally insanity going on around them. They were able to keep focused and get the job done, and I think that's really important. It stood to Sanna Mount a lot. She goes on to talk about the 2023 general election. I'm sure we all remember. and she talks about visiting Ukraine again, and she talks about the campaign and coming up to the election. And then she talks about the results of the election, and unfortunately Sannamarin's party didn't win, unfortunately. But in a way too, just personally speaking, I'm happy, we talk at the end of it I suppose, but I'm happy that Sannamarin can spend more time with her daughter. I think that's a good thing too, and I think it's a good thing too, because I do think Sannamarin in Finland, I think they realise now, a lot of Finnish people, that they made a mistake in 2023. I do think people have realised now that Sannamarin was the right choice. But she was worn out, and we see this now in a second. But she was worn out and gave it all, and and unfortunately didn't go that way. But what I'm trying to say is, it was maybe for the better, but I suppose it's up to debate. But yeah, the National Coalition Party, which is the co-head of the government, won by 38.8% of the vote. The Finns Party got 30.1%, and then basically Sannamarin's party, the Social Democrats, came 19.9%. So pretty much barely a few percent in the difference, barely 2% in the difference. Actually, sorry, not even 2%. A few percentage points, barely, probably 9%, 0.9% in the difference. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, like quite literally, it wasn't like Sannamarin was just absolutely obliterated. The party was obliterated. As she says here, they won more seats in Parliament. They got a huge amount more votes. And I think a lot of people would agree that that was Sannamarin's doing. That a lot of people voted for the Social Democrats because of Sannamarin. And I think that's been very evident. And then she goes on, and I think this is the thing too, and I want people to calm down for a second, because a lot of people do get very excited about particularly this. And and again, as I say, every politician's tied to their own personal life if they're in a relationship, and still to this day, Sannamarin shouldn't be pestered. And I see a lot from the media particularly, want to know who she's dating and stuff like that, what she's doing. I don't think that's appropriate. This isn't appropriate. She's not a public figure anymore. She's a private individual. She's the former Prime Minister, of course, but it's still not appropriate to be just literally in her face 24/7 with a camera and stuff. The woman deserves, the same as every citizen of any country, deserves privacy. But of course the media, as I say, always will try and find something. Particularly because a lot of them would be jealous of Sannamarin, etc. But yeah, she talked about her husband and how they basically got her divorced, etc. And a lot of people online, and particularly this was spread by a lot of Russian accounts and stuff, trying to sow dissent, I suppose, and try and, I suppose, blacken Sannamarin's name. I keep using that word, but it is pretty much what they were trying to do. And it's to do with saying, she was cheating on her husband and doing this and that, and that's all just lies, total just fabrications, total lies, just trying to make up. It's literally just all lies. Like, there's not even point in arguing about that, because it's just literally lies. But she talks about it because, again, you have to remember, and I think we all can acknowledge this too, that particularly, and I think we all can acknowledge it too if you have a relationship and stuff, we're so busy nowadays with our jobs and stuff, it takes up a huge amount of our lives. And if we have college and stuff, it takes a huge amount of power. And obviously you can imagine if you're the Prime Minister of a country and you're going to Brussels, you're in Finland, you're doing hundreds of different things every day, it's bound to take a toll on your relationship and on your marriage. And she says about meeting them at 18, like they were long sweethearts, like they were years together. And as she says here, because of her work and things, she couldn't talk to him basically about half of the stuff she was doing, because obviously confidential, you can't just go around saying, we're discussing this and we're discussing that. And she says barely got to see him and barely got to talk to him, etc. And it of course took a toll on her relationship, and of course and I think that's just the thing, and I think a lot of people have misconceptions about that particularly. But it definitely did, and to be totally honest, I thought the same even before the book came out, that it was that was the prime ministership that took a lot out of it, and basically they drifted apart. It's the best way to put it. They drifted apart, and they couldn't mend that relationship, even though she left Parliament, etc., and left the government, etc. It's something that could never have been amended, because there was just such a gap, I suppose, because of it all. Which I do feel so sorry for Sannamarin that they did end, because it was the prime ministership. It wasn't anything else. It was the prime ministership, and just the sheer pressure and the sheer workload that she had to deal with. I do feel sorry that it came to that. But as she says here, they literally are the best of friends, which is great, because again, you have to remember, and just say we share a beautiful daughter together, and loving parents, and and it's good to see that, because again, just speaking personally too, I've seen many breakups in terms of couples, etc., and it never really ends good. There's always arguments about who has custody and who has this. As I say, they're get on. Literally are the best of friends. She talks about it after the 2023 general election. She pretty much lost sense in herself, had to find herself. No passion, no joy, no clear path to walk. As I say, again, as she says here, I give basically everything to try and do for Finland and stuff. And she did. I think everybody can see that now, more than ever now with the current Finnish government. I think everybody can see that Sannamarin did a huge amount. And Sannamarin basically was the only person leading Finland through everything. And I think a lot of people miss her now because of that. And the current leadership, it's nowhere to be found. But it definitely took a toll, and I do feel sorry that she had to put up with such, as she says in her own words, bullshit. In a lot of cases, I said the scandals and stuff were needless. It was needless. It was literally just making scandals for the sake of scandals, what people were doing. And of course, then covering the war in Ukraine, it was a lot of stuff, and I would have hated to be in her position. But she goes on to talk about the new government, how they formed, etc. And we talk about that in a second too. But she does tell them about the briefly just touch about this in the New York University class of 2023 in Yankee Stadium in May. She's spoken for 40,000 people. And I think this quote is very, very important. There is no superior authority in this world giving us permission to be ourselves and to step forward to change the world. If I had waited for permission from others to take my stand, I would still be waiting for that permission. This is why it's key to advise you today and advise you but a task. Stop being afraid, and I do think that's the main thing. It's fear, and the one reason I have such respect for Sannamarin, I can relate to it so much. I talk about it someday myself too, is because Sannamarin is the person that's always saying, never be afraid of what's coming, never be afraid, never fear standing up and speaking your mind, never fear anything. Always speak what you believe, speak on your values, speak, and not to be afraid of speaking, not to be afraid of taking action, like take for example the Prime Ministership of Finland. Of course it took a lot of courage, and of course Sannamarin has that. But even when I met her too, even the words of encouragement I got from her, it's really, really heartwarming. To think about it even now, it's still very heartwarming. There's not many politicians, and I say this truthfully, there's not many politicians that say to people, don't be afraid. Trust in yourself, trust in your values, trust in you, that you have the ability, you have the capability to do good, to try and do something good for the world. Not even for the world, for your own community, for your own country, whatever it may be. You have the ability, you have the power. And again, a lot of it is, and a lot of people, and particularly young people, is the fear. And I have to say for myself too, I would have ran in the local Tory election last year. But the thing about it is, and to be totally honest, it was doubts. That was mainly the big thing with me. As my teachers used to say in school, I'm my worst enemy. I am my worst enemy. I judge myself far too harshly. I think I judge myself more than anybody else would judge me. But, of course it's good to judge yourself, to question, am I doing the right thing here? Am I doing this good? But of course, don't judge yourself so harshly. You shouldn't judge yourself. Do what you think is right, and what your values tell you to do. But I do think Sannamarin is one of the greatest people of all time, the greatest, may I say. I think there's very little that can stand in the way in terms of that title. And she goes on, and I know a lot of people have said this to me about billions of times at this stage, about the Tony Blair Institute. Now, as you know, Sannamarin is a strategic advisor for the Tony Blair Institute. And she says, and I think we all know this, I didn't know this beforehand, but now we know that Tony Blair contacted her to become a part of the Tony Blair Institute. And she goes on to talk a bit about her role in the Tony Blair Institute in terms of working in Ukraine and getting them into the European Union, and in Moldova too, to join the European Union. She's a huge active role there, particularly for the Tony Blair Institute. And of course advising governments on different things too. But the thing I would say about this, a lot of people would criticise her joining the Tony Blair Institute. We talk about it at the end. But my first saying is, I do think Sannamarin has made the Tony Blair Institute a lot better place. I do think she has done. I think she's done good work too. As a lot of people had the misconception that I think a lot of Russians particularly have said this, trying to discredit her in a way too, that she went running to Tony Blair for a job. She didn't go running for a job. If Tony Blair probably didn't offer the job, I don't think she would have ever went to it. But I support her. I think the best thing you can do for anybody that you support, even though I don't have time for Tony Blair, I support sannamarin. I do think she's one of the greatest politicians of our time. So whatever she wants to do, she has my support, regardless what it is. Even though I might not agree with Tony Blair, whatever sannamarin wants to do, I support her, and I think that's the main thing. And I've said that time and time again. Even though I don't agree with Tony Blair on a lot of stuff, and I don't agree with his actions over the years, whatever sannamarin thinks is best for her and is right for her, I will support her. I think that's what any person who supports a person should do. Whatever they think is right, and of course I think she's right in what she done, because she's able to do good in the world, as I say, for Ukraine and for Moldova. Even though you could disagree with it, but it's up to the people of Ukraine, it's up to the people of Moldova to decide on European membership. But I do think it's important for sannamarin to work there too, to try and advance, of course, democracy and freedom, etc. And I think one of the most important things too, and sannamarin talked about it too, and I was at the event too. And I think, and again, the reason why I say I support her regardless of what she does, she talks about Emma, and I do think this is important, and I think this is really important, and I support, again, whatever she thinks is right for her and for her family. I will support her. I would love to see her course back in politics, personally. This is my personal take. But whatever she thinks is right, if she wants to stay in the Tony Blair, if she wants to do anything, she has my support. I know it might not mean much, but as one of her supporters and stuff, I think that's the best thing you could do. And as a person that met her, I think I owe it to her to support her in any way I can. And of course, as she says, she missed a lot of her childhood, and and as sannamarin has said before, something you can't get back. You can always run for government again, you can always run for public office again, but you can't get your child's childhood back, and I think that's the most important thing. And I support her as long as she's happy and as long as she's healthy and stuff. Of course, I support whatever she does, and I think it should be for every one of sannamarin supporters that support her whatever she does. I know people would want her to probably go back to politics and stuff, but whatever she thinks is right, as I say, we should all support us. We people who support sannamarin, we should all support her. But I'm happy that she can spend time with her daughter. I think that's the best thing of it all, that she can spend time with her child now, and not have to worry about the prime ministership and stuff. I think that's the greatest thing, and it's one of the most positive things of the book too, that it's good to see. It does warm your heart a bit. It does put a smile on your face that she can finally spend that time with her daughter. And she goes on to say, what is next for me, I don't know. I never really made plans over years, etc. But as she says, I consider myself lucky. If my family are healthy and I'm well, that's really all you need. And I think sannamarin hit the nail on the head there, because that's what it's all about. Because nothing else matters. Family's forever. Like money and stuff, power and stuff comes and goes, but family is forever. And and I think that's the main thing. So I'm delighted that sannamarin has time to spend with her family now, and truly I'm delighted. And I think everybody is delighted, even if you don't like the woman. It's good that she can spend time with her family and stuff, and I think that's the great thing about it. But yeah, so we should see what happens if she ever comes to politics again. But as I say, and I said this very clearly in the last few minutes, that I support her regardless of what she does. And I think that's what people should do if you're a supporter of somebody, regardless if it's a pop star, regardless if it's a movie actor, regardless of who it is, a book writer, regardless of who it is, you should always support them. If you enjoy their work and you support them and you agree with them, support them. You might not like what they do or what they decide to do, but do support them. And I think that's always the way I'm going to be with sannamarin. So near the end of her book, pretty much the last chapter, she talks about, and this is a sad thing to have to say, but the world is not much better since 2019, and I think everybody can agree on that. We have seen conflict. We've seen conflict in Ukraine. We've seen what's happened in Palestine. We've seen around the world in Sudan, in other countries, absolute turmoil in the world. And we see, just sheer hopelessness in the world. And she makes a good few points, and particularly the change in environment too of AI and robots, and the change in technologies, because the world has changed at an unbelievable level in many regards. She talks about too the more chaotic of social media, etc. And I do agree with it. It's good, of course, for people to speak their minds, but it can get overwhelming at some points, and it can really frighten people, and it can really just put the fear of God into people. And I think this is very important, I think, to remember, because she is right in saying in research by helping others increase one's happiness. And it's true, by helping other people, even if it's small, in such a small way, it does increase your happiness. You do feel a bit better, even though it might sound self-centered, etc. But it's important to help each other, because that's the only way to get through life, is to help giving a leg up to somebody. People in need. And it can probably help our lives and well-being, and it's true. And to have a job in the meantime is particularly something, which is true too. To have some meaning in life, of course, getting up in the morning and going to work, it gives you some meaning, it gives you some purpose. She goes on to say about Finnish sauna culture, which pretty much, there's a saying in Finland too, and across even the West too, that the majority of political decisions are made in the sauna in Finland more than in the parliament, etc. But she goes on to talk about, this is the last page of her chapter before the acknowledgements, etc. But she goes on to say, about the coalition, and how proud she is of the coalition, and other facts too of that. But that's pretty much the book, and it's been a long recording. I have a few more things to say, my views, and some what other people think of it too, some of the other reviews. We will briefly get into that, but that's pretty much the chapter and the book itself done. I'll get, as I say, I will give my views in the next chapter of the story, but yeah. So what to do after reading the story and reading the book twice? I want to just talk about other people's reviews, particularly some people in the media, and some people's controversies about the book. Now, we won't spend overly too long, because this is a long review, giving my take on stuff, but I just want to talk about it. Now, first of all, a lot of people have said, and I've seen, literally, speaking of just one review in general, is a Swedish journalist talking about hope and action. And particularly, a lot of people have said it, some people have said it online too, that there's a lot of self-praise in it. Now, just speaking, an Irish saying is self-praise is no praise, but I do think in this case, and hear me out before you get your thoughts out, etc., that I do think sannamarin deserves the self-praise. I do think she deserves to be proud of herself, because she did do such a great job. And I know I sound like such a fanboy by saying that, but she actually did. Like, when you really, really look at it, when you take all into account, her childhood, her, everything, when you take it all into account, and particularly what she went through as Prime Minister, and you're able to come out and say, I did a good job compared to the current Finnish government and the current state of Finland, she did a very, very good job. I don't think that's even up for debate, because it's night and day pretty much between her and Petri Orban's government, take example. So, like the old saying in Irish is self-praise is no praise, but I do think she deserves the praise, to be truly honest. I do think she deserves it. She is one in a million person. She's one in a billion, may I say, too. It'd be very unlikely we ever see a politician like sannamarin in our lifetime, another politician like sannamarin. There's only one sannamarin, of course, but I do think she deserves the self-praise, and I do think she deserves the credit for what she has done, too. But just to say, a lot of people are kind of just saying, about the self-praise, but I do think she's right to praise herself, because she did do well. But you could criticise her maybe in a few things, but I think she done well, and I think she knows that she did well. She done what was right, and I think that's the main thing, because at the end of the day, she deserves the credit. She was the youngest Prime Minister in the world. Like, that alone is an achievement in itself, without going into the other achievements and stuff. And pretty much still to this day, compared to other leaders like Tefo Zappa or former Taoiseach Leo Varadkar wrote a member a few months ago. Nobody cares in Ireland about it. So sannamarin's book, as you probably have seen, it's a bestseller in the United States. It's a bestseller across the world too. Many people have great time for sannamarin, including myself, but she is truly one in a million. There's literally nobody else. There's nobody I can point to that has the same charisma, the same stamina, the things that she done in such a short period of time, only 4 years. There's no other world leader you can point to. So she deserves it. She really deserves to self-praise herself, and everybody deserves to praise her for too. Of course, and I have huge praise for. I might be a bit biased, but I think we can understand that a bit. But but I know I can see some people have said, even in the review, and I just quote the review for a second when I'm talking about the Swedish journalist, if you took shots, take for example drinks and stuff, shots of alcohol, you would be stone drunk by the second chapter, I think she said, or the third chapter. But of course, I think more like some of these journalists are more interested in just writing up absurd articles talking about sannamarin to get views and stuff, and to get clicks and stuff. like as I said, if they would have taken into perspective all that she went through, because I think they're just focusing on every word for word. You're not looking behind the pages, if that makes any sense, of the person herself, Santa Marin, obviously after meeting her too. But yeah, there is a person behind that. It's not just a page, it's not just a book, it's a person. It's a woman that basically give up 4 years of her life in a way too, to just solve Finland, to try and do her best to make Finland a better place for not for herself, for her child, for Emma, for every child in Finland, for everybody in Finland too, to make sure that people had better opportunities, to make sure they were looked after. And of course, we could talk for days about different things. You could argue to the cows come home, but I do think she deserves the praise, and I do think she's right to self-praise herself. To be totally honest, I'm known, and my teachers would say I'm my worst enemy, because I never accepted praise when I was young. I never said when I did a good job. Like, I still to this day, I'm not the greatest at that. When I do something good, right? When I do a big job or big project or do something that's very good, that's very beneficial. Like, still, I'm a bit modest when it comes to meeting Santa Marin. It was a huge achievement. And even when I was younger, I never would admit that. But it's the truth, I admitted it now. And I would write it down on paper too, that it was a huge achievement for me. And it was a huge honour. And of course, I still talk. I'd never be quiet about it. I think until the day I die, I'm still going to be on about it. But it's a great moment. But yeah, I do think she deserves the praise, and I do think she deserves the self-praise herself, because she should be proud of herself. She's done a good job, and that's coming from somebody that's usually very harsh with politicians. But I can see that she had good intentions and she done her best. And I think that's the main thing about it. It's not what was written on paper, but looking at her actions and looking, even just following her for the last few years. I can see it. I can see even the people when I went to the event in Finland. Just huge respect. Like this online world, when we look at Twitter and stuff like that, that's all well good. And some people are real, but a lot of them are Russian bots, and some of them just purely just hate women, etc. But of course, that doesn't mean I'm justifying. People have a right to criticize anything. It's democracy, it's freedom. But I'm just saying some of the reviews are a bit, bit harsh in terms of that. But I can understand it. Again, I understand. I've seen even only people do read about it saying it was a bit boastful, if that makes any sense. But I do think she's the right to be boastful. But I know some people reading that would say, yeah, that it was a bit too boastful. And I understand that, and I respect that. I respect that. Some people, it wouldn't be their cup of tea, and I respect that. But at the same time, too, I would ask you to look at the other side of the coin, because she did do an awful lot. Like, she did do an awful lot and went through an awful lot and came out the other side. And still done a great job, in my opinion. Now, the other criticism, I suppose, is more from the Finnish audience, I suppose, not really the international. Some international papers, as I said, giving out a bit of self-praise on the book. But this is to do with the book in Finland in general. Now, a lot of people from Finland say it's more based for an international audience, for Ireland, for people from England, from the United States, from other places, Germany and stuff. It's not really based towards Finnish people, if that makes sense. Like, I think one person, a good example, I think President Sami Esko, the president of Santa Marin, was Prime Minister, released the memoirs too, just about a few months ago, before Santa Marin's book. And as a lot of people, one person commented on in Finnish, and he made a good point, in fairness, he did make a good point, that it was more, President Sami Esko's book was more based for Finnish people than European or American audiences, take for example. And I know some people have criticised her for when she launched the book was in the United States more. She went on her first book tour in the United States in New York and then came back to Finland. So basically she went to the United States first and then came to Finland. That's where I met Sanna Marin at the Charlie Go event in Helsinki, her first port of call in Finland for her book. And then of course the University of Helsinki after that. And then of course the Tampere Book Festival too. But yeah, a lot of people are saying that in Finland, stuff like that. But I do think, because again, compared to other Finnish prime ministers and other presidents and stuff, and I think this is a thing a lot of Finnish people don't understand. Because let's be honest, and I think people have said about the presidential ball, I suppose, for the Independence Day just gone by in Finland, because usually all the people go to the presidential palace on Independence Day in Finland, and of course Sanna Marin dressed up and went to it too. But of course, a lot of people were talked about it, and particularly an article that was released in one of the Finnish newspapers saying about our top woman. I think that was the quote, our top woman. And, you know, a lot of people were very upset, particularly true Finns and stuff, were very upset that Wikipedia wasn't on that. But, yeah, it's like I think without a doubt, I think even if you like the woman or you don't like the woman, I think it's fair to say that she is the most famous Finn since Carl Gustaf Mannerheim. There's no question about it. Like there's no other Finnish person that's most well known than Sanna Marin. Even just briefly just touching on that too for a second, I was listening to a podcast from Yal, which is the Finnish broadcaster, and in this they were saying about why Sanna Marin is such a divisive figure in some aspects, but not in a lot of aspects too. But take for example, they did say of the international audience, because obviously they're based in Finland, the Finnish broadcaster pretty much, that the most phone calls they ever got about a person knowing anything in Finland was about Sanna Marin. And I think that just shows the international attention Sanna Marin has, and the just sheer respect she has to the woman has. And just the sheer admiration she has from a lot of people too, of course. But, just the sheer... She's put Finland on the map, basically, compared to the current government, which has basically destroyed Finland's reputation in a lot of regards. So, Sanna Marin did great stuff in Finland, but, I suppose too at international, because again she is well known outside of Finland too. Within Finland, of course, she's absolutely known, but of course in the international stage she's well known. Like nobody would be able to tell me if I got you a pictures now. Say if I got 6 pictures of different people from the current Finnish government, and I told you who's the Prime Minister, would you be able to name him? You wouldn't be able to name him. And it's Petri Orban. Nobody would know who he is. People are like, who is this fellow? And if I put a picture of Sanna Marin, say, up on the wall, you would say, oh yeah, that's that woman that used to be the youngest Prime Minister, or Sanna Marin, or that's, I know who she is, so she's from the dancing video and stuff and all that. But compared to the current Finnish government, nobody will know who they are, apart from causing just havoc. But yeah, I just wanted to address that. It's understandable to a certain extent too. It's based for Finnish people too, but mainly for international audiences too. But of course, Finnish people can feel inspired too. I've seen many Finnish people too, because as we've seen when I went to the Charlie Govett, there were so many Finnish women there that are huge supporters, absolutely huge supporters of Sanna Marin. Then the University of Helsinki, and then the amount of people that went to meet her, like specifically to go and see her, was insane. And just to say, I went from Holland to Finland to go and see her. So that's where that happened. Yeah, but yeah, so you could say I'm a bit of a super fan. That I literally went 3 hours on a plane, especially. Like, literally only goal was see Sanna Marin, meet Sanna Marin. Literally everything else was irrelevant. So you can say that I'm a bit of a super fan, Now, I just want to briefly touch on this, and I suppose it would take a long time to explain it. And I don't want to be here for 200 hours to explain this. But this is to do with an affair, and a lot of people have said, not an affair, but a scandal, I suppose you could call it too. What they would call it, they call it the umpire affair. But it's to do with basically pretty much Russian gas and stuff. It's hard to describe. Finnish people would be more better to describe, but a lot of people, particularly in Finland, more than because a lot of people outside of Finland wouldn't have a clue with this. It's obviously I heard about it at the time. I still don't know much about it. I can't really speak to it, but I know people have criticised that it wasn't mentioned. A lot of people do say it was the biggest thing of a prime ministership, but in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I don't go mad over it, but it doesn't seem to be her issue. It's more the Minister for Energy, the Minister for the Environment, I think, than Sanna Marin. I know everybody would say it's Sanna Marin, she's the Prime Minister, the ball stops with her. And that's fair enough, that's a reasonable thing to say. But I don't think, and I know people say it was a big mistake for the Finnish government to buy it, I suppose, and to upshow it, I suppose, by 6 billion or so. I think it was 6, something like that. Don't quote me exactly. But I suppose the main thing is a lot of people say she should have mentioned it. She probably should have just briefly mentioned it. I'm not saying she should have wrote a whole chapter on it. But she probably should have addressed it. But as I say, I don't think it was Sanna Marin's fault as far as I would get it. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't quote me on that, because again, I don't know too much about it. When I first heard of it back when it did happen, around 2022, something like that, when going into 23, I remember hearing about it. It was scandal, big enough scandal in Finland, not that scandalous, but was mentioned a few times. But it wasn't mentioned to international audience and stuff. But as I say, I don't know too much about it, but I presume that it wasn't that big of a deal in a way too. But I just wanted to mention it because it would have been undemocratic too for me not to mention it, because I've seen 3 or 4 people say it. And I think she was asked by a journalist about it at the University of Helsinki when she done a press conference. Now, don't quote me on that, but I think it was, but that's just at the top of my head. But again, as I say, at the end of the day, it's Sanna Marin's book. She can talk about whatever she wanted to talk about. But I understand people saying, she should have. And again, this is just the last point I make. that she could have wrote about many different things. She could have wrote saying, "Oh yeah, I want to touch on this, and I want to talk about that, and I want to talk about this." At the end of the day, that's her business. That's up to her to decide. No people say she should have talked about it, but at the end of the day, it is her book. She has the right to include whatever she wants to include, or exclude whatever she wants to exclude. Because at the end of the day, she did write it herself, so it's up to her to decide what she thinks is relevant. So yeah, I suppose we don't know. I can't remember what sannamarin said in response when that journalist asked. But I know for a fact that whatever happened, sannamarin didn't mean any ill will to anybody, or didn't mean to hurt or do any harm to Finland or anything. I know rightly, and simple as that, straight up, and that's to be totally honest. But yeah, they're pretty much the controversy, but it might be one or two others. But yeah, I just wanted to briefly touch on them. So we are finally at the end of the review. I know it's been so long, but I wanted to make this review because obviously I met sannamarin, as you can see here in the new top. Only got this now, unfortunately, just as I'm finishing the review. But it is really, really amazing. I can't express to you how grateful I was to get the opportunity to meet sannamarin. She's really just such an amazing person. She's true inspiration to me. And I think the story about sannamarin's book and what it summarises the whole lot, that summarised it all together in one word, it's hope. Sannamarin gives hope. And that's what a whole story is about hope. And it's about people that come from such a poor background, were able to make it, able to do it. If you have hope in yourself, and if you can hope to achieve goodness, and I think that's the thing that we should all strive for, regardless if you like the woman, regardless if you don't like the woman. I think it's a great message, particularly to young people, particularly my age in their 20s, because the world seems such like an evil, dark place for a lot of young people, particularly. The whole world seems to be against them. And sannamarin is a true inspiration to everyone. I truly mean that, and I really wish people would see what I see in sannamarin. She is really just a great person. And I've talked about many things. I give my views on all the chapters and what I thought of different things. I didn't go through everything now, but I left some stuff out just due to sheer time and how long it would take. But she is truly an amazing person, and I'm so grateful to have met her. I hope I do meet her again someday. And obviously, I'm a long time fan of her for a long time, even before she was the Prime Minister of Finland. I heard about her. But yeah, so a long time, and she's I think until the day I die, I'm going to be supportive of sannamarin. I don't think she can do anything to lose my support. That's what, or lose my trust, as sannamarin would say. But the book is amazing. It really is just one of the greatest, I think the greatest book apart from the Bible. I've read a good bit of the Bible, didn't read all the Bible, but apart from the Bible, that's the only thing that really compares, in my opinion. There's never been a book I read that such inspired me, and I can't describe to you, just even meeting and going to the event and getting a signed copy of sannamarin's book. I can't describe to you how much it's meant to me, and not even that, how much hope it's given her, I suppose, and I feel it myself as soon as I met her. And of course I'm seeing her in Dublin in January just come by, and of course I met her just recently in Helsinki in Finland. Went all the way to see her in Finland, and it was truly something, and it's truly amazing, and I'm still delighted about it. I still can't believe it, to be told. That's why I had to get the picture of because I still can't believe it was real. I'm so delighted. I'm really it's just truly amazing. And she's just an amazing person, and I'm truly happy to see that she got the book. She's able to get the book out, and of course it's doing so well. I'm truly amazed. I'm happy to see that. She deserves a lot for what she done. But the book itself speaks to me, and it's I suppose too some of the hopes to get into politics, hopefully someday maybe, but not for myself. I couldn't care less about myself, but to make an impact, to make a change, some small change in some small way, because none of us can do it alone, as she's often said. We have to work together to make the world a better place, and of course make our country, as I speak here in Ireland, make our country a better place. And it's only by working together and understanding people and where they come from and what the views are, their values, that we will achieve things. If we walk against each other, if we walk hostile towards each other, we will never achieve anything. We'll be at each other's throats. And I think sannamarin is just truly inspirational. As somebody that too that suffers from dyslexia and has, compared to other people, disadvantages, I suppose, in life in terms of getting things and walking there. And even just take, for example, I have I've never said this before, but I'm thinking about myself going to college, and I never thought about it before, but I did think about it. And obviously somebody's dyslexic, it was tough to get through secondary, but I think Sannamarin's story, even though I knew about it before, of how being the first in our family, I think I want to try it. And I think Sannamarin's the main person responsible for that one. But I do think I will try and go to college, probably in the next year or so. It's going to be difficult, it's going to be hard, but I think I have the courage. I think Sannamarin's given me the courage and just the sheer determination to go for it. And even just in general in life at the moment, I feel so determined after reading the book and meeting her and chatting to her. It's given me some determination that I don't think I ever had. That things are possible. I think Sannamarin is a living explanation of that. Like, even just getting a book and reading it, even just seeing her in person, like, it is a living explanation that anything is possible. The sky's the limit if you believe in yourself, if you trust in yourself. And I think that's the main thing. And I think the most important thing about everything sums up Sannamarin is not to be afraid. If an opportunity arises and you want to take it, don't be afraid of what people say, what they say about you. Always do it. Just do it. And I think that's what Sannamarin's done to me the most. And the book itself is truly amazing, and I'm so glad to have read it. I've read it twice. I read it when I was on the plane to Finland from here, and I read it on the way back, and I've read it twice for this review. And it's truly a great book, and I'm so delighted to have read it. I'm so delighted to have it. And of course I have a special edition copy and I have a signed book. It truly is amazing. Like, as I said, there's the signed copy of Sannamarin's book, and it is just amazing. It's just purely amazing experience and stuff, and the book is truly amazing. And I'm really thankful for Sannamarin too for writing this book, because it is a guide, and I do take my views on a lot of things because of Sannamarin has changed in a few things. Particularly years ago, I used to think about work, and she talked about it briefly in her book about work-life balance. It's very important that the times have changed, and I do think it's important that people have time for themselves and for their family particularly. And not even that too. Many other things we could go on, but I don't want to go into whole detail on it. But we'll go into it some other time. But it is truly an amazing book by an amazing woman, and I don't think people in Finland, I don't think people realise how grateful they should be. And I don't mean to sound privileged or anything, but how grateful they are to have such an amazing person that was their Prime Minister and is still in Finland, still lives in Finland, have such a great inspiration and a great person on the world stage. Ireland has nobody compared to Sannamarin. So with that, literally, we would love to have somebody like Sannamarin. I think if Sannamarin was here, if we had somebody like Sannamarin, the country would be far better. And it's a pity there isn't more politicians like Sannamarin. But I do think the book, to sum it up, it is truly hope in action, and there is hope in action. It's only when we choose to act and we choose to conquer our fears. And I used the thing that I read when I went to Helsinki, what she said, don't let fear conquer you. And I think that's the thing with me too. It conquered me for a long time, fear of, and particularly me, as I said in the last chapter, of thinking that I wasn't good enough to run. That I wasn't good enough to run for the local town. That I wasn't capable enough because of my dyslexia. I wasn't capable of doing it. But to be totally honest, and I say this, right, and this is the first thing I say, that I think at the next election I'm going to go for the local town. I think Sannamarin has given me that confidence to go. I talked about it in the last election, as I say. It was more that it wasn't to do with money, it wasn't to do anything, it wasn't to do with power and all that. It was more that I didn't believe that I could do something good and try and do something good. Because again, the only thing you can do is try, particularly as a councillor in Ireland. And obviously as a councillor in Finland you have more power, you have more authority. But in Ireland you're limited, it's collective power. But I do think I could do something good, and I hope I can do something good, but I will put myself forward. I think that's the term, and I'm hell-bound determined. If I ever was determined about anything in my life, it's that. And I look forward to that, and hopefully, please God, I can. We don't know, it's a long way away into 2029, but I'm determined that I should try it, because I do believe that I could do good. Because the thing about me is I'm not ambitious. I don't care about power, I don't care about the money. It's more about the people, and I think the main thing, as I remember from when I went to Dublin to see her, when she spoke at the Benjamin Summit, the main thing is about people, and I think we've lost, as politicians, as civil servants, as society, we've lost the true meaning of democracy. We've lost the real meaning of democracy, and that's not about money and power. It's about the people. The country is made of people. Our county is made of people, and that's the people. The people are the most important. Nothing else matters. money can come and go, but people last forever, and I think that's the main thing. And so the main thing I would say, and I would do encourage you, and I would ask you, after watching this review, to please do consider buying her book, Hope in Action. It's available in English and available in many different languages, but it is truly an amazing book, as I say. I can't speak highly enough for sannamarin. I'm truly grateful, again, if she does watch this, and hopefully maybe she does see this. I'm truly grateful to have met you, and I hope, please God, we can meet again at some point. It'd be a great honour to have a discussion with you, because again, I know with the book I didn't want to keep her long when we met her, but I'd love to have another discussion with her and stuff, but about different things and stuff, and I suppose advice and stuff. I would really value her advice and different things. But she's truly an amazing person, and it was truly an honour to read her book, and it's an honour to have her book, and it's an honour to have a signed copy of it. I'm very grateful, and I'm very grateful to the people who made it possible for me to meet her. I'm just a bit overwhelmed with emotion. I'm trying to keep on track and stuff, but I'm just truly overwhelmed. But I am very grateful to have met her, and I'm very grateful to have read such an amazing book, and I'm so privileged to have too. And of course, with just the last thing I say, with dyslexia, of course, it was hard, but it shows you when you put your mind to it. Even though it was tough to read it twice. But when you put your mind to it and you're motivated to do it, you can do anything. And simple as that, you really put your heart and soul into it. But the last thing I would say is to thank you the people for watching. It's been a long video, I know, but I do appreciate it. And again, I haven't gone into every fact and everything, but I do buy her book, because it is truly an inspirational book. It's one of the most greatest books you probably will ever read, and I hope she does write another book someday. Please God, she does. I hope she does. Please God, she will. But yeah, I'm very grateful to both to Sana and for you for watching. And I truly hope I encourage you, at least. I hope by making this video, I encourage at least 2 or 3 people to get the book and read it for themselves. Above all else, I hope that I encourage you, and by sannamarin's story, I hope that she encouraged you to change the world in your small way, because we can all make a difference. It's just if we're too afraid to make a difference, but we should not be afraid, because evil exists in the world, and evil is not afraid to act. It's only by good people acting can we make a difference. Thank you very much, Ketos.